shots almost took him out as well, so... I'm not sure why Fisher Guy's putting that mid jammer down so late in the round, but... In the end, it was calculated, couldn't get away with it, and we are going to see the usual clear meta once again in full effect.
Yep, Red not going below this time. He's just going to toss that nade over the little half. And oh, the peek from Nico.
What?
Tight angle from Break Room, in fact, is going to be the one that takes out Worthy. Nice shot from him. And I'm not sure whether all those air jabs came out from Worthy. I dare say probably not. It's going to have a bit of an impact.
I mean, yeah, I guess the question is, do Sinister know it is that Nomad off the board? If they do know, then maybe they'll be more open to late round flanks, but with the angle being so tight, it's unlikely that Marlo doesn't even need to worry. He just runs straight out of the breach and finds two. Marlo cannot be tamed tonight, causing some headaches for Elevate on both maps. Coming off the back of his second ace in the previous round, and now Red and God Legion need to try and collect the scraps. Not impossible, but definitely challenging.
Yeah, it's definitely not going to be easy for them. They're very separated as well. Red's just going to go deep. He's getting spotted by that Evil Eye. Maestro's just going to pick up. Easy as you like. This could be 2 flawless rounds in a row here for Sinister. Up to God Legion to change that. He's going to get some nice shots off towards 90, but not going to happen. It is a flawless round for Sinister in the end. They closed that half off pretty strongly.
Two flawless rounds to end the half. That means we'll switch sides, seeing Sinister now on the attack. Good recovery from the lads in red. Not that that really means anything, because like a lot of the teams in ANZ, both of these organizations have red logos. And one of the teams even has a player named Red. So we'll move on from that terrible analogy. Elevate defending Armory and Archives. We're going to pretend I never said that.
All right. Well, yeah, there's some interesting operators here. I mean, we're seeing more Wamai chosen from these guys. We've said before, Wamai is, I guess you'd say, a new addition to playing on border. And that does change strategies a little bit. I think especially the way Sinister were using it, it was a bit of a pain for Elevate clearing that utility. They were constantly tossing grenades and projectiles down that long hallway to 90. And it just sounded like every single time it was an ADS catching it or a magnet or something. It really was stalling them out. Fisher Guy on the Ying this time though. It was Derp on Cafe playing it. See whether Fisher brings a different flair to the Ying play.
Stop worrying about grenades now.
Sinister definitely one of those teams not too afraid to vary up their roles a little bit.
5 seconds left.
Oh. We just take a moment to appreciate how clean that was from Fast. I've seen so many players in the past throw their Electro Claw down about 5 times to try and get that positioning. I think he just got it first go, so... Well done to Vast. As you mentioned earlier, probably one of the most underrated players on this team. Or underappreciated even. He's always doing his part.
We'll see what Sinister have in the tank for these attacks. The swift take of East Air so far, which is definitely what you want. Digital got tagged up one way or another really early there. Lost almost 25 HP. Probably not going to be finding himself in too many gunfights too early though, you'd think, as the Maestro. All works out. Extended hold here. Worthy playing in Fountain. Getting that first pick on a Fisher as well. That's the Ying off the board again. Very minimal impacts.
Unfortunate there for Sinister means that it'll be challenging to not only clear utility or go for that execute if they were to try and blind their enemy. And Gold Legion will get Finny straight through the wall. That dash taken out. And this is not a great start here for Team Sinister.
Yeah, it's not worked out so far at all. Drone's coming out, and Milo step up again for Team Sinister. I mean, ever since the rehost, he's on that 8-1. The Awaken. Oh, he didn't see that prone player though. That's a big mistake and oversight. Worthy in Fountain. He's been holding it very well considering some sketchy holes. And will Nico be ready for God Legion's angle? He's not going to push through, so maybe not. It is all up to Derp and Nico though. It's a big task ahead of them to find 5 Elevate players.
It's a tall mountain that they will have to elevate
Attackers
Oh,
dropped the
no.
diffuser.
because their logo is a mountain.
Oh,
Oh,
no.
yes, that was amazing. You know what isn't amazing? For Nico, at least, he's been dropped. Derpe now left in 5-on-1. We'll pre-fire beepers, but look, I don't think he's going to be much of a chance here. He's just going to skate away. Might go for a bit of a timeout, but no, he's going to be greeted by Vast, who will delete him a flawless round for Elevate. And that will be, I think, the 4th flawless round, at least, we've seen on this
Third.
map. So it's been pretty weird. Oh my god, what's going on?
Yeah, fourth on the map, 3rd in a row, round 5, 6, and now 7. All flawless rounds. That's a bit weird. I don't know, that was the second jump scare for me. I did not see that there was the Kai down there.
Same.
Yeah, look, it's been a surprising border so far in a few different ways. Sinister, they've really struggled getting this Ying to really work for them. They're just getting picked early. Dope played it twice on Cafe, never really had an effect. They in fact lost both those rounds, and now Fisho brought it on that previous round of border, and well, they got flawless. So he's sticking it again. They're really trying to make it work.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
We haven't really seen that Ying put off successfully, as we've alluded to. Elevate probably pretty happy that's the case. Kinda just want to see and execute with Ying actually used properly. Just to see what it's like, because
Discover the location of a bomb.
either 1, she's banned, or 2, she's been killed early in the round, which unfortunately means we haven't seen a whole lot of action. I see a lot of action. I mean, we haven't seen a lot of Elevate staring at white screens.
5 seconds left.
Nonetheless, though, could make for an interesting execute if
Attackers
Fisho
are heading out to defuse
is
the
able to
bomb.
pull it off.
The what is in store. Worthy trading out that Wamai to play the castle. Those castle strats pretty common for the Vents Workshop hold. Allows you to extend really comfortably in towards bathroom tellers. You can castle off waiting, so you can comfortably rotate between customs and workshop. Does mean that of course off breach is required from the attackers to open it up. Nico almost seeing the back of a player there around metal stairs. His God Legion. That could have gone poorly for Elevate at the start there. God Legion completely unaware of how aggressive Nico's already moved and obtained this map control.
Of course, Nico playing on the sledge. Grenades are Nico's best friend in this game, it feels like. Expect him to use those very wisely as the round progresses. Keep an eye on Fisho guy now, playing Ying, of course. Interested to see how he's going to prepare. It looks like he will save those smokes and candelas for the execute. Feels like Elevate have pretty good control around the map at the moment.
Defender has been discovered.
Being super tagged up in a gunfight. It's going to really affect him as a 3-speed 1 armor. Taking his next gunfight, he's not really going to have much an opportunity unless he gets a headshot. Whether it affects him later round. Halfway through, Fisho and Milo now rushing in through Armory. Gives them really good vertical control. Have position over this hatch as Derpe does find Digital, so that's the Kaid off the board. Sinister giving themselves a solid man advantage now as Milo gets God Legion. Coming into this final minute, this is looking like potential Sinister attack here.
Second of those candelas do go out. Not really able to capitalize on that, our team Sinister, but they have found Worthy inside of the customs desk. His position revealed on the drone, and shouldn't be too difficult to cut off, especially considering they have that man advantage. Smoke's now popped, and they're looking quite cramped on site. A lot of angles these anchors are being watched from as the final of those candelas does come out, but Red will find one. Derpe will catch Worthy off guard inside of customs, leaving it now up to Red and Vast. Oh, Vast narrowly misses that shot at the front door. Isn't refragged though. He was exposed to that customs position and is aware of that. Now looking to try and shut that down. Question is, how is Sinister going to try and pinch these positions? Derpe will jump on the drone once more. going to be up to Vinny to watch these drones. Derpay, does he see the player to his right? He does. That's his triple for the round, and now it's red. Stuck inside a smoke at the server room door. Trying to close things out. He's being wallbanged through that smoke. Will eventually be taken out. I believe it was Derpay. That's 4 for him in the round. Says look to crawl things back.
I think Derpay was really only sure because that pre-fire in the smoke would have made a bit of a grunt sound from the Legion. And it could have worked out, but nope, it didn't. So evened up now at 4-4. Elevate are going to give that a go again. And we might be seeing a very similar scoreline to Cafe. We may even see this overtime. It really feels like that's where we're tracking towards.
I wonder if this will be the first night of Six Masters so far we haven't seen an overtime. I feel like every night we've had at least one, right? I don't know, I'd have to go back and check, but it feels like it. We've had how many so far? Did you say 6, I think, heading into tonight?
6, yeah. I'm looking at night 1. We didn't have an overtime.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
That's it. Every other night has had an overtime. So yeah,
Close
there's been a lot.
Close enough, but, you know, the thought that counts. I was just trying to make a point that, you know, overtime's pretty frequent. So we'll leave it at that. I mean, you're right. We could well see one here. 4-4 the score. I mean, if Sinister can close out rounds like that, who knows? Of course, this is Elevate's map pick. I mean, maybe it won't be that strange to see each team take the other's pick. It's already happened once tonight. Maybe, just maybe, we'll see it again.
5 seconds to go.
Sure, persisting with this Ying. I mean, I still don't feel like it had an impact in that previous round. Maybe it was his smoke grenade that Red was hiding in, but I don't think that was really anything to do with the demise of Red at all. So, a lot of rounds of Ying that we've seen, very little impact. See whether it works out this time for Sinister. See what Elevate will do to adapt to that previous round. Sinister really just, once they got that vertical control, it kind of just snowballed forward at that stage.
Nice control being gathered at the moment.
Surveying.
Fast is roaming below though. Use a heartbeat scanner to find some of these players inside of security. Nico, one of those. He needs to be careful he doesn't get C forward here. Jumping on a drone now. Will be the end of his life. Fast though uses that C4. It is wasted. Not finding a target or really doing any damage. So not an ideal start here for Elevate on the defense.
That's going to help though. Milo, the hot player for Sinister, off the board. It's the gung-ho Ash as well. Elevate that early advantage. Show got tagged up just then as well, almost to 50 HP. So far this is starting out a little bit better for Elevate. Sinister look a little slowed down as well. They're not getting the same kind of vertical pressure that they had previously. They're really going to try and work at this detention. Digital, against all odds of that concussion, trying to rotate out. Wall's going to go open. Going to sit next to that window.
In the second half of the round now. Oh, that was a C4. Doesn't find a target though.
Bomb located by attackers.
Elevate with a pretty strong off-site hold. Fisher guy will use the second of those Candles to push in. Half wall is flash, maybe? No. Gold Legion gets the first. On that entry, Derpay can't follow it up, and something like this will go in favor of Elevate.
Derpay's going to head back to the detention wall. Digital hasn't repositioned, but he's making a lot of noise as a prone player. Vinny is just hitting bullet after bullet into this player as the Legion, but not getting it. And in fact, Elevate get a double out of that. So it is all up to Vinny in this upstairs position. 1 versus 5, we might be seeing yet another flawless round on this map.
Of course, it will be the 5th flawless round of 9. More than half. But no, Vinny just goes, yeah, nah. We'll be taken down though. Elevate winning the 9th round. And again, there will be another round traded back.
And again, just another round of a Ying pick that did nothing. I don't know whether it really backfired. Fisho jumped in with a lot of confidence to push deep there, and he just ended up in a crossfire, and yeah, that was it. All over. GG. So we'll see whether Sinister persists with it. But right now, I'm just really saying it's not working out. Maybe there's a better operator they can bring.
Well, I mean, it's something that's happened before for Team Sinister, isn't it? There was a time, I believe, it was when they were playing Theme Park against Wildcard. It was, in fact, Fisher Guy again, continuing to stick Montaigne. But let's put that in the back of our minds because Fisher is now jumping on to... Oh, I thought he was going to play line. Oh, that would have been spicy. Instead, it will be Capitao. So, I mean, maybe there is a little bit of a history there of Sinister maybe persisting with some strats that aren't quite working out.
As many bombs as they can.
Yeah, I mean, it's good you brought that Montaigne one up because I really do think that cost them quite a few rounds against Wildcard because it was in the first map that they tried that on Clubhouse. And then as they progressed through map 2, they put Fisher onto a more fragger role, like a Zofia. I think once he did that, he ended up being their top fragger or something. He actually had a really good game. And yeah, he's a good player. He's got good aim. Sometimes it's great to bring a Montaigne on some strats, but you have to consider also the fact that that takes away a good gun from competent players. That does affect you in other ways. To weigh that up and see if it works out. Right, we'll see whether the Capitao works out for him on this occasion. Elevator going to be repeating Armory Archives, which was their first chosen to defend bomb site. They were flawlessly successful at it.
They're currently going 6 and 3. Any of those kills coming up to 4K on Zofia. Oh, that was...
Oh,
my
the
goodness.
timing.
If he had a state ADS, he may well have gotten his 7th kill after the rehost, but it's meant to be. Looks like Sinister taking a pretty similar approach to Elevate over towards the eastern side here of the building. And we might see some mind games ensue on that triple wall with the denial. Or not.
Similarities here between the way that these teams have held this site and attacked it. Heavily favoring triple wall, just like Elevate were. Good cross positions here held by Elevate in the office that Sinister are gonna struggle with a little bit. That rotating particularly into Archives is something you have to be constantly aware of. That half wall does give you that cover to rotate in and out, so Worthy can be simply covered there by Vast.
Loading new magazine!
Bomb located by attackers.
Minute 30 now left on the board. 10 members up in the server. Fisher trying to use some flashes to clear out this player at the half wall inside of office. Meanwhile, Jefe has been down. Worthy will find Vinny, so it's effectively a 5-on-3. Things not looking great here, and that's one more. Milo off the board as Jefe is rezzed. Things falling apart here for Sinister. If Elevate win this round, they will find themselves on match point.
Again, like I said, there's actually a really well-established crossfire there from Elevate, and that worked out beautifully. Worthy and Vast combining for those 2 kills. So you're in a really tough position now. They're ticking into the final minute. I mean, there is a direct entry into site there that they can utilize. They don't have a lot of control. And Worthy's still creating some issues. Vast backing him up as well. And God Legion from a different angle. It's just not working out for Sinister pushing in through that. And it's all up to Derpe and Nico.
Derpe rotating, but it's pretty much too little too late. In saying that though, Derpe has found one. The worrying thing here for Team Sinister is that Diffuser's dropped a triple wall. Very, very difficult to collect that. There's a player down. Thrown to the right. And Elevate are still up though.
10 seconds remaining.
Nico misses the free fire there. Onto the downed player as Derpe gets dropped. So it's looking like Elevate will secure that match point.
Operators, you have run
Nico
out of
unable to
time.
find that final kill there. And expect this one to be a pretty fierce fight.
We'll see. And I can't stop looking at Fisher Guy in this thinker. And I can't stop thinking, Fisher Guy, what are you doing with your operator picks, bro? Not many of them have really worked out. I mean, even the Capitao in that previous round, you know, it didn't really assist them with much. I mean, they didn't win the round at all, so I don't know. I'm just a bit dubious. Maybe they're testing some things, and that's their goal. Maybe they're just like, you know what, guys, let's play around with our operator picks. Let's see what works, what doesn't, and we'll move that into some other games. But there's still a real shot to be able to bring this back to overtime. Maybe not the right time to be experimenting. I don't know.
Yes. Could be experimentation going wrong. I mean, it's alright trying to experiment early on a map. When it's match point. It doesn't leave you with a lot of room for error. Sinister, again, not really too afraid to mix up their operator choices. I mean, Milo, for example, he's played Ash, but Vinny's playing it that round. Instead, he's playing Sophia, which Derpe's been playing recently. So, again, mixing it up left and right. A theme that both teams have really been following it with us far. For example, God Legion's playing on Legion. I know that often he'll be playing a Jaeger, for example. So, yeah, quite spicy across the board.
Legion tagged up a little bit there. Maybe some pre-firing from Sinister. One thing about Border is there's just so many ways to pre-fire certain angles here. Sometimes you have to be really careful where you're standing in the early phases of the round. Elevate with a pretty extended hold here into Archives and Armory. Like it's God Legion and Worthy on the dock there. Legion gonna drop out, so he's gonna forfeit that to Sinister. That being said, I mean, it's almost half the round played. Sinister are just finally getting some map control. More importantly, Milo has map control here in security.
Yes, he does. This could be a gunfight. Bottom of the stairs, and Vinny will come out on top. Fast, seemingly unaware of that position. Not ready for it. Vinny didn't even really need the stim boost there from the Finker in the end. I don't think he took any damage. Overclips the halfway point of the round. And Sinister are on top. Literally on top.
But Finker boots coming out there means that he has one remaining. Not so sure it's made. Well, didn't make the impacts on the kill on Vast, so see whether it works out. Does have that LMG that could be really helpful covering a plant. Like the bullet hose on attack there. So using a lot of time here to get some further map control down closer to site. Looks like they're wanting to open detention. Means they're probably going to try and plant in fenced if they're going to be taking this detention control, as opposed to opening that customs wall and passport.
Digital a little bit late there with the Electro Claw. Detention wall will be blown. 30 seconds on the board. Man, that timer has definitely gone down quite quickly as Worthy gets lit up, but gets the kill there onto Fisher guy. Making it a 4-on-4. He wide peeks outside, didn't find his target. Dope's already rotated over towards the passport wall. Will open that. He has the diffuser in hand though. He's going to be the player to watch. Does he know that Worthy is to his right? No, he doesn't, but he does get the kill. Now it's 2-on-4.
5 seconds to go.
Oh no.
Nico team kills Moloscos. Derpe goes for the plane, and now it's Vinny just left to cover. This could be a big fail, but Vinny gets his triple. Will he find the fourth? He will. It's a trade to finish things off, and Sinister will win the 11th round. And now we're at the point in time where one more round heads us to OT, or Elevate will close out in regulation.
That was close. That would have been really devastating if that team kill was the undoing for Sinister there. Elevate now have vents reopened for them. Where they're going to go. This could be overtime, or it could be another 7-5 victory to Elevate. You guys going to be maybe sticking his Finker again? I don't know. Still don't feel like it had an impact. I'm skeptical.
Yeah, interesting. Definitely going to be asking Vinny if you have him for the post-game interview, or you can, either or. Just how impactful maybe some of these operator picks have been, because again, we have a slightly different perspective. I don't get to see every impact that an operator has, but across the board, it hasn't really felt like some of these pocket strats have been working. Who knows? A little bit hard to tell. But you know what we can tell? We can tell you that the score's 6-5, so Elevate still with that lead on match point. One round away from closing out the map in the series. Sinister, though, they are in hot pursuit, trying to bring this one to overtime.
Last time Vents Workshop was held, it was an Elevate win. Managed to clear all of Sinister before time was up. See what happens this time. Again, they are extending their holdout towards the waiting room
Attackers
area
are
with these
heading out to
castles.
defuse a bomb.
Protects them from tellers and the big waiting lobby there. So this is the one on the castle, and Digital playing that Kaid prevents that wall, for example, armory wall, as well as maybe the hatches we saw them play last time. Means that less opportunity to access site.
Derpe with the parkour. Did you see that?
Very smooth.
Wow, that was an epic game of move there from Derpe. That's all I'm saying. I don't think he died from falling there, right? It'd just be a bit of damage. But yeah, that's pretty cool. Skill points for Derpe. And skill points of Arth. He gets the first on to Nico, who's had a pretty poor 2 rounds in a row, unfortunately, after starting this series off quite strong. Fast doesn't quite get refragged, a slither of health left in the bank for him. Talking about health, Fisher guy still has 3 of his stings left. Or finger boosts. He'll be able to use those as soon as to set up for this execute. Still 2 minutes to go.
Yeah, making a lot on opening detention. I think it's slightly different to what they've done with their previous Vents attack. Whether it works out for them. Vinny has been tagged very heavily, and he actually gets a kill onto Worthy, working out in that gunfight. Still 25 HP for him. Last
Isn't there a player twos, right? Yeah, there is. Okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
This is
no,
awkward.
not spotted.
Digital, hello? Visho, hello? No, okay. Well, that gunfight will not happen. As we have passed the halfway point. That was, I thought Digital was maybe on the other side of Passport Wall, but no, he was just chilling, vibing out there in customs. And, I mean, no harm, no foul. It's a 4-on-4. Plenty of time to go in this round. Oh, that's a light pick from Lobster. Great shot from him to give his team the advantage.
So Legion getting a little too aggressive there. Maybe the play would have been just to drop back a little bit. Force them to push in. Digital on the hunt for a drone or a player, I'm not too sure. He looks very adamant where he's checking, and in the end he just walks into some gunfire for Vinny. It's all up to Red and Vast. That grenade drops just in front of Red. He gets out just in time. Definitely looking like a Vents plant here as there's 2 players stacked outside this window. And this boost might be detrimental if he walks into the goo mine. It does mean that he loses HP a lot quicker. Well covered though by Milo. Up to Vast. He's the one on low HP. Ooh, almost gets the flick for the second. But Sinister does have pushed it to overtime.
Well, let's go. Sin an OT. Keeps my Snowball Esports prediction alive. I guessed the draw in the series. I know you voted for the Elevate sweep. So we're getting pretty competitive here. I mean, I don't want to lose to Raven. I already lost in the LFO match, so I'm on the back foot. I'd rather at least draw between us, and I'm sure Sinister wouldn't mind a draw either, as they stick the finger again. Ah, yes. You love to see it. Please.
It's worth
Why?
worth noting here though, guys, that if Sinister do win this map in overtime, they won't have the round difference. So the head-to-head
True.
is now elevates regardless.
True.
But of course, they get map points if they win it anyway. So Sinister definitely gunning for this dub.
Gunning for the dub indeed.
Attackers need to locate and
head
defuse
into
as many bombs
OT.
as they can.
Sinister attacking, of course, as Elevate set up on the 2nd floor. We haven't seen a flawless round in a while, so I don't know, maybe we'll see a flawless round here. Just saying. Don't know which way. But I'm just going to throw it out there. We're going to see a flawless round.
Well, Elevate haven't lost the defense of this bomb site yet. They won it flawlessly at first attempt in the defense half. And then they won it again the second time in round 10. Here we are, round 13. See whether it plays out the same. In terms of that Finker pick, now I'm just starting to wonder whether it's simply a good luck charm. I don't know. Like, again, I don't really feel like it had a massive impact in that previous round. But it's 100% win, or 100 win percent. Oh, I don't know what I'm saying, guys. Oh my lord. 100% win, whatever, since they picked Finker. They haven't lost. Yeah, win rate. Oh my god, that's the word I was looking for.
Oh no, Raven. Raven has lost the plot. Oh,
Raven.exe has stopped working.
Oh, wow. Look, it is getting a bit late here. I think it's 11:40 PM here in Eastern Australia, so not only are we feeling it, but the players as well. Although, let's be honest, most of these guys would be screaming at these sort of gamer hours anyway. Us casters, though, we're a bit soft. Fourth map of the night, and we're starting to feel it. 2 minutes to go in this round, though, and Worthy feels that one. That's his head taken off. Nico gets himself back into this map. 2 rounds straight for him. Didn't go his way, but coming up big now in OT. Digital somehow gets over the half wall, despite that wall being popped open, so a little bit lucky for him.
And now Elevate against the ropes. I mean, not only is Worthy out, but Digital tagged very low. Really important anchor operator there. Maybe these stims are working out. I mean, Fisher Guy's really ensuring that his teammates are constantly as much HP as possible. He himself hasn't really had a massive effect directly. Yeah, maybe these stims are working out. Go for the repel, maybe just trying to bait that jump out. Nobody actually playing that sandwich locker position. Coming in towards the final minute, Sinister looking pretty good on this round. They've got a lot of control now in Armory. Or of Armory with that wall open. Oh, seeing the Kaid player. Vast managing to take just a hand shot. He's going to drop below. Keeps him safe, but it also gives Sinister just that little bit of extra control now.
Default. The default camera is up, and God Legion is going to go for this run out. Surely he gets the kill, and Fisher Guy will pay the price. Refrag is in position, and Vinny will miss that shot. God Legion should not have won that, but he does. Meanwhile, Dope is attempting the plant and sticks it. So now God Legion needs to recover site control and go for this counter defuse. Great 2k from him, likely not going to be enough in this round, and that will give Sinister the round win and the edge in OT. And this just spice it up once more.
Spice it up indeed. First time they were able to win that site, and what a time. In overtime, in fact. Gives them match point. Elevate now have to lean on their attack to hold the map to that final round, in which they will get a chance to defend again. The wire here, guys. In fact, that's actually the first time that Sinister are able to get a plant in 7 attack rounds.
It's also the first time in what feels like 7 rounds Sinister won't play Finker, but hey, that's because they're in OT and they will be on the defense. So of course he can't bring Finker. Nothing standing out really so far in terms of the selections. Where they're jumping off a Nomad onto Habana is a little bit interesting considering they already have the 1 hard breach, so decided to double down in that department. We're going to see another second floor hold though, of course. As I mentioned,
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Will we go the full distance? That is the question.
It's a great question, guys. Let's look back in some stats here. Armory Archive. Last time it was held by Sinister was their final attempt of their defense half. Long time ago, round 6. That was successful. In fact, that was a flawless round for them. Very similar story here in terms of Elevate and their history of Armory Archives. See how it works out. So far, Elevate have really only just done office pushes. They've not bothered really to take security, break room, Armory wall.
5 seconds left.
Gone triple, in through office, archives, that kind of thing.
Attackers' objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Definitely felt like Elevate's attacks have been quite predictable from this eastern side, so I mean maybe the opportunity for them to mix things up, but judging off their spawn locations, it looks like it's going to be the same again. Oh, maybe we could see a CC push, but Digital does have that diffuser in hand. Down near office, so expecting to try and gain control of these stairs. Another last minute jam from Fisher will secure that triple wall and slow things down a little bit for Elevate as they try and progress.
Drone's getting shot there as well is going to hinder some progression. Intel lost, not able to be advanced on, does slow you down. Even just these stairs here, they're seeming worried about control. Red looks like he might be looking to hold a flank or hold this player below. I reckon he's trying to support Vast in taking tellers so they can clear out that utility at triple wall and get it open.
2 minutes left. Each team taking a little bit of a sit rep. Evaluate their situation and how they're going to progress for the rest of the round. Digital again, still holding that diffuser outside triple wall. Looks like Elevate being stalled out a little bit. Oh, Fisher. Okay. Must have had some interesting intel or sense of mind to pre-fire that. It doesn't quite net him the kill, but would have been nasty if he did. I mean, Vast has been playing below there pretty much exclusively on these attacks to try and clear out Milo, who again is playing Milo playing Jaeger on the half wall. Again, 10 members still on the board, not long to go.
Yeah, it's been slow going here. Elevate taking their time, trying to get this triple wall open, and Milo gets the first laugh. I don't know if that's even a saying, but it is now. Vast is going to be off the board. Sophia utility no longer available. Oh, a pre-fire from Fisho. Just half a second too early. Almost hit red there. He's trying to find this position of Milo in office. It's really causing a headache and havoc. And these pre-fires from Fisho are just nuts, man.
Definitely going to watch the VOD back and say if only. But now there's 45 seconds left. It's crunch time for Elevate to try and keep their hopes alive on their map pick. Milo's forced to drop the hatch as Vinny finds another one for his team. In dropping, Milo has been taken out. One of the key fraggers for SINISTER, no longer taking part, at least in the fragging department. More kills coming out now, living up to God Legion and Worthy. Oh, God Legion almost taking the head off Vinny, who gets away and will likely be able to self-heal himself, and he does. Diffuser has been dropped. Free fires coming out from Team SINISTER as they try and hold on another 10 seconds to win the map and draw the series. It's looking likely now as God Legion left in a 1-on-2, and SINISTER will close out Border in overtime. And for the second time tonight, each team will take the opposition's map pick. Wowee. You love to see it. You love to see it.
Very interesting night of Six Masters Siege there, and look, it's a good story for SINISTER. They finally got a strong map win against one of these top teams. They really pushed for it against WILDCARD. They backed up a great performance last week against the Knights, now with a really strong performance against Elevate. Really is trending up for SINISTER, cementing themselves as definite top 4 contenders.
LIVIN started in 2013 after we lost a very good man in the name of Dwayne Lally to a mental illness. They say death by suicide affects 115 people, but you can't even put a number on it. The ripple effect that the loss of one life had on thousands of people far outweighed what I've ever experienced in my entire life.
I received a call saying he'd gone missing. I was driving around the whole of the Gold Coast looking for him. I had no idea where to find him.
Dwayne was an avid boxing man, very talented. Life of the party, very charismatic, extremely passionate.
Loving, loyal, he was very cheeky.
Mental illness is costing many people their lives every single day. While I'm sitting here speaking, people are taking their life, and it's because there's people suffering in silence.
1 in 5 people suffer from some form of mental illness, and suicide is the leading cause of death between the ages of 15 and 44.
You can look for things like not getting out of bed of a morning, being socially disconnected, loss of appetite, change in mood, change in behaviour, lack of self-esteem.
Dwayne suffered from depression and bipolar for a number of years, and the stigma kept him quiet. So we wanted to turn that negative into a positive, and if the shoe was on the other foot, I'm sure Dwayne would have done the same. We're just doing what he would have done.
Hi, my name's Dan Price. I don't know where I'd be if I didn't connect with LIVIN, but I certainly wouldn't be as well as I am today. I was suicidal and tried to take my life on the 4th of December 2014. I was very lucky to survive. I didn't want people to know that I was struggling because of the stigmas around mental illness.
We noticed that there were plenty of great service providers in this country, but all too common people weren't seeking help because of this stigma. So we wanted to bridge that gap.
As males, we're extremely tough. We want to be the tough people, the ones that have all the answers, the ones that don't want to admit our vulnerabilities and our weaknesses.
You might not have the answers, but if you can offer support and just listen to them, that could be what they need in that moment of time.
I was an alpha male and a popular guy, and I didn't want people to think I was weak, and that's why I love the message that LIVIN presents, which is it ain't weak to speak.
We go all around the country, businesses, sporting clubs, teaching people that it ain't weak to speak. What we're really doing is educating them in how to speak, where to speak, and then we're educating people on how to listen and how to look for these warning signs, because without one, you can't really have the other. It's all about being honest and open. You know, if something's off, just ask them.
That's what living's all about, taking that stigma away and giving people hope, help, connection, and giving them the confidence to speak up and seek the help when they need it and when they deserve it.
We believe with education comes understanding, with understanding comes acceptance, and with acceptance comes hope.
I want to change the way the world understands, perceives and interprets mental health. Let's change the dynamics in which this is looked at. For far too long it's been a stigma. We're going to make this a dinner table conversation, the same way that we'd put our hand up and run for help if we had a broken leg.
Don't be afraid to have those, hard-hitting, confronting conversations, because it could save a life.
I'm the happiest I've ever been in my life, and LIVIN has been instrumental in changing my life for the better.
If in doubt, reach out, because there's a lot of people out there that want to help and support you making that change to get back on track to start living again.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome into the Oceanic Nationals. It is the last play day for the regular season. A lot on the line for a lot of these teams. It's an absolute pleasure to bring to you what should be an absolute banging lineup of matches, and we, of course, being myself, Manic, and Raven included. Raven, would you like to give a quick little recap of what has been a mental season?
It has been absolutely mental. A recap, I don't know what else to say other than absolute insanity. We have seen upsets, close games. Let's bring it up. The Friday play day before this one, we had 3 games all go 8-7 overtime. It has been madness.
It's been absolutely mental. And of course, we love to hear from you guys at home. You can go across to the socials on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram at Rainbow6ANZ. And if you do want to join the conversation a little bit deeper than that, of course, use the hashtag OCN. We, of course, use that whenever we're preparing for these match days, and it's great to get into those conversations. But into conversations we must go, Raven, because we just touched on it then. Last Friday was mental, but the entire season has just been insane, and you're going to see right now what we're really talking about. It is actually really quite close between a lot of these teams.
Yeah, it is. You'll see there that there's not really much more than 3 that separates a lot of those positions, and of course right now there is a 3-way tie between 2nd and 4th place. But to really cast your eyes, the things to pay attention here is top 6 go through to playoffs, but the bottom 2, they will be in the relegation playoffs, and that is not where you want to be at all.
You really don't. It is actually quite nasty, and you can see there Rhythm and LFO fighting to get out of it. There's actually a potential situation that we'll get into a little bit later where this goes mental, but we're going to have a look at how this is going to play out in the bracket once we get to the playoffs, guys, because this is actually quite important. You'll see there seed 1, seed 2, just to the right of those initial matches in the quarterfinals. That right there is vitally important. We've kind of touched on it a little bit throughout the season, but I don't think we've really been able to dive in here, Raven, and I think you'd be the perfect person to explain how important this is, and this play day in particular.
Yeah, it really helps to have the bracket up to visualize it. So as you see, seed 1 and 2, they will get a pass straight into the semifinals there of the upper bracket, which means they do get to take a chance with the lower bracket as well. Whereas those quarterfinals, they don't lead down to that lower bracket. So if you bail out in the quarterfinals, that is your Oceanic Nationals season done. So that 1st and 2nd seed has a whole lot of extra value because it banks you that semi-final straight away.
Yep, there's a fair bit going on the line there. So we're talking about how much is really at stake, and there's no better place to start than the lineups, the matchups that we will be playing through tonight. The first match, Wildcard and OKAMI, that is for first seed, ladies and gentlemen, and there is no doubt about it. It is going to be a close one. Next, we then go on to the Pittsburgh Knights and Rhythm, with Rhythm still having an opportunity to potentially kind of claw their way out of playoffs. It's very complicated, and we'll get to it once we get to it. We really don't want to go too deep into the potential outcomes, Raven. That Noble Elevate game, though, I think that'll be an absolute banger. What do you think?
Yeah, well, because this is more of a mid-table fight, but this is potentially going to decide who third seed might be. And you might think, oh, third, that's not overly special. It's in the middle. But as you saw in that playoffs bracket, if you're in third place, you actually get to play sixth first, which is, in theory, the weaker team coming into playoffs. So third place doesn't look so bad if you can't actually break into that top two.
Yep, there's quite a bit to play for. And with LFO and Ferox, I mean, it's very obvious right now. Both of those teams are at the bottom of the ladder. I believe 8th and or 7th and 6th, respectively. This could potentially be the fight out of relegation and into the Oceanic playoffs. I can't stress enough how important that is, and it will rely heavily on that game against the Pittsburgh Knights and how that all forms. So when I said earlier that there are so many possible outcomes for tonight, I mean it. There are literally I think there's like 8 or 9 different outcomes that could completely shake up the standings that we saw literally little less than 2 minutes ago, Raven.
Yeah, look, our League Ops staff have been very busy in the background mapping out all the different scenarios. It's gone right over my head. There are so many. It's really hard to keep track of. We'll try our best throughout the night. And it just shows that every match tonight, even though it looked kind of clear-cut in the standings, it all has weight in one way or another. Every match counts tonight. And given that it's the last match before the playoffs, there's a lot on the line here.
Yeah, there's certainly a lot of importance and a lot of pressure being put on some of these teams. And speaking of that, we will go into the first matchup. This is going to be the matchup of that top seed place. We're going to be looking at Wildcard first, a team that we know full well by heads and shoulders have been the best in ANZ region for quite some time. Recently, their form has kind of taken a little bit of a shake-up, if you will. Obviously, Vinny now joining this season in the absence of what was the best player in Australia and New Zealand in the last season, Ethan. And this is what we have, the roster that we've come to know and love, and I'm sure many viewers at home would know quite well.
Yeah, definitely a household name, if you want to call them that, within the Oceanic region. They have still risen to the top. Like you said, they have had some shaky form, but I tell you who has not been shaky from this season, that has been Gio. He had probably the best game I think I've seen him have on Friday, and that's on top of a very consistent, strong season from him in general. So keep your eye out on Gio, because he really has been Wildcard's new X factor, as you said, since Ethan has left.
Yep. There definitely there's a big role needed to be filled there for Wildcard, and I think he's done it spot on so far. And speaking of spot on, OKAMI toward the end of this season, guys, I cannot tell you how much they've turned it around. We were looking at the second and third matchups and thinking, oh no, this could be OKAMI, potentially even looking at relegation playoffs with how they were performing, 3-7 against Ferox, 3-7 against Elevate, but it all turned mid-season, and now they are playing for a number 1 spot here.
Yeah, they really are within a shot of number 1. That is a genuine reality here for OKAMI, and I was saying it on the Reload last night, our esports show. I am still a little stunned that OKAMI have managed to have such an astounding 180 to get themselves in this position. It is incredibly impressive.
Yeah, and I think that's really the credit is due, and we have given them enough credit. And this right now, this is the determining factor, realistically. This is the last point, the last hurdle for them in what could be an incredible comeback from a shaky start to the season. And to be honest, I think things just started clicking for them, right? It's just, it felt like everything just came together on that 4th Playday.
It did. It just, something has just snapped within them, and it's just working. Specker in particular has really started to find some comfort. I mean, he hadn't played the game for a while before rejoining the roster, so I guess you could forgive a bit of shakiness from him at the start of the season, but the last couple of play days in particular, he started really being on fire for OKAMI. And then, of course, I really want to highlight Cutie. For me, has been their MVP, because he's one of their most consistent performers in a bit of a hybrid flex role, often support, sometimes a fragger on a sledge, for example.
Yeah, yeah, and I think that really they have done well at putting those pieces together and slotting it on that puzzle board, making sure that everything fits nicely. The vetoes are going to be quite important here. We were talking about it on the reload last night, Raven. We were saying that this could potentially come down to the map veto and the bans of the operators that we see. We've seen 3 Oregon maps from OKAMI straight and 2 from Clubhouse on the side of Wildcard. Where are your thoughts headed in terms of where we're going?
Yeah, I'm thinking maybe Cafe or Clubhouse. From what we know, Wildcard don't seem that keen on playing Oregon.
Yep.
I don't think they'll take the likes of OKAMI to a map like Coastline or even Villa that they've performed well on before. So I think that's where Wildcard will lean. Maybe Consulate might sneak through.
Yeah, I'd be really interested to see a Consulate between these two teams. I think that a Wildcard have played incredibly well on it this season. Cafe, not interested at all from OKAMI. You see, kind of, I feel like these are the bands. Ooh, wow. Okay. This will, just for you guys at home, ladies and gentlemen, this will be the 4th map in a row that OKAMI has played on Oregon. And just to give context there, they beat LFO 7-4, they beat Noble 7-3, and then they went on to beat Knights in an overtime series 8-7. So there are plenty of VODs to have been watched over from Wildcard. And on the flip side, you would have to say that OKAMI are feeling comfortable in officials on this map.
I mean, that's definitely one way to look at it. OKAMI have played a lot of officials on the map. It's generally been quite successful for them. So they can really come into this feeling confident. On the other hand, though, Wildcard haven't played this in an official this season. So there's no VODs to counter anything on. And on top of that, Wildcard have all those VODs on OKAMI, and Wildcard is a great counter-strating team with a bit more structure behind them. So, I don't know, I fear a little bit for OKAMI. I did last week too, though, against Knights, and they managed to pull out the win there. So, there's no reason why they couldn't do it again.
No, and they will have to back it up, obviously, because we gave full kudos to OKAMI. You know, we saw them get counter-strated literally within the first 2-3 rounds. We thought, oh no, this is it. You know, OKAMI, we know them as a momentum-based team, and we were starting to get a little bit worried for them. We were starting to see potentially the cracks open, and the 3rd round, man, they just came back, and really from there, it was one of the closest series that we've had throughout all of the Playdays. And I think that anything shy of that in this matchup, especially considering the form of Wildcard, they're not the Wildcard that we know right now. They kind of seem a little bit wounded, especially after that 8-7 win over Ferox on Friday.
Yeah, they do feel a touch, I guess wounded is a good way to put it. They haven't seemed themselves most of the season. They have come back with a little bit of form. They had a dominant win against Elevate, for example. There was another one in there. It's totally fleeting my brain right now, but regardless, they have at least shown signs of that form returning. But yeah, Friday's match against Ferox was just a bit scary.
Yeah, and potential cracks to leak into this one. Well, you know what we're going to do? We're going to have a look at the snowball predictions, because I think that will give us a good idea as to how this goes. Man, Ducky is always out here with his wild-ass predictions. He really is gunning for that wooden spoon. I mean, once again, I just want to touch on how ridiculously close this season is. And I don't think that's because we're all great people in terms of predictions. I think it's because this season has just been utterly mental, and it just goes to show that it's kept it really tight.
It has. It's been very tough to predict, honestly. I mean, if you want to break it down, by the end of today, we'll have 28 matches played. Right now, majority of us are at like around 50% correct. So that demonstrates it's been quite the 50-50 season.
Yeah, and there's been, I think I just did the research before, and I'm trying to think of the top of my head, 10 matches out of 24. So, you know, just shy of 50% have been full regulation or overtime, which, I mean, when you looked at like the results from last season, there were a lot of close matches, but for me, I could never have predicted the fact that all of these teams would have put up great results. You know, you look at the seasons of people like Ferox and Rhythm, even LFO with, you know, some of their losses that they've copped. All of these teams have taken to the best teams of our region. And I think that is summarized perfectly in the correction of the scores.
Yeah, look, it has. And it's just been a great display of Oceanic Siege in general, because even teams that we were writing off at the start, expecting not to do well, teams like Rhythm, I mean, sure, they're still bottom 2, but they've had so many of those close games that you referenced themselves. Like, they went overtime with Wildcard, they went overtime with Knights. Like, it's just been it's been nuts. And
Yeah.
that's a great thing to see. And even LFO, who haven't had a great season either, they've had some big wins against stronger teams, like the Elevate win last week, for example.
Yeah.
Really out of the bag, and that was a 7-4. They looked quite comfortable in that victory.
Yeah, they did, and I think that really, like, we were writing them off at that stage. It was like, this is do or die. You don't perform today, and it's over. Even when we were saying that, it was kind of going along the same lines of like, they need to perform and really well. They need to convince us that there's an opportunity, and they did. So I think that that's really kind of summarized what's happening there. And potentially, when you look at the season of Wildcard, you know, like so many close matches, they've had 3 overtimes, 1 versus Noble, 1 versus Rhythm, and 1 versus Ferox. I think it is going to show what is happening in the region right now, which is really starting to close that gap in terms of the skill. But ladies and gentlemen, we get to get a little bit more of a deep dive here for what will be the first seed matchup. It is OKAMI taking on Wildcard, and this could potentially really get these teams off running quite well for the playoffs.
Oh, absolutely. Like we highlighted at the start of the show, first and second seed, it's not just a matter about finishing at the top and positioning yourself well. It's actually locking you into the semi-finals and allowing you to have the potential lower bracket run if things don't go well in that first game. So a safety blanket, be it, and you want to be in that spot coming into playoffs.
Yeah, and it's also worth noting as well, it kind of feels like there's a lot on the line for OKAMI specifically. Obviously, you know, good season. They've been backing it up. It's starting to really look quite good. But the fact is they're tied with Knights and Noble in 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place. So if they lose this, they actually opt to potentially have to play a quarterfinals instead of going straight to the semis. So this does actually start to amount into a little bit more of a more targeted kind of matchup, more to the favor of OKAMI. So the bans right now, Nomad, Thatcher, and Wamai. Do we have any thoughts, Raven, heading into the first round?
I'm seeing this Nomad ban standing out the most to me, and it was banned off by OKAMI. I think that's something they've realized that Wildcard do use quite a lot of. They like to have that solid flank watch, but on top of that, I have to feel like it's just facilitating OKAMI to be able to play a bit more loose on that defense, where Wildcard need to be more careful about flank watch, maybe holding it with a drone or with a player. And, you know, we've seen players like Ippy and Joker and even Cutie sometimes go on those flanks. Specker as well, also known for flanking pretty aggressively. So it's definitely something Wildcard's going to have to be keeping an eye out for in this first half.
And it was something we noticed from Joker in the 4th round, if you can cast your minds back to Friday night's match, where he was able to grab that flank and really dismantle what the Knights were trying to do. So, you know, that's even more reason to potentially lick those chops and get ready for a very aggressive matchup. We know that OKAMI are fluid. We know that they're free, that their style is quite free in the way that they determine how to play, and they could bring a fair bit to this one. 75% in favor of Wildcard. Once again, I think that is just a representation of the region's knowledge, or rather the viewers' knowledge of the region, I should say.
Yeah, look, I think it's fair, and at the end of the day, Wildcard are the ones sitting on top right now, and they have overall shown more positive signs than negative, but I definitely wouldn't be writing OKAMI off. And to play into what we're talking about with those bans, Cutie has 6 picks off the Kaid, which is something they used heavily against the Knights, to play a Valkyrie. So they're looking for extra info. They want to be able to try and roam or be aggressive towards Wildcard. They want all that info to enable just a different playstyle.
And we're hungry for that drone as well. It was the only drone taken off the board for Wildcard, potentially something OKAMI are looking to do. Like you said, not only are they looking to get that intel, but to potentially deny it from Wildcard to enable those more aggressive plays. And at the moment, we do only see Joker, Jack, Daddy, and Cutie on site, meaning we have... Oh, damn, Specker, you had to come back, didn't you? I was getting excited for a second there. But one thing that we do have to note is obviously that blue hold Raven. We saw it quite often on the match day on Friday.
We did, and something that we did see is that if they don't get much pressure, they'll pull away from it. And Knights exploited that. Looks like they've slightly adapted this, though. They've spread out these ADSs, so I don't think the pull away is something they'll do anymore. It's also not going to be easy for Wildcard to hard push this without taking the rear tower and the stairs control. And right now, based on outlines, it doesn't look like Wildcard are looking for that.
a small little difference from their defense. Obviously, we have just watched this VOD earlier yesterday. One of the things for OKAMI were they had that Banshee on the other side of the rear stairs that kind of stopped a wide swing per se, and it looks like they're playing a little bit more defensive on that pillar rather than trying to engage in those fights, which we know Wildcard can really do some damage. They're not taking any time in opening up these hatches either, so a minute 30 off the clock, and they have two potential pressure points for now anyway, as they start to drone into Freezer.
Yeah, and this is another adaptation on the side of Wildcard. They're attacking this very differently to how the Knights attacked it. Generally, when the Knights were attacking this, it was 90% push from the rear tower stairs and in through blue. Wildcard are opting for more of a laundry and freezer push. So a lot of emphasis right now on Specker's position and holding back this push, because if Wildcard do get freezer control, especially with still so much time on the clock, it's going to be really detrimental to holding them out of laundry.
Now trying to force him back off the angle with Specker. He knows the ADS is pretty much burnt through at this point. Does decide to reposition. That could be big if they go for that. Goyo Shield will, of course, burn into flames there and just deny for a little bit longer, Raven. 30 seconds as they start to take a little bit more control here.
Yeah, that C4 not hitting the mark either. I think he got stuck on the wall for Specker. This smoke's being quite the pain, but OKAMI are pretty spread out here, Manic. So Wildcard giving themselves only 20 seconds. They might start to walk into a trap. Someone needs to find an opening pick here.
That they do. Vinny was looking like the linchpin there. He's gone low. Specker will swing onto him as well. 10 seconds left. The time is really running dry here for Wildcard as Emo-Rin finally opens the things up. But OKAMI, they find two trades. Pat has to go deep and try to stick it. He can't do so. And OKAMI, they start off on a very nice round.
They do. And look, I've got a red flag raised already. This is almost exactly the big issues we saw from Wildcard with Clubhouse. Just these very slow pushes. They're not giving themselves enough. They had freezer control just after that minute. And I thought, okay, this is great. Like, they can cut the rotate in through to laundry. They can drone it out. They'll have to get aggressive in that point, but they stalled and stalled. They had players ready to push in both directions, but never eventuated to anything. And it's what we've seen so much out of Wildcard's attacks. And I'd say 70% of the time, it doesn't work out for them.
And to be honest, it like once upon a time it used to, right? We used to see them burn through so much of the utility from that defensive side, and by the time we got to 30, 20 seconds, Wildcard were able to explode onto site and really utilize that positioning that they'd found, but not so much. Yeah, I think you're spot on there, and it just continues to show that I think the ANZ region as a whole are really adapting from whether you call them a lower ranked team or not. OKAMI are definitely looking quite dangerous, and warning signs do show. However, we also need to make that mark that Wildcard did start off with a 1-5 deficit on Clubhouse on their attacking side. So no matter how deep this goes in the favor of OKAMI in the first half, you can never be totally sure, but OKAMI may just be a different beast to Ferox in this one.
Yeah, I mean, you would generally say that OKAMI is a different caliber team to Ferox, and I wouldn't want to be putting myself down in a deficit because OKAMI proved that they could attack last week on Oregon. In some of their matches already, they have shown strong on Oregon attacks. So it is a concern if Wildcard let it get a bit out of touch. It's been one round. Sure, maybe they just need to warm up, but already, a little bit worrying.
Well, that's all we can really go off, right? Is what we have seen and what we're going to continue to see. So we definitely want to be tightening that ship up for Wildcard, as once again, OKAMI favoring that bottom floor roam. Not so much a roam, more so just the vertical presence they'll be able to give from the security and Z areas, as Wildcard, once again, we know how long that they really drone for. That's a big kill. That is Geo going down. That is the Maverick. And from what I've heard, that was no nades either.
No, and probably info. Again, QD playing this Valkyrie, they've opted for more information, more intel, instead of things like the Kai Electric Claws. Like right now, their only wall denial is just Muchammers. And yeah, there's no Thatcher, so probably not a massive deal to get verticals to be able to deal with most of those. But OKAMI are playing off this intel. It's working out for them. So little bit worrying for Wildcard. Might see them adapt to an IQ soon if they feel like it's becoming too big of an issue.
With an inkling that there is a player in security, that will confirm it, but the vertical line being held from OKAMI is too neat. Specker, he will finish him off, but that was the save from Joker as he tries to make his way through that doorway. OKAMI are looking very good right now, and it's barely out of round number 2. They have that 2-player advantage, looking to make it 3, not just yet, Raven.
I mean, a drone went in that room before the player entered. Did they not see the holes? I'm a little gobsmacked about that situation, but OKAMI fully in control right now, and you're seeing it. The wildcard stall is pretty much happening. They're having to get a new wave of drones go through, get more info, and then figure out what they're going to do. It's not favoring them at this point. 45 seconds to go. Diesel finally gets a kill for wildcard in the round onto Specker. Gives them that little look in, but as time ticks away and Vinny gets downed, it's going to make it so much harder.
That's it. It was 1 of 2 downstairs. They will be able to annihilate Jack Daddy, who was caught. But Diesel, surely this is undoable. 30 seconds left. He has absolutely nothing in the arsenal in terms of really the support that he would need. He's got 2 smokes. I just don't think he's going to be able to find a line here that will give him any kind of advantage. OKAMI have locked down a 2nd round straight. And not just that they've locked it down, Raven. They've done it so convincingly as well. Ippy Style might just get a consolation frag, which he does in the end. And really great signs so far from the OKAMI camp.
It is, yeah. And honestly, I'd say, if anything, it's a little bit more concerning on the side of Wildcard because OKAMI are setting up beautifully and they're playing it well. They're not overextending as yet. Like they're not doing anything particularly extreme to get these frags that looks really risky or that's getting them in terrible positions. But at the same time, Wildcard just seem to be really failing to read into what OKAMI is doing. On top of that, part of that, I guess, an example is just that frag just outside of the server room in towards kitchen. Just that drone was in that room with the player and it didn't catch the verticals. Just I can't
potentially,
believe it happened.
yeah. I mean, the only saving grace for the side of whoever was droning was the tunnel vision on Specker being around the corner. But regardless, I also denied that entrance into kitchen from the other side, from kitchen hallway. So some worrying signs so far for Wildcard, and I mean, this would be a devastating start for them. We know that really their season has not been as clean as what they would have liked it. And OKAMI potentially just taking full advantage of that, knowing the play style that Wildcard have. I think of all the matches I've seen Wildcard play in 2 seasons, that game against Elevate is really the most aggressive I've ever seen them, Raven, and potentially that was something that had caught off in a mid-season play, but what's going wrong at this point? I mean, like, Wildcard are just seeming like they're shut out completely.
Yeah, I feel like they're just not able to feel comfortable. They don't look comfortable. They don't feel like, it doesn't feel like they're playing their game right now. And OKAMI are the ones dictating the pace. I think that's the big issue Wildcard need to try and counter here. And they're a little concerned through. Geo on this window is in a very risky position. It's a strat that we've seen a lot from OKAMI. It's just this hold with Mozzie with multiple pests on this window.
This time they're going to decide to go from a different side, and the drone will give them the information. How comes the nades? And he'll be pushed into the line of Pat, who was waiting on the top. So obviously that is something we've seen from from OKAMI in at least the past 2 matches we've seen on Oregon. So Wildcard would have been pretty comfortable in dealing with that should they have decided to. But look at this from Cutie. Is he going to re-aggress here? Oh, this could be really dangerous if Wildcard are not expecting it.
I don't think they are either. I mean, he whiffs! Oh, Cutie! That could have been such a big opportunity for Wildcard, or for OKAMI even. My gosh, Pat lucky to be alive there, and they do retain control of that rear tower. Again, that's just a big indication of the way that OKAMI want to play. They want to be aggressive here. They want to be controlling this game and dictating the pace. This could be Wildcard's round now, though. They've got a 2-man advantage and still quite a bit of time on the clock. I think this is going to be a much better result for them. Hopefully they can close it out.
Now, OKAMI are going to have to hold meeting with just 3 players. And Specker being spotted out by Split there. Just more information. Ippy Style, however, he isn't at it. He will have that hatch to play around. Well, you would at least assume so now as Geo starts to drone out the site. Diesel looking for that peak. And Joker just needs to be cautious here. If he falls, you would have to assume that that is the round done and dusted.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they're going to pursue, but they do have pretty close to meeting control here. They just need to be careful about this Ippy style position in Attic. Diesel is actually inside. He's going to start getting this plant down. He's going to be able to confirm this, and actually, they're just going to flawless this round. In fact, Manic fragging it out to end it. WILDCARD claw around back.
Just really great cover once they decide to go deep there with that plant. And I mean, that's the wild card we know, right? That is exactly what we needed to see from them. They bounce back with a 3rd round to ensure at least a 1-2 half at this point. And I think that there were no, I mean, please correct me if I'm wrong, but no exact warning signs there for OKAMI. Obviously, they were just trying to play a little bit more aggressive, getting caught out, and WILDCARD just reading them like a book. Potentially, we see a play from that Valk at rear stage, and there is a little bit more of a way back into that, but at the same time, WILDCARD read that quite nicely.
Yeah, it's just, I think, a risk from OKAMI just not paying off. They tried to play Jack Dad in that very aggressive position in tower. Cutie tried to just push straight back to get a refrag or something like that, and neither of those risks worked out, and that just gave WILDCARD too much of an advantage. On top of that, that site it's the 3rd site for OKAMI, so in theory, it's going to be their weaker of their 3 sites.
Yep.
So like, if that's the only site they lose to their half, they're looking at a 4-2, which is still pretty decent.
Yeah. Certainly is. And WILDCARD will not want to be making that same mistake twice. And unfortunately, I do have to cast your memories back to Friday, where we saw multiple times WILDCARD on their attacking side just stall for too long, which gave Ferox everything that they needed in that game to, I mean, 1, to push it to overtime, but just to really make them sweat as it came down to the wire. And on the back of that now, I am casting my eyes here, as we will be able to find out a little bit more of the playstyle for WILDCARD should this trend continue. And we know that OKAMI are more than capable of doing it. The question is, Raven, did they challenge OKAMI enough in that 1st round on basement to really have a good feel for how they're playing this?
I mean, they would have gotten a good picture of most of the hold. It looked like they droned out the rear, looked like they droned out the other side, and decided that Laundry Freezer was the push. They've adapted now. They're pushing completely different direction. They're going to take the rear tower. They're going to take towards blue. Immoren opening meeting hatch is going to be big, but Ippy Style, he's on the roam early, hasn't been caught out. That pre-fire missed the mark, and he's going to find 2. No, he's not actually shut down just by Immoren. He's been taken low. Again, Valkyrie cameras aiding in that flank.
That would have been 2 of the 3 hard breaches down, with Immoren only using 1 X-Kyro, so now they've got a little bit more to play with. Ippy Style, that could have been the play. That could have been everything they needed to set them off, but it still is technically on the right foot. Geo's gone. Immoren is low. Joker and Jack Daddy both still have control of pillars into blue, as we can see now starting to just get a little bit more antsy there on the staircase where WILDCARD in Vinny's favor. As the time just ticking along nicely here.
They're starting to slowly surround and pinch these players in the pillar. With this hatch open, Jack Daddy's pretty pinched right now. There's a player holding him in just the bunker area. There's a player on the stairs. There's someone with verticals. Jack Dad just has to stay there as long as he can and kill that time. And he's doing a great job of it. Peeked out a little too aggressive then, though. Immoren is going to clean him up. Less than 50 seconds to go now. WILDCARD do have a man advantage, but OKAMI still have pretty good positions on site.
Cutie. The question is, do they expect him so close here? This could be monstrous if they're able to find it. The timing is pretty much going to be everything on the side of that play. Should Cutie decide to actually go for it? He is toying with us here, Raven.
He is, and look, he might not expect that Vinny is on the other side of the pillar, not sure, but either way, Wildcard are going to have to start going for this plant, and Cutie might have to start getting aggressive. He's not spotted. He gets one medic, he gets the diffuser down, 10 seconds to go. Wildcard, they need to recover here.
And they still can. They've still got time to do it. 5 seconds left. Specker in a bit of an awkward position here at the back of pillar. He goes for the initial fight. They have to get off the defuser, and that is down. OKAMI, they will secure a second round on the basement defense there. And it was chaos. It was mayhem on the site, Raven.
Oof, it was Cutie again, and just these positions he just managed to get himself into made such a big impact for OKAMI. He only got the single kill in the end. Oh no, I think it was the double. But regardless, it created that chaos. Wildcard had to just push aggressive, try to get that plant down. We're going to see it again. Really impactful play here in that final 15 seconds. Just, again, Wildcard not giving themselves much time to be able to recover if something goes wrong.
Yeah, for sure. And I think also, whoever was on the Goyo, this is one thing I'm terrible with, is the names at the very end of the round when we're seeing the plays come in. Whoever was on that Goyo, I'm just going to assume it was Jack Daddy there, pushing up close to that pillar hallway, I think really caught Wildcard off. I think they were expecting both of those players to still be a little bit deeper. But obviously that play did enable them to progress a little bit further, put the pressure back on the Wildcard. And like you said, timing is everything. And it's one thing that really has not been a friend or a shoulder for Wildcard to lean on in the past couple of matches. And we're seeing it really shine through in this example here, as that is 2 rounds now that OKAMI have just been able to burn the time and win purely off that. So
5 seconds left before insertion.
potential warning bells, warning signs ringing for Wildcard as we head to round number 5 now.
It did look better for Wildcard on that round at least, compared to round 1. They got more control, they got some early picks at least. It's just that final messy part they need to tidy up. So they've got 2 more rounds in this half to do so. This is another repeat site. OKAMI won it way back in round 2. So let's see whether Wildcard can make some adaptations here. Previously, they just got picked off early. Cutie got a jump out on the back of some intel again. Something interesting is Wildcard haven't been bringing the IQ. Maybe they feel like it's not that much of an impact, but it feels like Cutie and OKAMI in general have really been benefiting from this extra info.
You can see the cams flicking there. And that is under the bedroom light shade, and obviously in games up in the shade once again of that light gives a lot of good coverage. So Wildcard, you would have to expect that they will have an inkling. Obviously the Valk being brought quite a few times now, and they have shown face, and he's still cautious. This is exactly where Geo had died in the previous defense on this site, so they're going to opt to have the run and gun of Vinny in that position.
Did spot out of outcam at least, so that's some info denied. Specker did get tagged low somewhere as well, just missed that one. Putting some pressure in towards Kitchen, where of course there are 2 OKAMI players trying to hold verticals. So it looks like the intention from Wildcard is to clear the verticals. Geo does get one of them. Jack Dad being very cautious of this door. He is surrounded. I don't know if you can see that from the outlines. There are 3 entries to his position. Now Jack Dad is gone. Wildcard looking much cleaner on this attack.
A lot more pressure. They couldn't call upon Joker this time to save them from above. Cutie gets pushed off the angle for half a second and misses the rotate. Oh, wow. Vinny's just gone straight up White Stairs and taking control of site. That should allow Wildcard to progress a little bit further forward here. It doesn't look like they're going to opt to. In fact, they're happy to let him on his solo mission. But now it does allow Joker and Ippy style, once the dust settles, just to really calm back down and compose for what will be these final couple of seconds.
2v4 as well, still doable here for OKAMI, given that Wildcard have slowed it down. I think that was maybe something Vinny was trying to do, was just force the pace a bit more. Might be detrimental, because now it's 20 seconds. They're getting smoked out of sight as Ippistyle drops Diffuser out the double window, Manic.
Oh, he's going to see Geo jump through the wall as well. He can't find the kill, but it is traded from Joker. He now looks to get a little bit more aggressive. Pat, he goes the wrong way. He will surely have to swing here, and Pat will confirm the kill as Joker couldn't get the shots off in time. And Wildcard saved the round after what was a 2 versus 4. Pat will be thanked for that one as we now go 3-2 headed into round number 6.
Oh, I thought Joker had that, honestly. I really felt like that was going to be an OKAMI round. After Vinny died solo in the bedroom and there was no follow-up from his teammates, I was quite concerned. But hey, they brought it back. Here we go, last round of the half. If this goes to be a 3-3, I think Wildcard will be happy with that, given that most of these rounds have been relatively shaky.
Yeah. Yeah, really the kitchen meeting defense is the only one that I can think of where it was convincingly taken by Wildcard, and potentially that was just OKAMI trying to make an aggressive play in that situation. This time, Raven, they're not opting for the Valk.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I mean, it looked like to me that it was working out well, but obviously there's a lot that we're not seeing and definitely not hearing with Team Comms, so deciding that they want to change it up here. I think it's a great decision to stick with this top floor because their third bomb site, it was the meeting and kitchen. It really didn't work out. Wildcard tore that to pieces. So may as well try and adapt on this one. They won it clearly the first time in round 2. They almost won it just previously, so why not try it again?
Just a reminder for anyone joining us, this is the top of the table clash in our final play day for the Oceanic Nationals regular season, and with that, OKAMI do have the opportunity to take first spot, but they also, should they lose this, there is a chance that they do get knocked out of top 2 and have to fight through the quarterfinals, whereas whoever does take that top 2 spot, they'll go straight to the semifinals. They'll get that chance to breathe easy a little bit. And there's a few more consequences in with that, but we'll touch on that a little bit later as we're now getting into that 2.5 minute mark. And Specker has been a bit of a nuisance downstairs, not so much in that previous round. They did well at shutting down both Specker and Jack Daddy Raven.
They did. I think that was really critical to Wildcard being set up to be better positioned in that round, is just clearing out this vertical play. Looks like they're going to do the same again here. They're very much positioned for that. Ippy Style will find Geo though. That's a pretty big pick. Geo, an important player for Wildcard. That's going to be all the way into rear tower. That's going to be big because they're going to struggle to get this wall open. They can clear the mute jammer vertically, but it's obviously a lot easier with that Maverick just to trick that wall open.
Second time we've seen Geo be that first player off, being able to spot the player going into kitchen here, but he can't catch the rotate away. He was cornered like a rat and he just bolted. Now Pat will pretty much leave that all to its own devices and he'll push main stairs, getting that armory control. Wildcard not opting to try and deal with that vertical play just yet.
Oh, and again, that could be a bit risky depending how late they do this execute. They're at the double window now with over a minute, so it's a lot of pressure to put onto site, as they will find Vinny. That's a great pick from Vinny here, but again, maybe a little aggressive. It's all falling apart, man. All of a sudden, it's only on Emo Rim. And here he is on site. He's just going to die to bullets. OKAMI will take the half 4-2, and that fell in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, I think it was, you could see Vinny there. They were opening up that double window and it looked like he was about to sprint through. And that really could have caught OKAMI sleeping, because that would have been the first round that we have seen Wildcard really explode on site. So from my perspective, I think that's just a play from Wildcard that they've tried to gamble there. The vertical control was very well held by OKAMI, and potentially that was just what they were looking to pull out here to change on a clash. But regardless, that will end as a 4-2 half Raven in OKAMI's favor. And now we do go to what is considered in ANZ to be the more preferred side, defensively speaking, obviously.
See what OKAMI have in store for us on these attacks. Wildcard with this clash, I think, is a great pick because they'll be able to get lots of info heads up as well as stall out certain parts of the bush. I'm thinking the clash is probably going to play around blue or pillar or somewhere like that. I think that's a good spot for clash to play, just to stall quick takes of that map, because that's important parts to control on your defense.
Some interesting setup from Wildcard on that first floor, and Diesel does fall back to site in the end. Thought potentially he may have joined the rest of the team up there, as Emo, Rin and Diesel are currently the only two on site. I don't really need to tell you that. You can see that with your eyes, but that does make things a little bit more interesting should OKAMI read this. I don't think they're going to be able to. I don't think there's any way they'll actually know exactly what Wildcard are doing. And still it remains with Emo Rin being the only player downstairs.
Yeah, quite an aggressive vertical setup here. Emo Rin could get rushed here. All they have to do is clear this Banshee, and there's a chance he could get rushed. He does have a tad backup with Diesel. Pat also can easily drop back to site through this hatch. So this is a lot more like a bit of a traditional old Oregon hold of laundry that you would often extend up into meeting with castles and all.
Now will OKAMI take this one? Haven't seen this as much in the ANZ region anyway, so Joker now just dealing with the addict hold. A deep roam, as we're saying. Vinny just getting a little bit antsy in trophy there, looking to see if he can push down main stairs, potentially catch someone out from OKAMI. Specca may just be on the receiving end of that as he pushes very deep from split there. He'll find Pat as well. Vinny, however, he trades back. Ippy style, completely unaware of the positioning and aggressive play from Vinny.
Yeah, it looks like Vinny's just been generally set loose. He was initiating a lot with those attacks. Now, here he is in that roam. Imarins was pushed up the laundry stairs, decided to drop back. Just saw Gia get tagged. Must have been a grenade. Heard that explosion in the background there in that server room. He's got back up in the kitchen, so this is going to be hard to push this roam out if they try and frontally push it. Spec is the only one really even close. So maybe they're just going to try and hold that flank. But with less than a minute to go, OKAMI needed to get a move on in terms of putting pressure onto site. Because right now they're...
A 2-2 split. Spec nearly catching Geo there, proned. He will, however, see the rotate back down Freezer stairs. So joining Diesel and Emo Rin now. There will be a third as Cutie drops to a fraction of HP on what sounded like a shotgun. Emo Rin has spotted that drop as he now tries to get a little bit more aggressive, and he's just going to play as a meat shield and stop anything that Spec is trying to achieve here. This could be absolutely menacing from Wildcard, and it is. They're dismantling OKAMI piece by piece, and there's nothing left. Jack Daddy, a 1 versus 4. Good luck. I think all you're going to achieve here is potentially a little bit of a KD buff, and he may even potentially to run away.
Nope.
He will not do so, and Diesel will shut down the round, but very nice from Wildcard in that one, Raven.
It was. The clash really did come into effect, but that roam, it took the attention of OKAMI for so long, and I really like it because OKAMI could have done a lot of different things besides the way they pushed that roam out, but it just took their attention. They decided they wanted to clear that roam. They wanted to get a man advantage, for example, which I think is really in line with the way OKAMI played their defenses. They played aggressive. They wanted to get that opening pick and put the pressure back on Wildcard. Now, it didn't really work out thanks to that flank from Vincia. He evened it out, getting out Ippy style. Now, that was significant because Ippy style was the best counter to Clash that OKAMI had in their lineup.
It's not a great start for OKAMI on the attacking side, however. Brushing off the saddle, back up on top now. We will see Wildcard move to that Dorm's control, and Vinny will bring that Valk as well, just for the additional information. Seeing Valk just picked a little bit more often now, Raven. On Oregon, anyway.
Yeah, a lot of Valkyrie picks. I guess Wildcard are looking to do their own kind of aggression. You brought it up. They played all kinds of aggressive against Elevate, and that threw Elevate off guard. And right now, I think it's the play. If you get up in the face of OKAMI, it's again about dictating the pace, right? If OKAMI is getting aggressive and they get opening early advantages, I think given OKAMI's playstyle, they're more likely to close that round. So what can you do to change that? Well, you've got to up the pace. You've got to take control back of that. And if you do get those opening picks or just stall OKAMI out more, Wildcard are putting themselves in great positions to bring us back.
And that's one good point as well. Like, obviously, we know that Wildcard are used to stalling out up until the last couple of seconds, but how used to it are some of these other players potentially on the favour of OKAMI? Well, we'll wait and see whether that actually comes to fruition or not with Ippy style. I think Okami have really taken a flight anyway in the first half to Wildcard, and this could potentially all change here. 2 players underneath, which just seems to be the standard hold for Dorms anyway.
No big progress made from Okami right now. Just saw Jack Dad very thoroughly droning out around that master bedroom. They've cleared that mute jammer from the wall. Looks like they're going to go for this, but the impact trick is possible from the likes of Imarin, sorry, and he does go for that. So his impact trick is 1 Selma. Here comes yet another one, and he's got another impact in the pocket. So he's going to be able to clear 2 of those Selmas. That's a good job. That means they can only use 1 to get this all open and nowhere else.
Obviously, just to note, Wildcard were bringing Habana. Okami opt not to. They do have the Maverick, so only the potential for 1 hard breacher left, and they've already opened up Addict as well. So would you say this is good time, Raven? I mean, 1:30 and they've got Addict and Bedroom Closet open.
Yeah, I would. I think that's a lot of map control and pressure to put onto Wildcard. That being said, Okami have not cleared the vertical pressure, and given that they brought the Valkyrie for extra info, maybe they've got enough intel on site where they could rely on that vertical pressure in the late round to do something with it. Looks like Vince is actually going to go for quite the run right now. He's going to flank all the way up through Laundry in towards main lobby, and just as we say that, Ipisile has crept in. He is now in Classroom. This could be an early engagement.
Surely Lightning will not strike twice in the same place, Raven. This would be the exact same positioning that Vinny managed to catch him off in the previous round. He's going to as well. Oh my god, deja vu. Never mind. Vinny will clear the kill up. And it does give the advantage to Wildcard. 30 seconds remaining, Raven, as they start to maybe hone in a little bit more.
Yeah, I feel like this is where Okami just need to go. They'll have a 4v4 on site while Vince is still trying to rotate back. Probably gives them a good opportunity. And also, I feel like Okami thrive off the chaos. So right now, with 20 seconds, they need to create some chaos. They need to try and get onto site and make something happen, Matic.
Vinny now just getting into position for that C4 to potentially come through. Jack Daddy is going to be trying to stick that defuser. Does he hear the rip from Vinny? They're going to stick it as well. No, they're just not going to be able to get it down in time. And Wildcard, they will eventually flush out Okami. And that makes it 4-4 here on Oregon for map number 1 of our final Playday, Raven.
I feel like it's going to be a close one, Matic. I mean, we've talked about this potentially going to overtime. I would not be surprised. Right now, it feels like that's where we're heading. Okami are in touch with these rounds. That was close. And I think Vince's flank is really what teetered it back into favor of Wildcard there. If they had Ipisile still up for that final execute, potentially something different would have eventuated. But I think it threw off Okami enough coming into that final moment that it did derail it. And right now we're seeing 4-4. Wildcard quite successful with these defenses 2 in a row. We get to see their 3rd bomb site now. It's pretty much exactly how we saw it play out for Okami.
Yep, and that was literally what I was about to touch on, is the fact that this is not a sweaty position for Okami to be in. This obviously has been the way in most of the Oregon defenses we've seen. Those first 2 rounds are generally, I will say generally, convincing for the defensive side. And on the back of that now, Okami will be able to attack a less favored site. We will be heading to dining instead of meeting. So Wildcard opting for that small little change. And it does feel like Wildcard are picking Okami's number, but, you know,
10 seconds to go.
plenty of time left in this one. The game is young, if you will, in round number 9.
It is, yes, it is. We're very much accustomed now to seeing these go to 8-6 or 8-7, so it doesn't feel like feels like it's halfway now, so to speak. See whether it continues in that direction. See what Okami have in store for Wildcard on this attack, because it looks like they're going to try and take that small tower, seeing some outlines around it, and clearing out Imarin's going to be instrumental in being able to plant in dining. They need to get that small bathroom control. Even some vertical play is going to be important, and that's where Geo up in that bedroom is going to be pretty critical for that.
Attackers have located a bomb.
QD not wasting too much time in just starting to put the pressure to Wildcard a little bit more. Seeing a bit of an addict push here in OKAMI, and Hippie Style not taking any chances with the wonderful Vinny, who has taken him down 2 rounds in a row now on a flank. Spec up. How close is he? He won't continue to push that, not without the guidance or support of his team.
Yeah, really critical there is that there is a mute jam atop of white, so if Vinny didn't expose himself to the drone actively in the distance, Specker might not realize there's actually a crossfire in position. They won't have 100% info on that right now. And it looks like what they want to do is just absolutely meat grind Geo in this bedroom. We saw them do it against Knights. Pat, though, opens it up with the C4. That will derail it a little bit with Joker. That's the diffuser dropped as well. And there goes Specker. So falling apart quickly as OKAMI's attack on this top floor.
Yeah, Diesel from the vertical position, just ensuring that there's no pressure. One of the 2 players upstairs. Vinny was somewhat caught, you would say, but not intensely so. Well, no, intensely so. Cutie will catch him out, but Jack Daddy does fall down in response. Geo now, does he get flushed out? You better believe he's going to stand strong in this position. The C4 will not fully connect, and actually, that was on the Pat. Poor Pat. Poor Pat. He was none the wiser for that one.
No, it just dropped straight on top of his head, basically, but he survived. Ibusal now knows it's just him and Geo in his position. He's going to lose out to that. The SMG-11 too strong, Geo too strong. WILDCARD are in the lead for the first time in the game. They're up 5-4.
And definitely there are no doubts in that scoreline for WILDCARD's performance here in the second half. I said it in the first half, I'll repeat it again. They are a very dominant defensive side, and no matter the scoreline in the first half, they have the mental fortitude that really continues to drive and almost innovate a space in the ANZ region. We've seen a lot of games from WILDCARD where realistically we're looking at them being down and not necessarily out, but they do find a way. They do claw it back, and this is exactly the WILDCARD that all of us have known to come to know and love, sorry. And I think that at the end of the day, I really have to pinpoint this for OKAMI now. Where do they get these rounds from, Raven? Because that's 3 convincing from WILDCARD here.
Yeah, that third one definitely looked the least confident or least convincing from OKAMI. It felt like they just tried to throw it all at the wall and see what stuck, and nothing really did in that round. So I think if there's going to be a round that they get, it's going to be one of these next 2 on the more traditional sites, so Laundry or the top floor. They weren't too bad last time. This clash was just a big pain. If Ibusal doesn't get fragged out early like he did in the previous attempts, they've got a better counter for the clash at least, and I think that's going to be really important.
So opting for a very similar looking setup, and obviously mentioned already, it will be that clash down in the basement that we'll be able to waste the time. Very much looking to OKAMI here to initiate, and this time they're going to put a little bit more pressure on Emo. And I felt like we didn't see a lot of OKAMI even testing him down in blue. Or at least trying to push him back, and they're going to double up here. So Spec Up, he'll be on the back of Ippy Style, and should they be able to do some damage here? It looks like they're coming down from the tower stairs as well. So they're looking to pinch with a little bit more pressure, Raven.
Yeah, it actually looks like they might be looking to go quickly here. And Cutie's just going to catch Diesel off guard. They had no idea that Cutie had taken pillars. And if they've got the tower control, the only real flank opportunity that WILDCARD have right now is just this electric hatch that Pat is holding. So if they can deal with Pat or find a way to avoid him, they'll have a really good control very early in this round.
Nice from Pat there. That is the Zofia. I think they still had 1 charge left to at least make Emo a little bit more uncomfortable, but there's no need to do that now. They're going to have to try and fight this with the bare bone knuckle strategy, as they still have to deal with Pat, who was up in meeting, and I don't think they've been able to do so just yet. He's still just holding back there, and now he's got a line directly onto that tower stairs. Obviously, 1 player still just sitting back and waiting, which is Joker. A minute 15, Raven. They have enough time to really uncover WILDCARD's defense here.
I mean, Imarin's going to be a pain, and they lost Ippy again, so no real direct counter of this clash. They have to get up in the face. Joker gets up in the face of Pat. He's gone from meeting. Geo stands strong on site, but Jack Dad, he is trying to stick this diffuser. Imarin is right on him, but he drops the shield. Jack Dad hits the knife. He's going back for the plant. It's denied. It's 2 versus 2, Manic.
2 versus 2. Make that 1. Make that none. Geo will close it out. And Wildcard, once again, they do get the round, but this time less convincingly so than last. And small cracks being shown for OKAMI to potentially come back in this. I don't think they're going to be given a chance. Match point Wildcard as we now head to what potentially may be the last round. It's all on the shoulders of OKAMI here.
Yeah, I feel like that was such an opportunity for OKAMI to close that round. They did a good job, given the difficulty of that push, to be able to pull off what they did. It felt like once Imarin died, that might have been what was needed to close it out, but they could not capitalize. So now, OKAMI need to be perfect on 2 rounds, to which they haven't been able to get any in their attacks, just to get it to overtime. Wildcard are definitely in the hot seat to close this map right now.
4 straight rounds since we swapped the sides, and this is all going to come down to the wire. Once again, I can't stress that OKAMI right now are leaving this wide open for second place. Noble and Knights both nipping at the heels. And just to once again reiterate, first and second seed go straight to the semi-finals and don't have to worry about those quarterfinals in the playoffs. So there are some pretty serious rewards in terms of really coming in big on this last play day. And it is, as we said, wide open for anyone to take. Wildcard ensuring that they do lock themselves in for first seed here.
Absolutely, and look, it's the expectations that we had of Wildcard at the start of the season. They've taken quite the zigzag road to get there, but I feel like it would still be justified if that's where this ends up. Vince, they're trying to get aggressive. He's tagged heavy, down to almost half HP. It's not the way you want to be in the first 30 seconds. I wouldn't be surprised to see OKAMI even dial it up a touch more. Try and be even more aggressive in the face of Wildcard. Just try and get control of this match again, because Wildcard, They pace matched OKAMI. They've taken over control of what OKAMI were doing so well in their defenses.
Well, that was nice and early that time. My goodness, that even felt like that was like a whisker off it. And at least they have line of sight into games and potentially a little bit deeper into Attic there. So Emo Rim will be displaced for now. Specker waiting down at the bottom of White Stairs window as Jack Daddy decides to go a little bit deeper here. So Attic now going to be opened up as another potential rotate position for OKAMI as they clear it out.
Yeah, again, the time management is very different between these teams. Like this attack, they have gotten some really good map control here, and they are pushing deep. They've found this opening pick too. So given that they've got that, the map control they've obtained, they're in a great position. We're still just over a minute to go. Ippy is deep in Attic right now. He is ready to put some pressure directly to these site players.
A bomb has been located.
Now that they do have themselves settled in a nice position in Trophy, very advanced for the minute mark, they will just be able to take their time in droning this out. They don't need to rush anything just yet, but we have seen what goes horribly wrong once Wildcard are given a place back into this round. And Specker, he's not having a bar of it. Vinny again, surely we do not see this flank come off. He's going to find 2 of them. It'll be 3 kills for days. There's another player in Attic. Vinny could have just saved the round. It's being traded back and forth, and Emo Rin now in a 1 versus 2. No denial other than that soft wall. And it looks like it's going to be stuck here, Raven.
It is. Big oversight from OKAMI. They left that armory default open. They had all the info they needed for Vinci's flank. Not even down to any extra info from Valkyrie cameras. Right now, Imarin is trying to get these pre-fires. He's not going to get it. It's a trade, though. One alive will get OKAMI the rounds. maybe we're going to see overtime, Manic. That's the first attack that OKAMI have won, and they looked pretty good on it.
They certainly did, and potentially that was the aggressive play that WILDCARD were trying to bring. You could see the flank was up the top of tower stairs trying to find those two players in attic, and eventually a flank did work. Vinny obviously catching two off, and that could have been the linchpin. That could have been the round right there. That could have been match point said and done. Instead, back and forth we are going to go to dining as WILDCARD. They are not looking to reattempt that dorm site. And this was arguably the most convincing round we saw from WILDCARD.
That's right. That's right. I think this is a great call. I think OKAMI did not look at all comfortable attacking this. They tried to just do this really aggressive linear push in towards the kid's bedroom where Gio just anchored in, and he had great cover from his teammates, both vertically and Vincia on top of white stairs. Outside of that, OKAMI didn't look like they had a massive plan. I mean, maybe they did, but it surely didn't appear like that. This was a flawless round in favor of WILDCARD. Great call for them to come here.
Seconds remaining.
As we come down to it, potentially this could be overtime looming. As you said, Raven, probably not so much if last round on this defense have anything is anything to go by. And potentially, we know OKAMI, they are very good once they go on a roll. And that round that WILDCARD let slip may come back to haunt them here. We'll see how OKAMI decide to deal with it this time. And surely it will be a little bit more confidently than the previous.
It's just actually a great site to counter what OKAMI like to do. There is no quick play on attacking this right now. They have to clear the shower's position of Imarin if they want to plant dining. Even clearing some of those verticals, Gio can hold a really long angle deep into dining if he is not pushed. And if they want to rush kitchen, for example, again, they need to clear out these vertical positions. There's just so many lines of sight into there. So they have to be thorough. They can't just do a quick fix or try catch WILDCARD by complete surprise.
This might be a nice way of flushing Emo-Rin out. He just goes a little bit deeper into showers, in fact. And he does have that exit rotate should he need it. A little bit more directed from OKAMI, you'd say, Raven.
Definitely. Yeah, this is good already that they have flushed out Emo-Rin, but it has taken about half the rounds. So that's one thing. Time is ticking away from them ever so slowly. There's still so many positions that WILDCARD can hold to deny a deep plant into dining. So they will have to try and get more pressure here. And more importantly, they're going to have to try and get an opening pick or some kind of man advantage, because otherwise it's going to be really tricky to get a plant. It might come down to more of a gunfight style execute.
And I'm not going to say that that would favor OKAMI, but still, we have seen how crazy they can go. And with that first player going down in Pat, you're starting to believe a little bit more. You're starting to believe that there is overtime yet looming large on the back of WILDCARD's last round loss. Specker is more than game to try and initiate a fight there with Vinny.
Yeah, they've got that shower control, really important. They might try and get a plant near the dining doorway. That seems to be the safest, but they've got to control this hallway. They've got to control kitchen. With only 30 seconds, there's not too much maneuvering they can do now. They're starting to set up these smokes, so this might be it, Manic. They might be trying to set up this execute and push deep, but Gio denies that. The plant goes down, or the diffuser goes down. 20 seconds here, Manic.
Attackers recovered the diffuser.
OKAMI scrambling to try and get the side here. Specker, he is going to stick it. I don't know whether WILDCARD can deny it in this position. Specker's going to stick it down to the wire. Specker falls, but it's still stuck. And now a 1 versus 2 for Jack Daddy to save it and push it to overtime. He's on a fraction of health. This could be the round. The double swing comes out and WILDCARD confirm it. They are going to finish out in first seed, in first place for the Oceanic Nationals region. Rather, not region. Never mind. They're going to end up on top, ladies and gentlemen. Unbelievable. And this is what we've expected from WILDCARD all along.
Yeah, like I said, they took the windy path there, but they got here, and they took this match to full regulation to do so. I gotta say, OKAMI, they did a great job in that final attack. Felt like they gave themselves a really good opportunity to push this to overtime. It was just too strong from Wildcard. Just a couple of key plays, Geo in particular, pre-firing through that smoke that dropped the diffuser in the first place. I think that was the real deal breaker there. But OKAMI put up a fight. Wildcard's still too strong, and as you said, they are now the top of the Oceanic Nationals going into playoffs.
Honestly, I can't believe Specker managed to get that plant then. I thought it was all done and dusted once that smoke babe came out. So you know what? They still gave themselves a fighting chance, and you have to give credit to what OKAMI have been able to do on the end of this season. They've had a really great last 4-match run, but that does come to an end with Wildcard stamping it out and really stamping their authority in the region and also in the Nationals. So without a doubt, I think that's well deserved from Wildcard, Raven.
Oh, absolutely. They have played really well all season. I mean, it's been shaky, but nonetheless, they've been able to pull out victories. They have been able to show that they are still the strongest team in the region, or one of the strongest. But the gap is closer. I think some teams going into playoffs will be able to have a bit of hope.
I think the hope will really that's the one thing we all try to grasp onto, right? And I think that's going to give a lot more when we do head into playoffs. But we do have Silex on the line nice and early after the matchup. So the raw emotion from Silex. Congratulations, my friend. You have taken the #1 spot in the Oceanic Nationals heading into playoffs. And by all means, an incredible last map from you guys.
Yeah, it's been a great season for us. Couple of hiccups here and there, but overall, boys played really well, and it's really nice to come out with a win today.
Yeah, I bet it does mean that you will lock into that top position in first seed, which is a great cushy spot to be coming into playoffs. I'd love to hear you guys decided to go to Oregon. First time we saw you guys on Oregon for the regular season. Was that all about OKAMI's multiple VODs that you could counter-strat? Where was the rationale with Oregon?
So the final 2 map choices came down to Consulate and Oregon. Evidently we went to Oregon, but yeah, we were really tossing up between them because we think we're really strong on Consulate, but we haven't seen them play Consulate in a while, so they could have watched our match against Elevate and just counter-stratted us. So instead we decided to just reverse the roles. We've seen 3 VODs on them. May as well use all that intel to help us win our match today.
Yep. Beautiful. Well, you know what, Silex? We'll keep it short and sweet today. Congratulations on the victory and, of course, the #1 seed heading into the playoffs. And we will see you in a week or 2.
Cheers. Thanks, boys.
It's actually just around the corner. We should probably add to that. It is literally just around the corner. We are not even, 1 weekend to... We are next Friday, we start the playoffs, I believe, which is just crazy. This season has just flown by.
It has. It's just been, it's quite the blur. And I think because of the results, it's just confounded that feeling. But look, it does give the teams a bit over a week now to start prepping for playoffs. Wildcard, I'm sure, will start their prep straight away. Just that kind of team. And it was good to hear what Silex said about the rationale with the map veto. I think it was a great call to go to Oregon because, like he said, they had all that info on OKAMI, and OKAMI just had nothing on Wildcard. They had to adapt on the fly.
Do you think that is at all a mistake by OKAMI to take it, even leaving that toward the end?
I mean, I think it was fair enough that they left it in there because it's something that Wildcard haven't played and had been banning quite frequently early in their veto sessions. So I think it's fair from OKAMI to expect that it would have been banned, and especially when it came down to Consulate Oregon, you would assume it's going to go Consulate. So it's hard to fault them on not banning it, but the fact that it got picked, I just think was something that it worked against them.
And I think that, looking back, it was that second half was just an absolute washout by Wildcard. They really looked like the stronger team. I think even that round that OKAMI were able to take, it was still even one of those things where it was like a whisker off. Vinny on that flank could have seriously just dismantled everything. And I do think that when we're looking for OKAMI's, play style on that attacking side, it's just countered by Wildcard so well. They're just such a great defensive team. And like you said, they just burnt through everything that OKAMI were trying to do. But speaking of OKAMI, we do have Specker on the line, as the jolly man is always so happy. Look at that. Look at that cheesy grin. It's always so great to see you, mate. Look, to be honest, I don't think you guys can really be too upset with that. It's a 4. You guys come, well, second for now. It depends on how things go a little bit later in the night. But you guys are currently sitting in the second place of the standings, and it was still a close match.
Yeah. Are we second? Oh, that's good.
At the
that's
moment.
great. Oh, well, I mean, happy days, I suppose, for the rest of the evening. Yeah, no, I mean, to be honest, we started out the season rather shaky, so to bring it back to this point, it was good. Kind of sets the tone, hopefully, for the playoffs. Unfortunately, yeah, tonight we just couldn't really bring it together. Me personally, I was supposed to have a lot of impact, and I didn't really do too much, to be honest. Kind of didn't feel out of place, but more so couldn't really get into the groove of the game. It is like that sometimes at Siege, you know, some weeks you're feeling it, some weeks you're not. It is what it is. And yeah, unfortunately it resulted in our loss. But yeah, you know, we had a few good rounds here and there, but a lot to definitely work on, a lot to reflect, and time to change up some of our Oregon, I think, for maybe the playoffs. She's getting a bit predictable, isn't she?
Maybe a touch. Look at something that Salix did mention, is that they did have a lot of that info on you guys. That was ultimately their decision maker in that veto process.
Nice.
So I don't know whether I have a whole lot of questions with you, but I think the feeling for you guys must be pretty good, given that at the start of the season it was looking a little bit grim, but then you've 180'd very quickly and you guys have peaked at the right time. So the feeling must be still pretty good coming into playoffs.
Yeah, definitely. Like, we came into this match with the mentality, not necessarily, oh, it doesn't matter, but, you know, like, we've done our hard yards. Let's just have fun, have a good game, and, you know, come out with a win. Unfortunately, yeah, we didn't come out with a win, but what can we really expect? We've played this map so much. Yeah, I'm sure Salix had a field day coming through us with his big old textbook, which, you know, props to him. It's good. We need that side to Siege. So, yeah, it was good to see them do some decent counterplaying here and there. They had some unique holds that we, you know, questioned. I think basement, actually, the hold down there was pretty unique with the clash. That was pretty neat. I definitely, like, I did a doozy one time. I accidentally fell down the hatch, and I was, like, all of a sudden in sight. Would have been able to kill the, I think it was a mute or a smoke. But yeah, Clash has just given me a big old headbutt and a little kiss on the cheek right there, so I couldn't really do too much. But yeah, look, they had a good hold, and they played a good game, and yeah, it was really fun, and hopefully it was fun to them and to you guys for watching. So yeah, smiles all around.
Yeah, we just expect everything that you do is so calculated, Specker, so we're shocked to hear that you've fallen down a hatch.
Yeah, definitely. That's very intentional. Yeah.
That's great, mate. That's great. Thank you very much for the insight,
sure.
mate. We'll see you next weekend when we turn to the best of 3 format. And
looking forward to it.
Enjoy your week, mate.
Pleasure as always. You too. Catch you, lads.
Again, we're looking toward the end of the season, and win or not, they are proud, and they have to be. They really should be, with what has been what was a turbulent start and a very shaky performance against the likes of Ferox and Elevate. To be able to really claw this back against 3 teams that really mattered at the end of the day, with, you know, Noble, Knights, and Wildcard, I think this is great tread and a great stead for them to head into going into playoffs.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think they should be feeling good. Of course, it's not great to get the loss tonight. Like Specker said, they were looking for the win regardless. But if you look at the overall season, at one point they were not expecting to even be in close running for top 2. It was looking quite dark, potentially that 5th, 6th kind of placement. But they really turned it around quite quickly as well, because as we've said, this format of this season has been very short, and there's no room for error. So they've just been able to 180. I think that's a great sign for them, and something they can use as confidence going into their playoff matches.
Yep. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that is match 1 done and dusted. It leaves the second place wide open for the taking here. On the other side of the break, we've got Knights and Rhythm. Don't go anywhere.
15 seconds to go. Attack response leader has been dropped.
We should take our time to think this damn thing over. Should we grow closer? Should this be over? My heart for your mind, probably we should start over. Tell me if it's over. Am I your lover? Are we going solo? Or is it polo? Her face is saying don't go. I'm acting like I don't know. Whisper my name. Say what you want, show me your thoughts. I do the same. My brother in that while I slowly caress. Feelings in gray. It's still the same. Tell me if it's over, come a little closer. We should take our time to think this damn thing over. Should we grow closer? Should this be over? My heart for your mind, probably we should start over. Tell me if it's over. Am I your lover? Are we going solo? Or is it polo? Her face is saying don't go. I'm acting like I don't know. Tell me if it's over. Come a little closer. We should take our time to think this damn thing over. Should we grow closer? Should this be over? My heart for your mind, probably we should start over.
And we are back. The first match of the night is well and truly in the books, and only 3 more to go. Not just for this play day, but for Oceanic Nationals, period. We then head to playoffs next week, so still a fair bit on the line, still shake-ups to be had, Raven. And that matchup, to be honest, it did go the way we were hoping it to. A 7-5 close match in the favor of Wildcard.
Yeah, gotta love the close matches. It's what this season has been built off. And to wrap it up, OKAMI, they put up a really good fight, especially given that Wildcard had all of the info on OKAMI versus OKAMI having none on Wildcard for Oregon. Still brought it to a 7-5. So I think there's a lot of good signs for OKAMI in particular going into playoffs.
certainly something to hold strong as we move along. Talking about moving along, Knights is the next matchup. We've got Knights and Rhythm to be exact. We'll have a look at the rights, the players on the Knights. There we go. We got there in the end. And I think that this squad, to be honest, has done an incredible job this season, Raven.
They have. They've really started strong out of the gates. It's just only recently started to look a little more shaky. But in particular, their new pickup for this season, Sage, replacing Strider, who was a very instrumental player in their success in last August Major. Sage has really filled the shoes of Strider well. He has been a sharp player and dangerous to look out for, I tell you what. And Josh combining as well. He's been having a really good season for the Knights. So if they are up and firing, they are dangerous.
They certainly are. One team that we've actually come to know and love in this season has definitely been Rhythm. When they're on all cylinders, I promise you right now, they are a dangerous squad to be reckoned with. Leb, Boats, Novax, Drex, and Bouncin. Now, Bouncin obviously gets a lot of love, but we were saying earlier, Raven, how when Bouncin seems to be on the team for Rhythm, as he had been subbed out in the second play week, he just seems to have this effect. It's almost like a vibe for the team.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe there's something that goes on in comms or just in the dynamic of the team that we don't realize, but Bouncin in the roster seems to really activate Rhythm. They have had some great matches with him in the roster. Of course, they had that overtime game with Wildcard. They had the overtime game with Knights. It's just close, but not close enough for Rhythm. And right now they're facing relegations.
Yep, they are. They are staring right down the barrel at relegations, which, to be honest, we did somewhat expect coming into this season, but there is still a chance. There is a world in which they can get out, but we do have to start going through the vetoes, Raven. Any thoughts as we get through this one?
I'm thinking that Rhythm is going to want to take Knights to maybe a more open, destabilized map. Coastline, I think, would be great between these two teams because they're both quite good at Coastline, and I think that could create a bit of an interesting dynamic. So it's the main one I'm expecting. Maybe Club or Cafe, though. We'll see.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of Club and Cafe from both of these teams. Well, not so much Cafe from Rhythm. But anyway, let's have a look as we bring them up. Theme Park. No, Coastline. No one wants to take Rhythm to Coastline. I wonder why.
We got the Oregon again.
Okay, interesting. So we haven't seen Rhythm play Oregon so far this season. In fact, I will just completely preface this with we've only seen 2 maps from Rhythm this season, so which is both Coast and Club. So I am surprised and disappointed we aren't going to Clubhouse, but that's obviously a decision that has been made by Rhythm there. Any thoughts as to how this one's played out, Raven?
I think this is a little bit interesting. I'd say the fact that Rhythm let it all the way through means that they were probably expecting it to come out because the Knights have played it. Knights don't have the intel on Rhythm, so it's a reverse situation, I guess, of the first matchup with OKAMI and Wildcard. In that the Knights now, they're the ones that have played it. The intel is out there for their VODs, whereas Rhythm, they haven't. So the Knights being a pretty good VOD team, counter-stratting team, they just won't have that base to be able to deal with Rhythm. Last point on that, though, is that Knights banned Villa. That was their 2 options. So they decided to go to Oregon out of these last 2 maps.
Yeah. And potentially, I mean, would you say that Villa would have maybe played into Rhythm a little bit more?
I am actually not too sure on that, to be honest. Maybe. It's hard to say because, again, we haven't seen a whole lot out of Rhythm's map pool in general. Knights seem pretty decent on Villa, so I think either way it's probably favouring Knights to a degree just based on their strength. But the unknown factor with this map with Rhythm is probably a concern that the Knights are going to have to shoulder. But again, they decided to ultimately go for Oregon, so I feel like they're well aware of that situation.
Yeah, toe-to-toe on Oregon, and we'll have a look at the snowball predictions now as we're getting ready for this matchup. It is a clear consensus. I'm so sorry, Knights. I'm so sorry. We've done it to you again. This should be... It is. It's just the classic curse it has been this entire season. But I really, really need to confirm here. This is for Knights to head to second place. If they make second place, they don't have to worry about quarterfinals. So this is a huge matchup for them. With all things being considered. And, you know, it is funny because on both sides of the spectrum at completely opposite ends of the table, this is a match that both teams really want and for Rhythm need to win.
Yeah, it's a great point. It is a tale of both ends of the standings, but important in very different reasons. Rhythm fighting just to stay alive and potentially in the playoffs. Knights fighting to stay in that top 2, which they've really backed themselves to be in from the start of the season. So big stakes here for both the teams.
Certainly are, and we've currently seen 2 losses on the back of Knights' season over the past 2 weeks in Wildcard and OKAMI. They will definitely want to be backing this one up against a Rhythm that has been in and out of form all season, but has looked so dangerous when given the opportunity. We head to Oregon for our second matchup of the night.
Let's see what the Knights have been able to change since we last saw it, and let's just see what Rhythm have up the sleeve, because, again, they are the unknown right now. They've had strong performances against some of the top teams in this region. I said earlier, I accidentally said that they had an overtime match with Knights. Maybe that's a bit of foreshadowing. That might be right now, but what I meant was Noble. They had an overtime game with Noble, and they have it in them to compete with these teams, so there's definitely a concern there for the Knights.
I would go as far to say that Rhythm have kept it as closely contested in every match as nearly any team has. As I'm looking back at the score sheets, we've only seen a 7-3 loss against OKAMI and Ferox for Rhythm. The rest of them have been overtime or a 7-4 result against LFO. So this has got some serious potential here, and you know full well that Knights are aware of this.
Definitely are. Oh, I think the One My ban is a great ban here too, just because in the basement defense in particular, already very strong, held even stronger with the One My. Those magnets just can be such a pain to deal with, and with no Thatcher to clear them either, it's just going to take more effort, to be able to get that map control.
Yep. Straight down to the basement, no messing about. We saw 2 very different styles of holds in the previous match with OKAMI and Wildcard. OKAMI going for a much more, what we would say, traditional hold on the site for this new rework anyway. And you were alluding to the fact that Wildcard were bringing a little bit of a juicier and potentially older strategy, Raven.
Attackers need to locate.
Yeah, it was like an adaptation of the older traditional strategy where you hold meeting and you castle off the double door into meeting and you maybe extend out through pantry into kitchen. It was very much like an old Oregon meta kind of strategy, but yeah, it looked like it worked out pretty well for Wildcard.
71% of the community believe this is a Knights match, and you would not be wrong in thinking so, but my God, I've said that a lot this season, and we've been proved wrong so many times. Don't forget, guys, you can have your say over at the Rainbow Six ANZ socials, and also, if you do want to get involved with the conversation, hashtag OCN is the best way of doing so. Then we can engage, we can see it. And I think that this one for Rhythm, we've seen these defensive halves really be quite a strong suit for most of the ANZ teams. So you have to believe that this is going to be a rather large emphasis starting out here.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a good comfort to be on, and Oregon does seem to swing this way. I would say the bans do help that, but that being said, without the Wamai, I think that will help speed things up a touch, because you really don't have to deal with ADSs, for example, and then your projectiles are safe.
A little more shield defense, should you say, and with that Goyo as well, there's a lot for Knights to have to do to get through this one. Drex, which is the smoke, going to be playing up close and personal. Okay, well, that's one way to start out the map. Goes for a very aggressive little peek around the corner, and Dino was almost waiting for that one, so that could have been devastating, but it's not. And Knights are very much taking their time with this, as we can see now Juicy just starting to open up that E hatch.
Yeah, I got some good control there in the meeting as well, so it's going to make it a little bit harder for the flank to come out. Putting a lot of pressure on the Drex, and they are actually just going to reinforce this off. There's a drone watching that, so 100% the Knights are where they have control of that little corner in towards site, and they can push forward and control blue as well. It's just no Vakes at this play they have to be careful of. Bouncing also just going to get very aggressive right next to the stairs, and it's going to work out for him. He's going to get a pick onto Josh, and they're going to get another on the stairs here. This has worked out very well for Rhythm.
Bloody hell, that is Bouncing in a nutshell, isn't it? He just loves those kind of plays, and it is something that teams have to be aware of when you're playing this kind of a lineup. But Leb going down, that is the maestro. I'll remind you, Hayward currently on the ground, and he's in Harry Potter, so they're going to have to go to pick him up if they want to. Hayward goes down, though, and at the moment, it is a 2 versus 3, unless Sage is able to be picked up.
Yeah, he's on the stairs too, so that's going to be a little bit easier to be protected by Rhythm. Novak's not tagged much by that frag grenade. He's playing, are we going to call this spot cutie? Because it really worked out well for OKAMI in the previous match. With 30 seconds now, though, Knights are stalled out, and Rhythm, they have some pretty good control.
Juicy goes down, and it looks like they're going to try to refrag here. It's Sage on the other side of things, and Novak's, well, he'll take 2 quick frags as Dino now is left to pick up the scraps, and that is all he will be getting in the end, should be scraps. I mean, maybe if he gets that kill on the boats, we're on and we're running, but not to be, and that is a Rhythm round through and through, and a very confusing one to start out, Raven.
Yeah, it took a little bit of time to mount up there, but once the Knights got control of blue, they tried to be swift to take it. And what was surprising is the Kaid and the Jaeger. I can't remember who was on Kaid, Bouncing on the Jaeger. They just really, they pushed aggressive. That was like their signal. Oh, they've got blue, they're going to take it. Let's go deep. Here it is, Bouncing. He actually got one, and they were able to down the other player trying to take pillars. So that really set Rhythm up to be able to take this round. And then Novakes, of course, getting that swift little double there was really the nail in the coffin.
Defenders, protect your
Nail in the
bombs.
coffin is probably the best way to have put that, as we now decide to move to dorms, and this is generally the rotation we've seen more often than not opting for anything tricky or sneaky in that. Most often we do see at least 1 or 2 players down in that vertical line, and generally with that C4 for that plant denial in games or wherever it may be placed, should Knights go for it. And we saw in the previous match, there were quite a few rounds where potentially they just opted not to deal with the vertical, and I think it was a 50-50 success rate on that. So it really does come down to the personal preference here, with Leb bringing that Valk as well, Raven, something we're seeing quite often.
Yeah, lots of Valk. Lots of Valk. So see how it does work out for Rhythm. I want to say too, just remind people about map 1 that we saw tonight from Wildcard OKAMI. Of course, OKAMI did go up 4-2 in the first half on defense. So I think it's definitely not a time to get too excited if we do see Rhythm go up 4-2 at least, depending on how the match is generally trending. But it is very much a map where you can come back in your second half on defense, no problem. It's just about staying in touch a bit with these attacks.
And that really does seem to be quite important, just keeping them within that grasp. Drex, what are you going for there, Drex? What are we looking for? No one in trophy at the moment, so no potential for a kill there. Bouncing as well, now coming back to rejoin the team, as that is 2 drones down for Knights, and it's also control of Armory for Bouncing for now, but they can isolate him there, so it's tip for dat, honestly.
Yeah, it is right now. The Knights just being very careful not to be surprised, and it's, again, something with Bouncing you have to be careful of, because he is just constantly moving. Here he goes. He's going to push down Armory stairs. He's going to find an engagement with Josh in Classroom, who's completely unaware. Doesn't get the pick, though, and Bouncing has been taken very low after the fact. So this has actually worked out quite well for the Knights, and they've actually found Novakes in a completely different engagement here. So looking pretty good for Knights. Lev fights back for Rhythm, trying to keep them in the map, or in the round, I should say. A bit early for that one. And here we go. Big push in the attic here, Manic.
Yeah, they're not shy of taking control whatsoever. Drex was on the line with a shotgun, which normally you would back him to win those engagements, but Knights just using utility to try and push him away. Really nice pre-fire spot, but it's going to be unbelievable from Hayward to open that up. Leb now, how large can he go? He is stuck in games, not even in games, he's stuck in closet. He will be able to at least tag one of the players up, but with that diffuser being stuck, there is little to no chance after the fact.
Definitely going to be tough on this retake. He's got 3 to find. He's going to try the C4 over the top and Addict. I think he got shot. That could have worked out so well for him. He's tagging them up, but he's not able to secure any headshots. And with 3 still alive on the 30 seconds here, Matic, it's going to be a very difficult retake for Lev to be able to execute. He's going to walk right into a crossfire right now. Still not able to secure one. Trades with Hayward to close it, but Knights, they get that round.
That they do, and I honestly think had that C4 not have been shot out, because there was no sound, he definitely detonated it, that could have been a great start for him in a 1 versus 3 to at least make it a little bit closer, but full props there to Nice. They just sit a little bit deeper once they've got that defuser in spot, and I mean, realistically, there's no need to peek that at that point. You're allowed plenty of time, 45 seconds you've got to deal with that diffuser, and no matter how good Leb is or how good he's played in the past, that is definitely a tall order. But interesting to note, we will be re-attempting dorms.
Yeah, I definitely feel like that could have gone better. I mean, Bouncin had the opportunity to open that round up if he had hit a couple of his early peaks. And it's not to say that their strat should rely on him hitting those, because that is really not sustainable. But the round could have gone differently, at least off those variables in particular. What's really important right now, though, is that Rhythm do make this work. You can't rely on winning or having the advantage out of your defense half on Oregon if the only site you're successfully holding is Laundry. You need to be holding at least Laundry and top 4. Third site, yeah, maybe a bit shaky, but if you can secure that 4-2 half, it's a good spot to be coming into your attacks.
It certainly is, and we've seen that multiple times. Any attacking side that can really take it, I think the prerequisite is 4-2 Raven, if I'm not mistaken. Realistically, that's what you're looking for on that attacking side. We have seen a couple of 3-3 halves on the back of a slip up from that defensive side, but still much left in the imagination and the eyes for Rhythm here. It is a very early start with Knights being able to grab that round back, and I'm sure something that Rhythm will want to correct. This is where things can get a little bit tricky. They definitely want to make sure they confirm this.
The thing about Bouncin as well is the more Knights become comfortable and read into the way he plays, I feel like he's going to get shut down more and more, especially if Rhythm have to repeat these bomb sites. So it's got to work early, in my opinion, if you're Bouncin. He has to make something happen in these first few rounds in particular. He just misses a great opportunity onto Josh outside the front door. He's not going to re-peek it though. He's going to do the classic Bouncin thing and just go for a run.
Yep. Again, I would love to put like a GPS tracker on him in his matches and just see how much ground he actually covers, because he is outrageous when it comes down to it. Anyway, moving on to a lighter note for the Knights. They have opened up walk-in and into games. Plenty of control on the back of that as well. And a minute 35, making good time here for the Knights.
They are making good time. They are a team that has great time management and a bit of aggression behind them as well. Sometimes it's like they flick a switch and they just go. So it's very, very dangerous signs now for Rhythm, given that they've got this added control. They're putting so much pressure onto these players in the bedroom. Vertical play is going to be a very important saving factor, I think, for Rhythm in this round.
Vax, I don't think knew that Juicy was able to spot the back of those legs, and he will make it down the hatch and be picked up once more. Boats and Drex just have to hold as potentially he either rotates. Look at this from Dino. Look how aggressive he is. He's already in on side. He'll find one. That will pretty much do it, as Novaix does come back on the rotate after being picked back up, Raven. Ambitious there from Knights, and they're going to continue this ambitious run as they make their way into sight, but it's shut down promptly.
Yeah, again, it's the Knights. It's like they flick a switch. They decide they're going to go aggressive, and they just go. And that's what happened. They just wanted to push deep and secure something. But Rhythm have done a great job digging in and not allowing it to happen. It's all up to Josh, and he's not going to secure one. It's Sleb. He gets the round for Rhythm. They progress another round into their pocket.
That they do, and much more convincingly as well, you would have to say. I think it did definitely look like Knights were taking a firm grasp of the control on site, but you made a very key point there, Raven, which was that vertical control that I'm sure would have been a thorn in the side as you try to attack any site realistically, but especially in Dawn, we know how crucial that can be to deny a lot of those choke points. And with that, it does allow the side of them back down to the basement, which they seemed oh so successful with in the first round.
Yeah, and to bring it back as well, it's like we said, very important for Rhythm in their defense half to make sure they are winning both Laundry and that top 4 defense. So if they do back up this Laundry defense right now to put themselves up 3-1, we will get to see their third bomb site, one of the kitchen-based ones. But let's not get ahead of ourselves and see if they can get this round in particular. Knights have had a chance to look at it. They're a pretty good adaptive team, so let's see what they've got to change to make it happen.
I definitely feel like Rhythm could really get off to a good start here, and 2-1, sure. For me, it's more so the way that Rhythm play that I think has just caught so many teams off. You just want to highlight someone. Bouncing is just the epitome of every attacking team ever, or rather the thorn of every attacking team ever. Just consistently moving and never staying still. And you saw it in that first round as well, just re-aggressing to Pillar after they'd taken blue control, something that you don't regularly see on that swing. But obviously, with that shield in place, it does give him a little bit more safety. And Drex taking down Dino. That was the peak he was looking for in the first round, Raven, and this time it comes to fruition.
You're so right, and not sure whether Knights maybe just didn't have a drone at the time or a little complacent, but that's a big pick because that ace forms a very important part of the hard breach strategy that the Knights are bringing right now. They have to rely on this Maverick for all other hard breach purposes. That's not going to be particularly comfortable or quick for that matter. Ace is very strong in that regard. Oh. They're going to reinforce Drex into this corner, and the Knights might not be ready for this.
Oh, that has to be the call. They would have called that he's been able to fall down. Drex could have absolutely broken Knights there. He obviously knew that Dino was down and there was no need to really try and contest that, and potentially he might be able to catch one out had he had looked to his left and found Josh. Whew. That's a completely different round altogether, but on the back of that, it now does give Knights an opportunity back into this one, Raven.
Yeah, that did work out well for the Knights, Josh being in that tight corner. He was the one at most at danger, but it's not a common spot for people to push maybe, so Drex just really tunneled in on those bunker players. But either way, it's a good start to the round. And again, it's like about setting the pace, but right now the Knights are trying to up the ante. They have pushed deep. They are very close to site now. Josh looking for an aggressive peek onto site. It's only Novakes tight in that corner. Bouncing is behind him, but he is low HP, and this pressure onto site is going to start to be very difficult for Rhythm.
And that's just the pick they were looking for in the favor of Knights. Novakes falls down, Boats is next, Bouncing, my goodness, Knights, what a shutout from them. It looked like Rhythm had everything they needed for that round down. The ace was out of the count so early on, and Drex, even with the confident peak in blue, just dismissed. And now I'm sure they will want to reattempt that. Adios, amigos.
Maybe, but they're gonna go to meeting hall and kitchen. They're really pulling out a pocket strat here, deciding not to repeat the laundry. They did get hard counted. I mean, the Knights played that very well. Drex was probably the key to that round for Rhythm. If he hadn't died when he did, I think that would have worked out a lot more because the Knights still wouldn't have had the blue control. If he got a pick there, obviously that would have been a different story again. One thing that concerned me is that he didn't get much backup, and I'm not sure, I don't remember seeing the outline, but I'm not sure whether they still had pillar control. Again, if they had been able to cover him from pillar or aggress and maybe even try a pinch, I might have been able to change that round, but hindsight's a great thing.
It certainly is. It really does give you 20/20 vision, and I do think on the back of that, I mean, the second he fell there, we did see, I believe, bouncing pretty much all the way back in Laundry. So, regardless of whether they do or don't, they have to move on here. A 2-2 start to Oregon is not something that really is bowing in favor of Rhythm here, and once again, I will just remind you the stakes for Rhythm. I mean, there has to be some pretty fortunate results tonight in that last matchup with LFO and Ferox here. And, you know, there is a world that Rhythm do make it through, but they just have, like, they've had such a great season in terms of their play style and how tightly they've contested teams. But time and time again, they just fall short. I will remind you, a 7-8 against Elevate, a 6-8 against Wildcard, and a 7-8 against Noble. Some serious teams from the ANZ region.
Yeah, they would be kicking themselves not converting any of those, but you're right, they've had a good season so far. So they don't want it to go out on a sour note here. They're trying to give themselves their best opportunity to stay in playoffs, and that means needing a victory. Now, a 2-2 in this situation of their defense half is not a great position to be in. So they really, really need to get this round. And oh my gosh, Hayward has just found a hole. He is in sight and he has been traded at least. So that could have been a lot worse for Rhythm, but still not a great start given that was just the first minute.
Considering how low Novaix was and the fact that they're opening up meeting, that could have gone a very different way. Novaix will double up as he takes down. Oh, Juicy. No, no, no. That's not good. That is the Maverick. And of course, that wall was not completely open either. Ambitious C4 that takes down Sage. He's not out for the count. But wow, Novaix stepping up really large here in round number 5, Raven.
Yeah, really trying to equalize it. And actually, the Maverick did finish that bottom line just in the nick of time. So it can be soft breached open by the Knights. They're going to start progressing through Attic though, and Lev is holding a nice pixel there in towards the position of Sage. Misses the shots though. They're not really hard contesting that. They don't want to overextend to Leb. They're going to start to put the pressure back on to the meeting hall. Oh. Josh gets a good shot onto Novaix. He's finally shut down. 50 seconds, the Knights in a 3v3.
What a crazy round this has been. Trades left, right, and center. Leb, will he be air jabbed from that position? Just off to his right there.
Attackers recovered the bomb.
It's not going to reach him, and so he could do some serious damage if they're not careful here. Dino trying to fight on a tight angle there. It's bouncing of all players. They are now in there. Lev now going to be pushing aggressive to the Hatch Raven. He'll be taken down as well, and it's all left on the boat. It looks so good for Rhythm, and it's really snowballed out of control here. Knights will take the fifth round and a third round in their attacking half. These are not good signs for Rhythm.
I thought with Novaix's fight back that they've really had that one in the bag. Felt like Leb maybe played that too cautious. I think he could have posed more of a threat for Knights so that they didn't feel so comfortable to actually just fully push meeting and push the rear stage. And on top of that, he really did not think about the angle coming up through rear stage into the hatch. So he didn't have any effect at all in the end of that round. So that was a real unfortunate finish to it for Rhythm. They do find themselves down around 3.5 at best, which I think is not a great result, to be honest, for the Oregon defenses. It's going to give Knights a lot of confidence going into their half.
You would have to imagine that it would all but be a death sentence if they aren't able to secure a 3-3 half here. I don't want to, go writing them off too early, but I think the closest we've seen a game come is when it was 3-3, and we did go to overtime, but I think a 4-2 on the side for Rhythm is going to be incredibly difficult and a very tall order. Although it is, after all, Rhythm. So you never really count them. You never really count them out, do you?
5 seconds to go.
No, you don't. So it's definitely an option. See what they can pull out in this last Laundry defense. We've highlighted the Laundry defenses are some of the more important ones in Oregon. These are the ones that you have to be winning. So let's see what they've got. And see what adaptations they can make, because the Knights did adapt to the way that Rhythm held it way back at the start. And the Knights got a solid attack just in the previous round onto this site. So Drex, he is in this position again, hard in the corner with the shield. What impact can he have this time?
That is really the question. In the previous, we were expecting so much. And burning through those ADSs nice and early there. Dino using those smokes to
The attacker's bomb diffuser has
give
been
them a
dropped.
little bit of a better opportunity in displacing Drex, which at this point, I think they've been able to do. And there you go. I think Leb was looking to reinforce that wall, and it has been done. So Drex is back out of blue completely there. They've
Attackers
folded,
located a bomb.
and Knight with 2 minutes left have so much time to play with here. Oh, hang on. What are you doing?
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
Yes, quite the flank happening here, as Dino just lost a lot of HP to a Goyo shield, in fact. And now Haywood has been tagged and out of the game by Leb. This is quite the run from Novaix and Bouncin', and this is going to have to be well timed, because if the
Bomb
Knights see the
located by
gap on
attackers.
site, they could decide to go early. They are the kind of team that would do so. Also, they've got the Nomad, right? So these air jabs, they could reveal that something is happening.
That's just it, Raven. It has done. The alarm bells have rung, but a really nice trade from Bouncin', who sticks around for a moment longer. Sage start that encounter now. Knights are going for it. They've seen the play. They've seen what's trying to happen here. Josh is taking control of Pillar, and they've slowed it down with a minute left, and so too they should have. No need to rush at this point in time.
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser.
No, I definitely don't want to rush,
Attackers
because they
recovered the
could
bomb.
make the wrong decision, especially on a plant spot. But speaking of, Sage is going to start trying to attempt this plant. Rhythm need to try to deny this, but it's actually going to get confirmed here, Manic.
Defenders have eyes
Bouncin'
on the
does
diffuser.
get a trade at
Protected.
least, leaving it off to Dino. Actually, he's down. This retake has been successful right now. I don't think they fully realize.
Oh, hang on, surely not. Oh, I'm so disappointed. I'm so disappointed. I would have loved to have seen that come down to the wire, but really, really well done from Bouncing to bring Rhythm back into that one. The second he realizes that engagement up in kitchen is not really all that favorable, falls straight back to site and doubles up. So Knights, they were able to get that plant down, but afterwards just did not go favorably at all. A 3-3 half, as now we do see what the Knights have to bring.
Yeah, that's the danger thing, is that Rhythm now have to start to coordinate their attacks, and the Knights have proven on Oregon that their defenses are still pretty strong, have been described as one of the strongest defensive teams in the region, in fact, at the moment. It's definitely not a good thing for Rhythm to have in their forefront of the minds coming into this, but hey, I think for a team like Rhythm that is just fighting to get out of relegation zone right now, I don't think they're going to be in their heads that much. I think they're just going to go all out, and we might see some really interesting little attacks on this
Protect
half.
your bombs from being defused by attackers. Seconds left before insertion. 5 seconds to go. Attackers are moving out to locate
Seeing very
a bomb
similar
and defuse
strats
it.
coming out as well, using the Goyo, using the smoke and shield in this tight corner, becoming the common play. Something that the Knights do though is they like to play the shield very close to the wall. They like to play it really far back. Some teams prefer it to be deeper into the hallway or right at the corner, but no, it's the Knights that like to play it back here. And what they use are those Banshees as the baits. You have to clear those first. You can't just hard push and peek. And while you're trying to clear those, they'll really stall out. So it's a lot more about a stall here for the Knights and the way that they play it.
Sage will be supporting as well from Electric until at least that hatch is opened up. So I'd imagine with Rhythm They wouldn't be taking too long in doing so. Bouncing once again, always the spearhead of rhythm, be it defense or on attack. He always seems to be the one that's trying to make the plays open up the rounds, and looks like they will be putting a little bit of pressure down here. Just for now, 3 players now joined up and huddled at the back of blue.
Now, if there's a player that's going to decide to get a little aggressive and initiate here, it is going to be Bouncing. So he has pushed up deep, looking to aggress onto that shield. I guess they're just making sure no ADS is in the way. It was a Goya shield as well, so good clearance. They still have Banshees to worry about if they want to be able to push Juice's position. And here it is. He's going to start using those smokes just to make sure there isn't some really quick aggressive play. And these ADS is really saving him from seeing clear white right now.
More than happy to use those smoke babes early on here. He will spot that drone and just back away. Obviously, there was a potential for him to either peek or try and deny those Selma charges from going off, but the decision is opted not to. Bouncing, of course, going to be the first in for the engagement, and he is forced off of the angle and isolated from Noveix there, but doesn't seem to have had any effect just yet.
No, and there is another Banshee here that's going to be cleared by Bouncing, and this is probably the signal now for Dino, Juicy in fact, to either anchor in behind the shield or drop back. He is not pulling away. He wants to contest here. He's out of the smoke babes as well, I believe. So probably going to fight for this. 30 seconds to go. Knights are still holding some really solid positions on this defensive laundry.
It's going to be incredibly hard as Rhythm now try to get a little bit more aggressive. Bouncing still cautious of that player from behind, but there you go. Noveix going for that default plant just on the edge of E-room there. Nothing's come out to deny just yet, but Bouncing, he could go massive. Lebs supported at the very least. Noveix will stick it. Bouncing will hit another headshot. Oh my God, Bouncing goes absolutely wild and tears apart Knights as they try to retake the site. What a play to ensure they take that first attacking side.
That was a huge play for Bouncing on that cover. The Knights just decided they've got to go to try and deny, but couldn't get past Bouncing. My word. Rhythm move up to 4-3 lead, and that starts to allay some of the question marks we might have had on these Rhythm attacks.
Just look at how clean this is. Oh, the spray control, the transfer. Give it to me, wowzers. Bouncing, you've got to be loving that as we head back down to basement again. I'm sure that Knights will figure out exactly what went wrong in that one. And look, we've said it before, Raven, if the linchpin of a round is a single player popping off, it's not always the best to rely on for obvious reasons.
No, it's not very sustainable. But there was a lot good about Rhythm's attack. I mean, they played the game in bunker and blue there to clear that utility and just try and get that map control. And eventually they got there, and it just helped that Bouncing, of course, he popped off, but he was an initiator. He pushed deep and he put the pressure on the Knights so they weren't comfortable to be able to deny. And the fact that Juicy also had to use all his smoke babes early meant that it had to be physical denial. So either C4s or absolute bullets to deny that plant. I think overall it worked out really well from Rhythm, and that looked scary for Sage.
Surely not. Surely not. That's all right. Just axe. Oh my God.
Oh no. He's been nerfed, Matic.
No, that's not the advantage you want to be giving to Knights. Of all players, you do not want falling down in... Oh no, Drex. Oh, that's not a great situation. But they are going to have to work with this now. They are going to have to try and deal with what will be a 4 versus 5 for the entire round.
Yes. Not a great way to start at all. The man goes big and then he just gets TK'd right at the start of the next round. It's that's not great, but they have to move on. Can't let it hurt them too much. They started to form quite a different push to last time here. They're looking like they're going to try and take some freezer control and maybe work around a more laundry-oriented push based on where these drones are coming out.
I feel like Laundry pushes a very few and far between with what we've seen from the ANZ region anyway, and it's Wildcard is probably one of the first times we've really seen a full commitment there, and it didn't really go that favourably for them. Obviously, Rhythm most likely will explode when the time comes to it, and you'd say they've done a pretty good job in opening everything up so far, Raven.
They have, but I'm just concerned they've lost their initiator, right? That was something that was just so good about that last round. Is even if Bouncer didn't get all those kills, just the energy to push forward and allow his team to feel like they're getting more and more control and help them with that confidence, that was significant enough. Of course, he got the kills as well, but without that, somebody else here for Rhythm is going to have to be that initiator. Somebody's going to have to be the first in.
Yep. Questions to be asked, answers to be given at this point. Drex looking for that pre-flyer around the corner. He's not going to find anything. They are going to be met by 3 or 4 Knights players here, so this is not going to go favourably at all for them. Novakes is going to get pushed away, but what a nade from Drex to open things up here, Raven.
Very good nade. 20 seconds. They've got some freezer control. Josh, though, he's tucked in this corner. Could be very detrimental to C4 if it hits. Big for the Knights. It doesn't hit, though. Gets aggressive, pushes around the corner into a concussion. Novakes has been downed as Juicy finds Leb with only 8 seconds. It's all on the line for Rhythm. Drex tries to stick it, but no, the Knights shut him out. They answer back to draw up the round count. 5-5 here, Manic.
And you said it, Raven, so early on with Bouncing gone, it was going to be extremely hard to really spearhead an attack without the engagement that Bouncing brings, the power, the firepower that he has, especially playing, obviously, the operator on Ash, just such a great way to open up rounds. And unfortunately, really, that is a mighty big oversight in which they are now going to have to try and claw back from. How much it affected the result of the round, we will never know, but we will be heading to Dorm now in round number 9. 4 apiece, still very closely contested.
It is, and I said 5-5. I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself, but it feels like that's the kind of thing we're trending towards. It's just this trade of rounds that we've seen happening so much in OCN.
Yeah.
So let's see whether that does eventuate. We get to see the Knights now hold top floor. Of course, that was 2 rounds in a row of them going to Laundry because they did lose at first. Let's see what they've got up here and how Rhythm can bounce back, because like you said, bouncing that TK at the start of last round, there's a couple of ways that can really affect your team for obvious reasons, being they're not in that round, but also I don't know what kind of player Bouncing is like, but with that tilt in, did that create frustration within the team? Did it mess up their comms? It could have really had a lot of flow-on effects that we are yet to see.
And we saw how much that really Bouncing was dismissing the utility on the side of Knights, you know, using that, using Ash to pretty much just destroy the shields, the Banshees in blue, and it really did give them a very strong hold at the very least, and enabled them to put a little bit more pressure on that site. So, you know, there's so many factors that come into that, but I think the biggest one for me, obviously, is the fact that Bouncing had literally just come off a 4K in that round. You know, he went absolutely wild, and that's the kind of round that you as a player would want to be trying to, you know, just continue to take into the next round. Regardless, we will be breaking down this at 2 minutes 20. You can see Bouncing now getting ready to destroy any of that utility on the other side of Game's wall, and that they do.
Yeah, and Sage is here with the impact grenades, but he was not game at all to try impact trick. Had Bouncing below holding his angle, maybe that was enough to scare him. Somebody else actually did it for him, didn't see that, but there we go. That is only going to be a line of sight there for Rhythm. But either way, good control and pretty good time management and pace from Rhythm on their attacks in general. Novakes aggressively peeks Juicy. That's a big support player to take out in the Maestro. Much more of a late round operator that you want in your arsenal.
A great call as well, because I think he must have identified, oh wow, Sage, that's ambitious. Fair enough. Try to do something to get back into the round. Just touching on that Maestro kill, obviously, potentially was the player that did go for that impact trick and give his position away. So a really nice call from Noveix to hold that aggressive line and to give them that man advantage, but also the advantage of opening up game's wall as Dino. They do bounce back here, Knights, and they're not out just yet.
Bouncing just dodging a C4, but aggressive is Josh all the way through the breach. It's not being looked after. At least it's traded back by boats. Does make it a 2 versus 3 in favor of Rhythm, but they've been tagged low. And Josh continues to extend. He's been downed now, so that does leave it all up to Hayward. He is in attic. He does find 1. Does it make it a 1 versus 2? He's got 2 more to find.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Wonder how much intel he's going to have. Up on top of the game's table now. Bouncing will just be able to sit there and hold the line. Hayward can't get anything done. And Rhythm, they do continue on the round where they found 2 openings. So, tit for tat, Raven. We are going 5-4 in favor of Rhythm.
We are, and that does start to create some very interesting stories with that final matchup of the night being LFO and Ferox. I'm sure both teams are anxiously watching this game right now, just seeing who is going to lose. But with Rhythm getting closer and closer to match point, must be a bit scary. They still haven't been able to shake the Knights, though. Of course, it is only 5-4, so it's not like they're starting to run away with it. But they are holding their own on these attacks, and I honestly thought this is where we would see them struggle.
Yep. Really thought that this is where Knights were going to dismantle them. They are bringing the Vigil instead of the Mute this time. So very curious to see what the Knights have up their sleeves. And just to add context, Raven, to your comment about the end of the night, if you weren't here in the pregame, probably don't know what we're talking about. Ferox and LFO have the end the last match of all Playdays. It's the last match of the regular season, and should Rhythm lose here, that match is purely the decider for who is playing in relegation and who is going to be progressing on to the OCM playoffs next weekend. So some serious consequences here. LFO are the team that are willing and begging Knights to win this game. And there is actually a world that if Rhythm do take this map, the rounds have to swing pretty horribly for Ferox, but they could still push out of the relegations as it stands. So there is a varied mix of results that will come from the next 3 matches.
Yeah, as I said, all the matches tonight do have their own little stakes in it, some things on the line. So right now it is the Knights trying to secure a top 2 spot or be at their best opportunity to get a top 2 spot. And they are behind, so they need to start picking it up here. Josh on this Vigil, I think, is a great pick because you would expect Rhythm maybe aren't particularly advanced with drone play, and I mean this is quite the assumption here, but Rhythm as a roster, as this 5, do lack a little bit of experience. This is the only season they've played as this 5. Of course, they've had quite the shake-up since 6 Masters. So some of the finer details of coordination, such as droning and drone pushing in general, can be quite tricky, so Vigil can exploit that.
Well, they were going on an adventure, that's for sure. Sage going down early on in the piece here. They should be able to pick him up, but it is quite risky. It would completely take Juicy out of position. Talking about out of position, Dino just caught rotating back to site there. Not good at all for Knights here. Looming large is match point for Rhythm, and I cannot believe I'm saying it, Raven.
It feels like it's trending that way. Sage has just been too aggressive, and again, he's been picked off. Juicy, though, that's a very important pick here, aggressing in through to the bedroom, but it's read through beautifully by Leb. Means it's 2 versus 4 in favor of Rhythm. They still have a whole minute on this attack, so they're sitting pretty as Hayward goes down to Bouncing. All on Josh right now.
Oh my word. All right. There is a chance. I'm not saying it's a big chance, but there is a chance. Josh is going to have to go absolutely nuclear here, and Bouncing will not let it happen. Rhythm are on match points. and Knights. You could not write this storyline right now. This shakes up everything for the rest of today. It also leaves, I will say this, it also leaves Noble with an incredible opportunity to take second place in the next matchup, should Rhythm convert here. So many ifs and buts, but this is where it comes down to the line. Knights will go and reattempt their basement defense, which they are currently 50% success rate in this matchup on.
I think Rhythm have been so efficient with a lot of the opening picks, and that's where some of these issues come from. It's not just simply that Rhythm are getting the frags. It's just that the Knights have identified that Rhythm are looking to play aggressive, right? There's no doubt Bouncin is looking for gunfights left, right, and say. If you give him a little gap to poke and try and get a pick, he's going to go for it. And so the Knights are trying to capitalize on that. They're trying to play a little different. They're trying to either flank or play aggressive into those peaks and get that opening frag themselves, but it's just not working out. And that is how you generally counter aggression, is you try to be aggressive as well. But it's just a matter of them, it's not working out. Those gambles aren't working, the risks aren't working, and that's how Rhythm are able to just get in control and generally stay in control. For example, Sage is 2-7, a very influential player for the Knights this season. And I feel like he's had the opening death a lot of these rounds. I haven't been keeping track of it, but it feels like it really has been quite a few, especially in the defense.
So potentially tightening that ship up, and you may be given an opportunity into this one, but I do feel like with all of this momentum that Rhythm are gaining right now, this is the game for them. They've had so many tight matches against the best teams in ANZ, and this could just top it off here against the Knights, which are currently sitting in third position on the standings. Oh, what a shake-up this would be. I have no doubt Enigma and co are biting through their nails right now.
Definitely tense. The Knights are kind of feeling like second place might be slipping away for them, so they do need to pick it up, really bring it up against Rhythm right now. A team playing with a lot of confidence and comfortably on defense in the Laundry. Again, this site is very pivotal for winning Oregon in general. You need to be winning these Laundry defenses. We've highlighted it quite a lot, Matic, tonight, seeing as we've only seen Oregon so far. A lot of it on the back of Juicy in this position too. Very critical is to shut out the control of Blue.
They did, you know, you would have to say they did an okay job of it last time. In comes the opening to E-Room completely. So that player at Pillar has completely fallen away at this point. I see 4 on site here for Knights. There's the 5th, all the way over in Freeze Up. And dwindling away at this utility as Rhythm are getting a lot more aggressive now, Raven.
That's exactly it. They are just not afraid to just push and take the map control. They're not falling out at all. And Knights are essentially just letting them have it. I mean, they've stepped back all the way to Freezer. And here we go. Juicy trying to delay more and more in Blue here. He has pulled back and is going to reinforce this time. So he's not trapped, but Rhythm, again, they will just advance, take the map control. Novakes pushes straight to door of sight, takes out some of this utility, and in 30 seconds, they're able to set themselves up for what looks like might be the game-winning push.
They have so much on right now. A 5 versus 5. Still the tiniest amount of util denial. It is going to be trades back and forth. Bouncing still out on top here. That opening there is going to give them a great line of sight in. Bouncing will be able to execute. We've got just seconds away. He misses the C4. Josh, he's upstairs. He'll find one. Is that what Knights need right now? Yes, yes, it is. They will hold on, and we continue in this game. Rhythm are not able to convert the rounds.
They are not, so that means the Knights, they are 1 round away from pushing this to overtime. So do Rhythm have enough in the tank to just get it at 7-5, or are they going to have to go all the way to 8? Knights are going to go to kitchen and dining hall. Again, we have not seen them defend this yet. So Rhythm will have to deal with this one and done if they want to end this map right now.
We talk about it so often with the 20-second meta, Raven, and how little time that really does leave you to play with at the end. And obviously, it is for obvious reasons. There's so much utility you have to burn through on that defensive side, but you really thought that Rhythm had everything going in their favor. They had all of the lines that they needed to hold. I would love to know whether that Selma charge was purposefully left just in that single explosion rather than all three, just to give them that headline. But my God, it was close. And had Josh not have been playing up in the heavens above, I dare give up in the thought of what could have been for the Knights and really what should have been for Rhythm. But regardless, we go
10 seconds to go.
once more, and Rhythm have played once again just not out of their mind, because to say out of their mind I think would be it would do disservice to how well Rhythm have really done this season. So I'm not even going to mention that. They have just played really well tonight.
Yeah, I think, like you said, here they are again. Another close game against one of the top teams in the region. They have pushed almost all of these teams, I'd say, to either regulation or overtime. So right now, they need this victory more than ever. They need to actually convert this to a win, which they have struggled to do all season. So will this be their rounds? They are again progressing quite well. Their time management on these attacks has been pretty good, to be honest with you. They're starting to take this attic control, and they want to try and push out this Knight's vertical play, potentially so they can get a kitchen plant. Either way, this vertical control is quite important in general to this defense.
Yep. The investment here from Rhythm. We'll wait and see what they're willing to give and what they're willing to take at the same time. Drex being able to see that bouncing is sneaky, sneaky, sneaky beaky. My goodness. He loves this. A position that could completely rip apart the Knights, but no, an effective trade from Sage. That's Bouncin, who has been one of the best performing players for Rhythm off the board early here. Sage doubles up, Raven. You spoke about him earlier, and now he is lighting up right at a moment of need.
Yeah, it really needs to, because I think an Astra Maestro would have been actually a very good trade for the attack. But now that Sage has stepped up for the double, means the Knights have the man advantage, and they still have positional advantage of this top floor. Hayward is under quite a lot of pressure here in its dorms. With just under a minute to go, this is critical now for Rhythm. They need to clear Hayward out of here, whether it's by kill or push him down. 50 seconds.
Pushing it, they will. They cannot take him out. They will eventually trade it. But Drex and Boat is all that remains here. They've gone to 3 overtimes against some of the best teams in ANZ. Is this going to be a fourth, Raven?
25 seconds and we will know. Drex has decided to rotate over to Showers. It is very audible though, and Sage with a huge round gets the quad to finish it off. This is the Knights pushing it to overtime. It's not done yet.
Sage. We talked about him in the pre-game. We've spoken about him all season long. We had no idea what to expect coming in to Oceanic National Stage 2. And he has absolutely delivered, and I'm sure along the way made plenty of fans, and from this plenty of haters, and that is a great example of it. A shining reason as to how Knights are still in this match right now. A 4K to secure that round, and dining as now it is Rhythm that get to defend twice. They'll go to laundry to begin with.
Now, something I just noticed, which could be very detrimental to this attack from the Knights, is that both Juicy and Dino got autoed. So Dino did not get to pick the ace, which they have leaned on very heavily for a lot of their attacks. That Ace, very important for hard breaching. They've got the Maverick, but Ace, very critical. Their Selmas are incredibly helpful, especially when attacking Laundry.
Yeah, I wonder what's going to happen at this point, because obviously, for those of you who don't know, hello, welcome back. It is a rehost, and I presume for what you're talking about there, Raven, and I think that 6-6, I mean, right on the stroke of overtime, do we need to rehost? And I'm looking back at these rounds, right? I'm looking back at my notes, and Rhythm have just really taken the fight tonight, especially in that second half. So early on, they were putting the pressure on what is currently the third best team in the standings for Oceanic Nationals, and what we consider one of the best teams in ANZ. Rhythm have not been shy whatsoever in these fights.
No, they haven't. And we both said it, that their attacks is probably what would be Rhythm's undoing, or we just generally had questions about how they would be able to do their attacks on Oregon. But their attacks have probably looked better than their defenses, to be honest with you. Just the initiation that's come out of Bouncin and the follow-up. Even Leb has played quite aggressively and matched that pace, which is a very important part. You could have a great entry player that's initiating kills, but if no one's backing them up, they're just going to end up dying. It becomes a trade, and that's it. So it's it's been good teamwork from Rhythm to pull them through this game. And I mean, it's not completely unexpected, because like we've highlighted quite a few times, they've had a lot of matches just like this.
Yep, they certainly have. When you're looking back at their matches here, I'm just going to give you a quick little history lesson on what has been Oceanic Nationals for Rhythm. It started out with a 3-7 loss against OKAMI on Clubhouse, and that's where we go, okay, this is probably what we expected to see a little bit earlier. And then they go to overtime on Coastline against Elevate, and we're like, maybe Elevate just aren't off on the best start to their season. They lose that game. The next Playday, they go 6-8 against WILDCARD on Coastline. They then continue this trend, bar Ferox, they beat LFO 7-4 and then go overtime against Noble on Clubhouse and lose that as well. Rhythm could well and truly be on the standings in the top 4, if not top 2 teams, with how close these games have been.
Yeah, look, it's a great picture. Just in a matter of 1 to 2 rounds in almost all of their games, like you said, they could be in the completely opposite end of the standings. And I think they can at the very least, take that as a positive for this season, because let's bring it back a step. Six Masters, they were Kanga Esports. They had a slightly different roster. They could not find a win for the life of them. They had a few overtime games as well, but generally, that was just not that competitive, and they really, really struggled. So that's why we had generally written them off coming into Oceanic Nationals, but the improvements have been tremendous. And I would say they probably deserve to not be in relegations because of these close scorelines. But at the end of the day, you don't get the win, you don't get the win. That's just how it works. So here they are. They're giving themselves a great opportunity to right that a little bit. If they get this win, they're still with a chance to avoid those relegations.
And on the opposite side of the spectrum there with Knights, they've really come back in these last 2 rounds. I was really starting to get worried on that the Dorm defense, as Rhythm just continued to press and press and press. But the fact that they've kind of calmed back down and brought this back to now a point where they can end up second in the standings is by no means a small feat, and could really set them up for a really deep playoffs run. I mean, they start in the semifinals, so that kind of gives you a look at what the Knights have really been able to achieve in these past 2 rounds. But like you're saying, Raven, it is really hard. I'm just going to kind of take the scope back a little bit and look at the wider spectrum of the entire OCN, like what has been our play days. And you look at Rhythm and you say, geez, they've been unlucky. Geez, they've had some close matches. And then you look at the likes of LFO and Ferox, who are down the bottom of the table as well, and they are equally the same. They are literally in the exact same position, with having so many close matches and so many points where they could have won the match. And unfortunately, this is where we lead to. It is just the nature of the beast. But, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. A very quick rehost at that. They didn't want to keep you waiting. Into overtime we go, and Knights on the defense.
Yes, so I believe that's what the rehost was for. By the looks of things, at least, is that the sides just weren't correct for overtime. So quickly fix that up, and we're back in. Knights getting to start on defense. But hey, we've just seen 2 3-3 halves. So I'm not too fussed about either of these the side startings. I think it's been an even match so far, so I wouldn't expect otherwise to be in overtime.
No, not at all. And I think that, like, obviously we do have to make the comment that, you know, the defensive side should well and truly be favoured in this. And so that's why right before the rehost, I was excited, I'll say that, to see Rhythm on the defensive side. But the fact that we are going to be seeing at least, you know, Knights on the defense, and then potentially in that last round we will be reattempting. I think that kind of brings things a little bit more of an uphill battle for Rhythm, by all means. And all of that aside, now this does come down to really just these last rounds, Raven. It comes down to the small fights, the smallest of margins, the 1%ers, and there is a great for Rhythm to at least give themselves a shot out of relegation. I'm saying it's a long shot at that. I don't know whether it's possible, but it is a long shot.
Yeah, it does get a bit mathematical. So if it comes to it, we'll save that a little bit for later confirmation. But if I'm Rhythm, they've attacked this site pretty well. The times that they attacked it, honestly, like even the time they lost it, it came down to Josh hitting a nice flank vertically in meeting. If he hadn't got that out when he did, or if that was just unsuccessful in general, I think Rhythm would have won that attack last time. So they're definitely adept at attacking this, and that's a concern for Knights. It's really, I'd say, more pressure onto Knights back right now to really get these defenses to stand up.
Yeah. It's a great point you make there with that flank from Josh, because that really could have been a decisive round and should have been the game in the bag. Hayward at the moment, look at this over on the staircase. Leb, is he going to expect this? He's droning out. Oh, Leb, they brush shoulders. Does he get away? Only just. How on earth has that not ended in an encounter that opens the game up?
Oh, and right now they've burned drones into bunkers, so they're just focusing on Juicy. I don't think they realize that Hayward has pushed so close to this corner. This could be incredibly detrimental. No, here comes a ping. Seems very aware. Hayward's coughing in the smoke. It gives him away. I'm sure that's what the sound cue was. So that's worked out for Rhythm in the end. Sage got tagged up a little bit as well. Time not quite as efficient, but 40 seconds. Rhythm are poised here.
Juicy's still just holding out in blue there. You can see he's just pulled away on the X-ray of the screen on the left there. Up comes the reinforcement. No more smoke babes. That is a very big point to make. How much denial do Knights have as we come into the last 25 seconds? Raven, this is such an important fight that Knights need to win.
Yes, 20 seconds. They need to hold on. Rhythm in great positions to lock down the Knights on the retake, though, so the plant is going to have to be attempted. Novakes with the kit. He gets team killed by a bounce, and the hero of the play maybe ends it for Rhythm. They're going to try and fight back. They push through the site, but Knights, they're holding the right angles. It's all onto boats, but as timer expires, the Knights are the ones that prevail. They move forward to a match point now, 7-6.
Whoa, my oh my. That is a second team kill for Rhythm. And regardless, maybe it didn't have a massive impact on the end of the round, but you could only imagine that extra gunfight, that extra crosshair that is needing to be dealt with by Knights potentially turns the tides of that fight, and it is just in all sorts. Tatters now as we head to the basement defense for Rhythm. This could be it. Knights staring toe to toe with Rhythm, with second place on the line at this point.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Potentially all that's left in this match is 3.5 minutes, Raven.
Rhythm got to dig deep on these defenses. Of course, it was a 3-3 half, like we said, for the first two halves. So this could go either way. Rhythm looked a little sketchy on some of these basement defenses, but in the end, it probably is the most comfortable bomb site. So let's see what they've got. Drex, in particular, very important on the smoke. playing that extension in towards blue, as we've seen time and time again, it is such a critical part
5 seconds left.
of holding this side.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Well, I think we're going to be going deep into the night once again, Raven. A 7-5 finish in the first match, and now we could potentially be looking at an 8-7 match for the Knights in Rhythm game, and I'm sure it's only going to get more intense, even closer as we get through the night. And then this is the round that we are begging for them to take. This is what we expect from them at this point. Defensive side of basement, as you were saying. It really does come down to it with a 3-3 half on either side. There is no telling what this last round or potential last round will give.
Not much of a change here from Knights either on this attack approach. They're going to be taking the rear tower with the stairs in towards pillar. And of course, they are trying to clear out this bunker position. So it's pretty much exactly business as usual for Knights. Rhythm should be aware of how that works. Last time we saw a big flank coming out from Noveix and Bouncin, I believe it was. And right now, they're both still firmly on side. Of course, only over a minute played. There's still ample opportunity and time to do something about that. Juicy is going to be opening this hatch, which has become a very important part also, both for the attack and defense, on the way that this site has swung in the result.
You would imagine this time Sage won't be taking any chances and will likely drop an air jab anywhere near it. Noveix taking down Josh. An aggressive C4 that will give the advantage to Rhythm.
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
Out comes the Selma charge. Oh, Dino whiskers wide of it. They haven't been able to get that shield. And on that, my word, Noveix was doing a lot of damage there. Juicy catching Drex. Raven, it's just turned the tides.
It has. Maybe Rhythm just stalled a bit too much in retreating there, or baiting too much into that change-up. Bouncin trying to contest a Dino. Dino tag to 1 HP, but it's the Knights pushing forward. It's starting to be a 2 versus 2. Here it is. 45 seconds, Matic. This could be Rhythm season. This could be Knights in second place as the plant starts to go down.
Watching the cross, they don't allow the support. Bouncin falls down. Haywood, they've left plenty of time to make this work. And Haywood, he expects boats in the tight corner of Freezer. That will secure Knights second place in the Oceanic Nationals. And what a tight game. What a performance from both of these teams. And it's only fitting that it's finished in overtime.
It is, but oh, it such a feels bad for Rhythm. Another overtime loss to what looks like is going to be a top 2 team, or just in general a top contesting team. Felt close to them, but the Knights too strong in the end. It was a great tug of war, but had to go somewhere, and it was the Knights.
That it was, and I mean, 4 rounds straight from the Knights. That's all it needs to be said at the end of the day. They went 4 rounds straight at the end of the match. Big time players, and they've put themselves in a big position heading into playoffs next weekend. And with that, Raven, the last game's left wide open.
It is. I am really excited now for that last game. Of course, we have another game before that, but just to preface it for everybody, it does mean basically the winner of the last game will make it into playoffs at a simple form. Incredibly exciting to get into that matchup, and it's going to be a great way to be able to close out the regular season.
It certainly will be. I couldn't have asked for any better ending to it, especially at the last match. That is going to be incredible, an incredible performance from the team of Rhythm. We're going to be listening, or not listening, we're going to be talking to Yoshi as we have him on the line. Very quick interviews tonight. And Yoshi, 4 overtimes. I could not imagine what is going on in your heart right now.
Yeah. Yeah, we just don't know how to close it out, do we? It sucks, to be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah, look, it's rough. You guys have had, honestly, I would say you guys have had a great season. Like, I know it probably doesn't feel like it because you haven't got the wins, but just so many close games against top teams. That's already a bit of an achievement. Let's dive into this match, though. Of course, you took took the Knights to Oregon. It's not something we've seen from you guys yet. So we'd love to hear the thought process behind going to Oregon for tonight.
Well, I think the boys just wanted to play a map other than Coastline and Clubhouse, so we banned Clubhouse ourselves, and then I believe Knights banned Coastline. So we were like, oh, thank God, we can do something else. So it was good to show up on Oregon to some extent and kind of show people that we're not just Clubhouse and Coastline orientated. We can play most maps. So yeah, it was good to play a different map. That's pretty much it, even though we lost.
Yeah, just very quickly before we do let you go and rejoin your team, I would like to know what the comms are like, because you guys were up 6-4 at one point and on match point for those last 2 rounds. What is going through the heads of the players and yourself when we're coming into those final 2 rounds?
Honestly, like the early game and the mid game is really good in those last 2 rounds. It just comes down to that late game. Like we have, obviously, as teams do, have your executes, and it's just that one person that's kind of missing a step in that last execute, and we just the attack collapses because of that, or the defense collapses because of that, and that's pretty much just it. So it's just a really small mistake, and Knights, being the team that they are, just capitalize on it very easily. So yeah, well, I am disheartened to say that you are now going to be fighting your way out of relegation in the relegation playoffs later in, I think it's in a couple of weeks or months' time. So we do wish you the very best of luck there, Yoshi. And I must say, mate, what an incredible season you guys have had. Yeah, thanks, gents. Hopefully we'll be back.
No doubt you'll be back on the on what has been just a really, really great season. I mean, you just look back and wonder what could have been for the entirety of Rhythm.
It's exactly that. And like, it feels weird to say, right? Like, this is a team that's just gone into like they have booked their spot in relegations, which isn't a great thing, by the way. No. But we just keep saying they've had a good season, and it's true. Like, as I was saying in that rehost, compared to Six Masters, this is a completely different roster. They've made huge improvements and gone toe-to-toe with all of the better teams in Oceanic Nationals, if you want to call it that, as in better teams. So, look, I think there's a lot that they can be proud of, and if anything, they should just hold a lot of confidence going into that promo relegations tournament. That I'm confident too, that I think they'll be back.
I do as well. You know, we look at how they've been performing this season, and you can even put that aside and just look at players and, you know, the mindset from Yoshi. And it is, you know, that there is a real sense of urgency from them. They understand what's happening in these matches, and whether they need to try and fix that with, you know, whatever it may be, whatever the decisions may be, you know that they've got the time to go away, look at this and rethink how their season's gone, because I know they're disappointed. You could not be disappointed. You could not be disappointed. You had 4 of the closest matches we've had the entire game. So I think that's very unfortunate that they have finished that way. But what is not unfortunate is the performance that Knights were able to pull out. We've got Dino ready on the line. Congratulations, Dino. I don't need to say it enough. That does secure you the second place, the second seed in the Oceanic Nationals, which means great things for the playoffs. But first and foremost, you were down 4-6 at one stage in that game, and we thought that second half was going to be a run over from you guys. Was there anything particularly going wrong in that instance?
We had a lot of issues with our roam up top, like the site hold. So we said, let's just not go there again. We'll just focus on shower hold and below hold. And we were able to get the last 2 rounds, so the 5th and 6th round, to go overtime. And then once we went to overtime, we said, okay, we don't have to go there again. We'll just go below to close it out, and then try to win their attack round afterwards.
Yeah, look, great insight there, Dino. And something I'd just love to hear your overall thoughts on is that you guys started the season really strong. You looked like you were probably going to end up being a first-place team, but the second half of the season really saw some close results and losses that we weren't expecting either. So maybe just give us some insight. What are some of the things that you guys have struggled with in this second half that you're looking to fix going into playoffs?
I think our communication mid-round is suffering a little bit without Strider, because he used to be a lot of that mid-intel. the thing about our first games were they were a lot easier compared to versing Wildcard, OKAMI, etc. So with the first games, little mistakes can pass through, but against Wildcard OKAMI that can't happen. And with our intel being not the best it can be, we just lost a lot of that mid-round engagements, and we lost the game, unfortunately.
I think that's an absolute solid answer. That really gives us some good insight into what will be the playoffs, which are next weekend. Dino, we'd like to thank you very much for coming on and giving us that insight. We will see you then, and best of luck, mate.
Thank you very much. Have a great night.
Yep. Okay. Knights. Bang. Tick them off. Second seed. First seed. Wild card. And now I think that on the back of that, you made a very good point, which is that things have started to, kind of crumble to the wayside toward the end of this season. Just to reiterate, a 2-7 loss against Wildcard, a 7-8 loss against OKAMI, and now just barely scraping by in an 8-6 victory against Rhythm. It doesn't look great heading into playoffs.
No, I mean, Dinosaur seemed confident, and they put that down to just the caliber of their opponents, capitalizing on the mistakes that they were making. It's definitely true to an extent. That wildcard game in particular is probably the one that sticks in my head the most, because it's not that they were making, they were making lots of little mistakes, but they got stomped. Like you said, it was a 2-7.
Yeah.
So it's not the greatest form for them to bring into playoffs, but at the same time, they don't seem that phased, right? Dino did not seem worried about the team's performance or anything like that. In fact, he seemed quite confident. So the fact they've locked in a good seed position to start the playoffs in, I think they're going to be backing themselves to be reappearing again at the major.
Oh, without a doubt, and I think that they're just on the doorstep of that. But ladies and gentlemen, that is our second match of the night done and dusted. We are now going to be moving on to Noble and Elevate. But we're going to go to a short break. Don't go anywhere.
Can't say why.
Well, it's almost time, ladies and gentlemen. We are coming down to the last 2 matches of Playdays of the regular season for Oceanic Nationals. Manic and Raven here. Damn it, Raven, I got it this time. To work all throughout the night to bring you what is these last couple of matches. And I think that so far it has not disappointed. Raven, a 7-5 and then an 8-6 to kick us off.
Yeah, they've been 2 close matches. Feels like we're just kicking it on since last Friday because we had 3 8-7s on the Friday, and here we are. Yep. It's already been very close. I don't expect that to be changing, to be honest.
No, neither do I. And we're just going to jump straight into it. We're going to dive into the Noble roster and have a look at what is potentially a 3rd-seeded team. Going into this game, ladies and gentlemen, the winner of this matchup will solidify 3rd place. So, once again, quite a lot on the line because it means that you only have to face 6th. Anyway, let's have a look at the roster that we have come to know and love as some of the cheeky plays with Milo, Fisho, Guy, Nico, Derpe, and President. What do you have to add to us today, Raven?
Definitely keep your eyes out for Nico and Fisher, Guy. I'd say they're the 2 players that have probably had some of the more impactful performances or more consistent performances even for Noble. Maybe Fisher Guy a little less consistent, but definitely at the start of the season, he had some great games. He even got a Snowball MVP of the week way back. I think that was in week 1. So, yeah, some X-Factor players here for Noble that you definitely can't count out.
Yep, and a team that you were just talking about consistency, a team that's seen inconsistency throughout their Oceanic National season has been Elevate, of course. Seen some up and down performances from them, and we definitely have, we're going to be expecting a lot of them tonight. Vast, Worthy, God Legion, Digital, and Hotshot with Cynic sitting in as coach. This team could do all sorts of damage when they're on, but it just feels like a lot of these nights that we've been watching, it has been 50-50 as to whether they've brought their full form in or not.
And that's it. When they lock in and they have their teamwork, they have put on some really good performances. And then when they've been inconsistent, almost every single player here has had like their moment in the spotlight. Vast in particular, I think he's probably had one of the more consistent seasons out of this full roster. God Legion also. Worthy has been a great backup, but last Playday on the Friday, he really had a struggle. So it's just about all of them just locking in this synergy, and if they all perform, I feel like it's going to be a big threat to Noble.
Yeah, no, I do agree with that. And I think that it's very, it is fitting that the last 2 matches that we're going to play, we are expecting to be incredibly close. Now, it is worth noting that Noble, I don't want to say they're on a downward trend by any means, but I think that they're in a similar boat to Knights where they started off with incredible matches. You know, an 8-7 victory over WILDCARD, the only loss that WILDCARD have suffered this season. And then to fall to Knights 3-7, OKAMI 3-7, and of course just beat Rhythm 8-7 on the last play day. There have been some questionable results from Noble as well. So by no means either team coming into this in very convincing form, Raven.
Yeah, that's a great point. It is kind of that mid-table battle for some of the more inconsistent, higher performing teams, if you know what I mean. And it does mean, look, whoever does come out tonight, they will get 3rd. And that's more significant than it might sound at face value. So like we said, if you weren't here at the start, 1st and 2nd seed, they're straight through to the semifinals in playoffs. So they get a bit of a bye at the start. So if you're 3rd place, you actually get to play 6th, who is theoretically the weakest opponent you could play in playoffs.
Yeah, theoretically. Although, if anything goes to tell, we never know what's going to happen when it comes to playoffs. No. But we do have to get into the veto stage now, so I think we've seen enough of Oregon tonight, so please don't pick Oregon. Any thoughts, Raven?
Look, some of these guys have been a little inconsistent on some of their stronger maps, so Clubhouse, Cafe, I would expect to come out, but we've seen 50-50 results from both these teams on those maps. So I'm maybe thinking somewhere a little left field. Oregon? I don't know. Villa or Coastline even, I'm not sure, but I think it won't be something particularly standard.
Please bring me a Coastline, please, for the game. Oh my God, Villa and Coastline straight up. Okay,
Clubhouse
Oregon's gone. So we don't have to play Morrigan, you know, we don't have to continue to see that one. We're going to Clubhouse, which has seen so much play throughout these days of Oceanic Nationals. So seems fitting that in the last 2 matches, one of them at least, we will be taken to Clubhouse. What are your thoughts? Both of these teams have played it twice throughout the season, so it's pretty even in terms of VODs and, you know, like practice on this map and officials. Where are you lying?
Look, again, it's hard to predict because of some of the inconsistencies of these teams. I'm leaning towards Elevate because this was the map that they really showed up on. Vast got quite a famous ace in Garage on this map earlier in the season. So, I mean, I'm leaning towards Elevate, but really this is such a down the middle game, I tell you what.
It certainly is, and I think that the snowball predictions will show that as well, or potentially not. There we go. I think that's one of the more split decisions I've seen from this season, and I think that Elevate. I actually think I meant to vote for Elevate, so I'm sorry, Elevate, and I, you know, just know if you win, I was with you. If I wasn't, well, I'm sorry, you're trash. But heading into this, hey, we got to roast them sometimes. The thing that I think is important to note for Noble, Clubhouse, they had a 3-7 defeat on from the Knights, and that was really convincing as well. That was quite a sweep from the Knights. And then the very last Playday on Friday, we saw an 8-7 against Rhythm on this match. So very much, this is their proving ground. This is where they make a statement and say that Clubhouse is our map. This is the map that we know we can play. Because right now, we don't have the best track record, Raven.
We don't, and we're going to jump in now, Noble versus Elevate on Clubhouse. And as you were saying, Noble don't have the greatest record on this map this season. It used to be considered one of their best, and people playing them on this map, well, you were in for some danger, but they have not had the same kind of strike power this season.
Well, let's see whether this is the time, Raven. Good luck, have fun, of course. We're going to get a cheeky one in at least once every play day, just to ensure that we keep it lighthearted no matter how intense it is. Poor Maverick, he doesn't see much Clubhouse, does he?
No, not usually. He's usually off the board. And here's the other one that's sometimes off the board, and this is going to make the attack all that much tougher, is that without Thatcher, some of those hatches in particular, that basement defense, going to be tough.
Don't ban Kaid, don't ban Kaid. Let's have a repeat of last Friday. Let's have a repeat of last Friday, please. This would be spicy. I'm sure that Noble will not want to be taking risks on that. Having said that, a Valkyrie ban. Okay, no intel. And I will say that the Kaid really changed. The Kaid being left in really did change the tides in a lot of those rounds last Friday. And there we go. There you have it. Off the board as we now head into it. Any thoughts on the Valkyrie ban, Raven?
Look, again, I think it's really good to deny that extra intel and maybe facilitate some roaming, which can be really helpful. We saw Digital playing a lot of Valkyrie in their successful match against Erox. So, maybe just a straight up target ban, to be honest with you.
Digital, he's definitely played well this season, in all honesty. We've had a couple of good games from him. But likewise, I think there has been some inconsistency. The Mozzie will be brought in replacement potentially for that Valk should they want the intel, but I think we've all seen Mozzie played in many different ways on these play days. So Malusi will be brought instead of the castle as well. They have showed face though, so let's see what this brings, as it is Elevate starting out on the defensive side. Noble is just out in front, nosing 6% on Elevate there. And yep, very similar to pretty much every single time I see a community vote. That looks like a fair representation.
It does look like a fair representation. And at the end of the day, I'm not going to say it doesn't matter, but far out predictions have just been thrown out the window so much this season. Like it felt like we were literally cursing the Knights in that last match, right? We all predicted Knights, and they were so close to losing that game.
5 seconds left.
Yeah, it's gonna be a tough game. I'm expecting probably overtime out of this, to be honest with you, Manny.
Yep. And it really, like, the past 2 play days especially have just brought us all sorts of spice And I'm really just expecting nothing less. Nothing short of at least a 7-5 map. But both of these teams can definitely bring the heat. You know, Nico on Buck on the attacking side is... Man, it can really make you uncomfortable, especially down in basement. And I think that's... we've seen teams go for that direct ban in the past to ensure that he doesn't have that comfortable kind of play style. But we'll see how much it enables him to do here, as Noble have cleared what looks to be the roam for now, as still continuing to drone out past the 2-minute mark, and it looks like they've got a pretty good idea now of the positioning of Elevate.
They have, and one thing in particular, look, Nico reprising his role on Buck. I'm sure he's bringing the DMR. It's really, really strong pick for him, and it's something that he seems to excel on. So we'll highlight that and see whether he continues to excel on this against Elevate. Right now, the time management quite good from Noble, getting this vertical pressure through the kitchen, and from a safe distance on Nico is always a great start.
So a double with President backing up on Sledge for the... Obviously, Derpe and Milo bringing the hard breach potential for those hatches now. Nico trying to force back anyone looking to either impact trick or any sort. Not going to happen for Elevate this time around. So they do concede the hatch. You can see a deployable shield at the back of Armory toward Dirt will enable some of that deny should they look to drop the hatch.
Maybe Hotshot playing in Dirt, pretty important there. So if he is not pushed out by Derpe, who looks like he's poised to start pushing through Dirt. Fisho joining the fray there as well. In fact, it is Fisho that's going to be the one pushing deep. He looks like he's going to be the distractor to make sure that Hotshot isn't the one to deny plant. And with 35 seconds to go, I think this battle in particular in Dirt is going to be very important for how this round plays out.
Now they know exactly where the smoke is as he alerts Noble of the position. There's the potential for the trade as they come around the corner. So that could play a huge effect. Fisho guy, he goes down first. Nico, however, they are evening the odds. My goodness, what is going on? God Legion on a flank of all sorts here. Derpe is evening it out, but I believe the last two are kind of stuck in an awkward position. They don't have vertical control. The diffuser is down. Derpe, he cannot find it. Is it? I don't even think they've got time at this point. Derpe, does he make it around the corner? No, they don't. Elevate, they manage to push them back, and God Legion, well, he's doing God's work at that point.
God's work, he did indeed. Great flank from him. Secures Elevate round number 1. Of course, they would have been backing themselves a lot on that basement defense, and it was close. I mean, Noble did a pretty good job to bring it as close as they did. They just never quite had as much control as they want. So weren't able to secure a plant. They never really attempted it, to be honest with you. Elevate now just going to rotate around to CCTV Cash. Vast, of course, we said he's a player to look out for in Garage. It was on Kaid last time that he was excelling, so that's been banned off now. He's going to have to play this Wamai.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Wamai, which unfortunately was not given any chance to play last map, instantly banned. And Raven, how nasty Vast is up on those rafters. I'm sure that Noble are fully aware of it and will not be making a similar mistake as potentially teams have beforehand. And look, that round was a little bit chaotic there. It still felt like Noble had a good chance. Had that Banshee not have been directly under the hatch, or had it have been dealt with, there is an opportunity for Derpe to run away with that diffuser and look at getting it down in a different position, but whew, did come down to the wire, seconds in it as per usual. We are really coming to expect that lately, aren't we?
That we are. Curious to see what Elevate do with this defense. Looks like they are going to maybe just extend a touch into construction here. They've banked some reinforcements in towards logistics, used mute jammers on the main door. So looking to potentially play a little aggressive. God Legion over in Gym as well, maybe keen for a jump out. So if Noble do start to stack up around that CCTV window area, could be a little bit deadly.
Tossing flashbang. Bomb has been located. Delta sequence activated.
Come the charges, but they will eventually be allowed to lay to rest on the CCTV wall. The back of, I believe that was President's Nade, so Elevate still pretty happy to continue their extended play into bedroom and construction. And that's potentially what you get. God Legion does go down, but once again, he will be able to be picked back up here, Raven.
He is. That's going to delay some time. They're going to drone that too, because they probably thought that they might be able to get a nice little secure here. Finally spotted him in the little closet. He's going to back away. And this is a good stall on the Master side, because otherwise, you just would have seen Noble quick take Master and start to put a lot of pressure in towards Cash from construction, but they've had to use so many drones to figure this out. God Legion has now been misdroned. He's back in logistics. He's getting aggressive in the corner. He might be able to wait out this drop. Oh no, I think the drone just saw him all the way in the end. So, very lucky that turned around and finally Noble closed that out.
Man, could have gone so differently, but they do their due diligence, and now in a 2 versus 5 Elevate, their backs are well and truly up against the wall. An extended hold has not given them too much here. Vast, what are you looking to do? Nothing. No one out there. Just
some hands.
Yeah, quite literally. Hot shot now, getting caught out. It's all left on Vast. We've seen him do some pretty nutty things, Raven, but a 1v5 is just out of order.
Seems like it, but that's basically what we saw last time we saw Vast on Clubhouse. But no, he gets one, Zerpe shuts him down, so Noble answered back. We see a 1-1, and Noble looking pretty good on that attack.
Certainly are. And look, that was very close, Raven, to being one of the biggest missteps for Noble you could ever have on a drone. That really would have put a spanner in the works. As it is, there is no need to worry. And we head to gym and bedroom now for the defense of Elevate. You'd say a very interesting start. I am intrigued to see how this one goes now, as
Attackers need to locate.
if I'm being completely honest, it does look like Noble has started out the better of the two.
Potentially, but at the same time, there was a narrow margin where I felt like that opening engagement when Noble got 3 kills could have very much gone the other way, but it didn't work out that way, of course. So yeah. I'd say, yeah, Noble are looking pretty decent. I mean, they were close to getting the first round. That second one much more comfortable. I think still too early to judge, but it feels like it's just living up to, again, this close nature of the whole season. Potentially, we might just see trading rounds back and forth all the way through the overtime.
I am really curious come, the very end of our play days and we head into playoffs, whether it be the promo relegation playoffs or whether it just be the regular Oceanic national playoffs. What happens in the best of 3 formats when things change? Are we going to see as many close and tightly contested games? Because I really think that there's something in it that just allows these teams to really, on the day, just get off running and never allow for that second comeback, if you will. Worthy, my goodness, I got baited so hard then. So hard. That is literally just the cupboards. Don't mind me, folks.
Yep, and look, he missed that cross as well, so he's going to think he's safe. Big misplay from Worthy on the lineup there. I don't think he realized he wasn't quite looking at the door frame. So here's Noble. They go up with a man advantage in that first minute. Pretty big pick. Going to start to put pressure in towards CCTV Cash, where Digital and God Legion are currently holding. It's very important map control to hold. So given that Noble seem like they're dedicating a lot to it, the stall right now is going to be critical.
Show pre-aiming the top of red, looking to ensure Elevate going for any kind of cheeky peek. It's not going to come out. God Legion He's only able to find one, and Fisho just catches the backside of Digital as he makes his way into construction. They do manage to fold out in time, though, and Nico continuing to put pressure on from the vertical angle there. What are you looking for here, Vast? Nico is what he was looking for. Kill confirmed, and back to site. He should fall at this point. A 3v3, a minute 20 left.
Yeah, it was a good pick from Vast on the flank. Nico seemed so aware of it, though, just maybe caught a touch off guard. Vast also pretty sharp with that shot, getting the headshot. But Nico didn't have much time to react to that DMR, of course, is the downside to having a DMR. Coming to last minute, though, Noble do have some good map control. They've got this cash side. Now they're looking to take logistics. Is Digital on the Maestro that stands in their way there. So the other players are going to try and assist, putting pressure on these windows, which will hopefully spread out Elevate and enable Noble to potentially get this execute down.
Noble can choose to pick up the pace at any second. Smoke to continue to deny. Milo goes deep on site. They're not expecting it. Hotshot gets caught out trying to find what's going on. And that will well and truly confirm a second round here for Noble. It all happened at once, Raven, and it looked like Elevate were completely stumped out of the round.
They were. They were caught sleeping a little bit at the end there. I think they just assumed that maybe Noble were going to funnel through the door. Didn't feel like those windows were well covered because, as you said, I think it was Milo just got in and got the frags. So not a great defense there for Elevate, and I'm starting to agree with you now, Manic. It feels like Noble are taking control of the match. Really careful because Elevate, yeah, they can win basement because, of course, this should be the hardest to attack, but it's the dubs on Gym Bedroom and the dubs on Cache CCTV that I think will really dictate these defense halves.
Yep.
Attackers need to locate
Certainly so. And to cast your minds back, it really finished out in a 2v2, and it was the time that ran thin for Noble, but there were many points in which either team really had a good look into that first round, and I think that this time we will wait and see whether it's even similar to the previous. God Legion was on a cheeky roam up in bar and managed to find some decent trades. Actually, I think it was main stairs coming down from logistics, so this time Elevate investing a little bit more on the roam, Raven.
Yeah, adopting the more traditional clubhouse roam. SSG room, if you want to call it that, but everybody does it these days, so I don't know whether you can really call it SSG room anymore. Looks like that's the play. Worthy a little cheeky here, though. I thought he was going to place that barricade, but decided not to. Not going to spawn pick it either. Not sure what that's about, but anyway. Going to play aggressive around the bar. They are sticking the roam as well. Looks like Vast and God Legion on the top floor from what I can see.
Is the con open for now anyway? Well, just a headshot angle, if you will, on that Selma charge from Derp8. Fisho guy now hunting for those two players upstairs, CCTV and Cash. Obviously being cautious, we've seen a lot of players playing from oil to deny that rafters aggression. Worthy has actually come up in blue as well to help support the rest of the team here. They're investing quite heavily, Raven.
They are investing heavily in making work. He peeks the catwalk, but he bails away. He might have been able to catch Fisher guy off guard, but in fact, it looks like the whole roam has defaulted back down now. So at least they've gotten away with their lives. They've delayed time. They've shot some drones. At this stage, you could probably call that a bit of a dub for the Elevate strat. But Noble do still have quite a bit of time. And they've been working away at things anyway. They're starting to work at kitchen now. Derp8 is just on the outside of it, maybe just waiting for his chance to open the hatch.
You'll see Nico now opening up those lines. Still just very cautious of anything that may potentially be played. And I wonder if there was where that castle is putting the very last barricade, because I believe he didn't put that on the window, so whether he even had one left. No, none left. Okay, he's put it on dirt. There you go. So once defaulting back to site, they're doubling up on what they think is right.
Less than a minute now, and they're only starting to get more solid vertical pressure onto site, so I think this is definitely a slower attack to the last one that we saw for Basement. He's trying to work at Kitchen Hatch. They've opened up that little rush wall at the bottom of the main stairs so they can try and rush through and put pressure. Elevate just backing off and really just letting Noble push in. It looks like Elevate are going to bank on being able to deny this.
25 seconds, breaching now from Dirt as Fisho Guy finds the first kill onto Worthy. Derpe looking for that contact. Once again, it is even out. Elevate, they are not letting them settle for a second. No matter what they manage to find, they're still finding ways back into this game. God Legion is the man to step up this time. Milo tries to go deep into sight. Once again, 2 players left for Noble, and they get shut down in quick succession. Elevate, they take this round, and confidently so.
That was definitely more confident than...
So, coming into round number 5 now. We'll wait and see what happens on this defense.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
And with that, it will gain the advantage potentially for Noble after those couple of rounds that we were able to see. I believe we definitely just had a misstep. And my poor Raven had disappeared on me. Raven, are you there? Well, this is devastating for me. Raven's left me out to dry, and that's alright. We have bigger and better things in mind for this matchup than what has been these... I do apologise for any technical difficulties that we do have, guys. It do be the way of home broadcasts. And with this now, Elevate look to reattempt that extended hold across the bedroom and con. God Legion and Worthy going to be playing side by side, brothers in arms, if you will. On the back of that as well, Vast holding that rafters position, which we know he does so well. Digital at the moment. Looks like is he all the way down in basement? Yes, he is. Droning out by the looks of it. Potentially expecting someone to come down blue. Noble not even on, well, not even in the building thus far. So there we go. President is the first to make his way in, and I am extremely curious to see what Digital does here. He may just come up main stairs and join the rest of his team over in con. Sounds like CCTV wall is starting to be open there. You can see the Selma charges going off in the background. The rings of the explosions now. Raven, I think I heard a tickle of the throat. He's back, ladies and gentlemen. He's back.
Oh my gosh, not sure what happened there. Thanks, microphone, but we back. I have not been able to catch up on what the round has been doing, to be honest with you, because I've been frantically plugging and unplugging my microphone. But fact is, half the round down, no engagement so far, which starts to favor the defense in this instance. And again, Elevate have extended to this master bedroom side. So I think it's a lot about this strat is just make or break on if they do successfully hold this master bedroom side of the map.
Fisho Guy just reloading his minigun, if you will. 150 bullets. Really never running out of ammo at that point. Pre-firing around the corners now. Looks like they're trying to put a little bit of pressure, and they may potentially isolate God Legion there in bedroom. Fisho holding that hard line just in case someone decides to rotate out early, with Derpe now putting pressure in from CCTV. Oh! That was right beside him.
Bit cheeky on the magnet. Fisher, though, sharp shot onto Worthy. And in they go. It's going to be a team kill on the back of that, so that could be detrimental. 30 seconds. Vast still has this garage position. Nico only just entering Master.
He's going to get a pick on a God Legion. 25 seconds. Can Elevate hold on?
They were not shy in going fast then. And President now is sticking the defuser. Looking like in cash. They've got them isolated at top red and rafters. As Digital now makes his way back up. I don't know whether they're going to be able to find the angles they need here. They've completely fallen away from sight there, Noble. They've got one player holding and two playing from a little bit deeper. It looks like Nico from underneath, and it is two. He'll clean the round up. Clean up aisle 5. Janitor duty for Nico. And once again, another very convincing round on this Noble attack.
Yeah, and again, it was not the basement side. I want to put the spotlight on that Elevate have not had success outside of basement yet, and that's just what is needed to be getting this defense half. So Gym Bedroom is their last-ditch effort here. It is round 6, their final defense. Elevate can get this, it will be 3-3. Might be on track for another overtime game.
Don't you dare, Raven. Well, it would only be fitting to do so on the final day of what has been an incredibly frantic Oceanic Nationals regular season.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by
Once
attackers.
again, the reward on the line for this matchup, it can hold quite a bit of weight because, you know, to make a long story short, whoever loses this, by the looks of it, will have to play OKAMI come the quarterfinals of playoffs next weekend. The team that wins it will have either Ferox or LFO to play, which, when you look at the standings, you would definitely say is the lesser team. However, the season's been a little bit more up and down than that, so you definitely don't really want to be going into quarterfinals playing OKAMI, though, who have come into form very late into the season here. And thus, Elevate will need to confirm what is this last round on their defense.
It's a great point, but at the same time, Elevate, one of their victories was against OKAMI, so they might feel confident in that matchup. Granted, OKAMI was struggling much more back in those matches than in the recent form, so it could end up having a different result. Of course, BO3 as well. But like you said, Elevate, they want to lock it in. That you just want to get third place because you're going to give yourself the best opportunity possible in the playoffs. Right now, they're struggling. I mean, Noble are doing pretty good work on these attacks. Time management on point. Utility clear on point right now. They seem to be getting a lot of control.
And on that as well, it does seem like there are very quick trades from the side of Noble. Elevate may be able to find an advantage here and there, but it does, like, there is an inkling that every time Elevate get an advantage or something along those lines, Noble just managed to really claw it back or potentially get that in favor in the very early rounds. A lot of presence being given to that CCTV wall, and God Legion at the moment going to be playing on the shoulder of Digital once again. So Nico might just look to come underneath and make them a little bit uncomfortable. Very cautious that there could be a player flanking him from the underside. It's God Legion that finds the first kill on Fisho, who was pushing up. Nico just manages to catch the trade as Digital was trying to get away. And a 3 versus 4 does not favor Noble for the first time.
No, it's definitely worked out much better for Elevate in this instance. God Legion 1 HP though. I mean, it's just a sneeze in him and he's dead. He's gone into that Logi cupboard again, which is where he died last time. Nico's still making verticals so that they can actually fully obtain this cash control. Dirtbay's been tagged from a run out from fast all the way into strip. No one's going to be able to capitalize on that because they are all focused on the east. So right now, Elevate just poking and prodding. And they feel like they are in control right now in this round.
And that's it, just for this round so far. Nico trying to catch a rotate back to site. Doesn't look like he's going to be given anything just yet. Worthy holding the back of Logistics drop. Hot shot repositioning as well to get a little bit more aggressive to Con. Potentially, if he does decide to stick by the mattress, he could find an easy and quick kill, but droning out, due diligence being done. Nico needs to be careful when he drops here, Raven.
Yep, not careful enough though. Worthy there to capitalize. God Legend's been downed. His hot shot finds Derpay all on Milo's shoulders. He finds Worthy. It's all up to Hotshot and Vast. They've just got to sit deep, and they aren't pushing it at all. They're staying very patient as Milo wallbangs. Almost gets all. My gosh, Milo really almost made that happen. The crossfire though too good from Elevate. That was barely close, Manic.
Oh my god, that would have been one of the most sickening plays I've seen in the ANZ region had he been able to find that kill. Oh my word, the pre-fire on the wall as well. It was almost doable. And we are left thinking what could have been there for Noble, who just didn't seem like they really had a good footing in that round. And Elevate will make it a 3-3 half, so we are very much halfway on our way to overtime here, Raven. It would not surprise me.
Feels like it so far. And look, you brought up a great point with that almost clutch. Milo, he pre-fired Hotshot. He got him down to about 25 HP, I think it was. If he had got the down and it then smoked Vast along the hallway, that would have been the round for Noble. Very, very close. Great attempt from Milo. But here we go. We've got the half. We've got the swap happening, so we get to see what Noble are like on these defenses and what Elevator like to attack, because I feel like the spotlight should really be more on how well these attacks perform. In the end, these defenses, especially the basic ones, should be somewhat comfortable. Not easy, but more comfortable than you normally expect because of these bans.
For sure. For sure. And
10 seconds to go.
we'll wait and see how easy. Whether it's easy enough. But anyway, I think that at this point, Noble is coming into this with good stead. There was a lot of confidence from that. And the rounds that Elevate won, it really has been quite an even half, regardless of how quickly I thought that Noble were able to gain the advantage. In terms of gameplay, anyway, I just want to make that very clear. I'm not talking about, rounds or anything like that. It did feel like Noble were bringing a little bit more, but now it's Elevate's turn to potentially return the favor on this one. Milo on that Jaeger, not afraid to get aggressive whatsoever, and Elevate, as always, they're just going to make sure that they're not giving any free kills away early on.
Milo's got the taste now. He wants to be aggressive here. Just shooting these drones on the blue stairs. Elevate deciding not to dedicate an extra drone to that, which is good. Once he shot the first one, they kept the other two back, just ensuring he didn't actually leave the storage stairs. So down he goes. He's going to play around that rack in blue. And it looks like Noble are destined to be on site right now as Elevator making this vertical pressure in towards the main hallway and probably towards kitchen.
Oh, Legion making some vertical lines of his own there. And oh, see you later. Landmine, nicely done from Derpay. Great intel, and see you later, Alligator.
Must have been a pre-place because Derpay was in dirt, obviously, as we just saw, and it was God Legion was barely in kitchen before that blew up. So perfect comms. Not sure exactly what the intel came from or whether it was just purely a sound call, but either way. Great play from Noble. That's a big dent into Elevate, losing both the sledge and the fact that it's Gold Legion, one of their stronger fraggers.
Yep. Wondering how many frag grenades were thrown. Didn't sound like any either, so it just continues to get a little bit more, a little bit worse in terms of the storyline for this round. Anyway, Hotshot, will he put pressure in Dirt? Derpay playing on more of a aggressive and deeper line in Dirt. You can see there, Hotshot just being able to spot him out around the corner. Intel now being given out, but how long is he going to be able to hold this for, Raven?
Yeah, just about that long, Medic. The shield gets cleared, and a good pre-fire from Hotshot means that it wasn't a very comfortable spot at all for Derpay to sit 4 versus 4 with 30 seconds, though. They've got 2 players in Dirt, which is pretty solid control. Not sure exactly how they've gone with Kitchen, but they're not leaving. There goes Hotshot.
He goes. My hero Nico can't stand up for Noble. And Worthy can continue to push with Digital putting more pressure on here. Vast is going to have to stick this just in Armory. Worthy, he needs to cover, he needs to hold, he needs to ensure that Vast can get up, so it's a 2v2. Milo, he's doing his best right now, and Vast, he will be called upon for Elevate here, Raven. Noble are going to take their time.
Defenders have eyes on the diffuser.
They
Attack
are, and
needs
he
to
is in
protect
such a tough position in the back of Armory. So easy to be pinched from. He gets one under President. He's got one more to find. It's Milo. He's been pretty hot for Noble, but not hot enough. Fast secures it. Solid round for Elevate. And I thought Noble were going to be able to crawl that back, but the post plant ended up being good for Elevate.
Certainly did. I still can't believe that one has gone the way of Elevate. Noble definitely looked posed to take that, but a very nice attack down there on the basement, Raven. We were saying that it's meant to be the easier, and we're making a real emphasis on the word easier. Yes, quote unquote, because it never is, you know, no site is easy to take, but by all means, a great round from Elevate there on the first defensive side of Noble.
Yeah, I think it's a really important round for Elevate, more so than Noble, not just because of the fact they won the round, but just a bit of a confidence booster. You know, they only went 3-3 on their defense half. As you said, it felt like Noble probably had more control in that first half in general. So to come out and just be able to take a basement attack like that, I think really strong. And the fact that it was on a clutch or that 1v1 situation generates some hype in the comms. You know, it makes you feel really good, and it can help you string together a few more rounds.
And the biggest problem, and I'm going to play devil's advocate here, the biggest problem with that is we're going straight into a rehost right after that round. There's only one thing that could be worse than a rehost right after you've just played a big clutch, and that is being team killed. I'm still mad at Drex for that. Bouncing will never be the same. But nevertheless, I do think that this is a great start on the attacking side. Like you said, it does give you a lot of confidence. I'm sure the comms were going absolutely off. You know, my favorite part about that is just the dust settling and it just going absolutely mental. Like that's my favorite part about those kind of rounds. It really does, you know, the silence, the calm before the storm, and then bang, straight into it. And look, for those of you who may only just have been joining us potentially in that round or now, it did finish 3-3 in the first half with Elevate on their defense. So it still felt like, you know, really up until that last round that Noble were in with a really good look to take that 4-2, and Elevate really stood up in round number 6. So this kind of continues this storyline that we've had of just stupidly close games in Oceanic Nationals.
Feels like it. It really does feel like it. And it's going to come down again. We saw an issue with Elevate's defenses where they struggled to hold the sites outside of basement. They only ended up winning that last gym bedroom round, only just 2. So it really could have been a 4-2 half. I think it's going to be a spotlight here for Noble. And the fact that they have lost Laundry straight off the bat, that's a little bit scary, I guess. We haven't seen enough of Noble's defenses to really be too alarmed. But I'd say if Elevate do creep out to a 5-3 lead, it's a little bit worrying. Of course, not too late at all, but it's definitely not a deficit I would have expected coming into this second half.
Yeah, and a big factor in this one, well, in this next round in particular, will be where Noble decide to take us, of course, whether we do see a reattempt of basement or whether we do move off. Of course, the rehost was called at the end of the round, meaning that the next round is untouched. There's no issues there. It's all good. We can play that out as if we'd never seen it. So I'm curious to see what Noble's decision is heading back into this one. Obviously, you would probably say the momentum is with Elevate, especially considering they were able to take that last round on the defensive half and kind of continue through with that. I think a good reminder for viewers at home is the last time these two teams played off was back in Six Masters. It was a 5-7 victory on Cafe for Elevate. We then went to a second map where Noble were able to secure it 8-6 on Border. So we know that these teams, they really tango. They are dancing to and fro, and therefore we just assume that it is going to be an all-timer, if you will. So we are not going to be seeing a reattempt of that basement defense. In fact, we're headed straight up to Cash and CC.
Yeah, we are going to see Noble do the rotate in general on Clubhouse. Most teams are comfortable on all 3 sites. Obviously, you don't play bar stock, but you can generally just rotate between all 3 sites, and by default, if you're a clubhouse team, you're generally comfortable on all 3 sites. So it's good to rotate through and not let another team get really used to your setups or comfortable attacking a certain site. That's really important. I'd expect Noble are probably going to try and play with a touch of aggression here, and maybe that's going to be off the back of Milo, because right now, he is going for this run out, and oh, it's just to find drones. Oh, I got so excited.
I mean, would you be surprised, in all honesty, if we saw Milo going for that? I wouldn't be.
Not at all.
Yeah, I'm telling you
Definitely
right
not
now,
surprised.
I would not be surprised whatsoever. And I wouldn't be surprised if he found a kill on the back of it. But we can move on from that, as Milo will continue to just roam down in bar and probably come to rejoin his team from main stairs, depending on where Elevate decide to hit from. They've opened up construction pretty early here with Digital, so that does make Milo's position a little bit more uncomfortable, and you'll see he's going to rotate safely all the way through basement and potentially into lounge or back up red stairs, but there's no need to make a full decision just yet. Elevate have only opened the south side, west side, at the 2-minute mark.
Yep, something we didn't see Noble get because of Elevate strats is the master control early. Of course, Elevate were extending over in this direction, and right now, Elevate have set up camp. They've got master, they've got the hallway, they've got logistics all covered. They can really start to put a lot of pressure in through to cash, which is, again, something that Noble were really not able to do that much when they attacked this. That being said, Noble attacked this pretty well. I think they won both times, so probably not a big deal at the end of the day.
You would be right in saying that. Both attempts successfully taken by the side of Noble. So, Elevate with a lot of pressure from Con. It looks like a fair amount of their players, a fair amount of their utility has been invested across there. You can see Hotshot as well just down in bedroom, but for now, it's not going to indicate anything in particular just as we start to set this round up. There's still a full minute left on this clock. Nico, very cheeky here. I wonder what the play is for him.
Yeah, I think he's going to try and do a run out straight to the south and peek up towards the window, but deciding against it. You're going to impact trick from below, actually. That's a nice little play there. So not going to be a run into cash for Elevate. Giving themselves quite a lot of time to be able to deal with this, but they're just clearing these ex-Kairos left, right, and center, so not having an impact for Elevate, which is going to be potentially detrimental. Hotshot now, he's coming in with the Selmas, but they still haven't got that vertical control below. So into this final 30 seconds, I think it's going to be a little chaotic to push through, and Milo gets the opening pick on a God Legion.
Yeah, God Legion was trying to find him, obviously trying to flush him out there as they start to open up 20 seconds. I don't think they've got a clear path into Con. They're going to have to go through that door and potentially through the window of CC here. Fisho guys on a tight line. President's holding from the top of red stairs, actually off on a little bit of a side angle there. They're getting absolutely massacred. Turned in to the mince grinder. 3 seconds left. It's 3 kills for Noble, and it's going to be 4-4 at the end of round number 8.
Huge defense from Noble, just that vertical play from below absolutely melted all attempts of hard breach in towards cash. And that just stalled Elevate out. They had construction control with, I think, just over a minute to go. And we didn't see them even try to push in until about 20 seconds, maybe even 15. They had no control. They had just tried so much to get that hard breach going. There was no pressure garage, barely any pressure CC window. Didn't look like there was much pressure from Kennels. Just Noble could totally sit back and take the pot shots. So great defense from Noble, and it's a little lackluster from Elevate.
Definitely expect a lot more from that situation, but I guess sometimes you do just get outplayed on a certain call, and that just seems to be the case. I've got a little tickle in the back of my throat, sorry.
You do what
It's
you
killing
gotta
me.
do, mate. I can talk
Raven,
if
you
want.
take over.
I got this. Look, I want to talk more about Elevate's attack there, because it's something that I think has been an issue with their inconsistency, in that with a lot of their attacks, they try to keep it simple, which can be good. But in the other hand, they're just not getting enough map control, so when it actually comes down to the execute, in this day and age of Siege, it's just not enough. There's usually too much left to deny or too many good positions left to be able to deal with it. So Elevate, they got to be thorough. Noble are going to be the ones that will sit back. They've got the intel. They're playing a lot of Maestro here. So if they're not clearing those Evil Eyes in particular, they can just sit back and just wait.
So we'll wait and see for Elevate what their adaptation will be. Noble with a very heavy off-site presence with only Derpe. Should Elevate read into it, bada bim, bada boom, that would be a lot of pressure on site, but they're not really able to. The intel not going to give them enough there. Milo showing face and will back away as well. Nico's going to hold the line to lounge, so should they even decide to take a fight on red stairs, they're going to have to deal with him first and foremost. Noble have a pretty strong roam presence at the moment.
They do. It's been spotted by Digital's drone just there as well, so they're pretty much aware that Nico is hanging out around bar. Not looking like he's going to go back to site too quickly at least, and a pretty similar setup overall that we're seeing between Noble and Elevate. This is very similar to how Elevate held it. Milo getting extra aggressive around this CC window though, trying to find an early opening pick. And Elevate have not found much in terms of map control or pressure in this first almost minute and a half.
Definitely going to be a point to talk about in a hot second here. Oh, Digital. Step away for half a second. Will swing. Damage traded on President at top of red. And they will open CCTV. So you can see there they do invert onto Cash instead of trying to hold. And Milo may just completely fold all presence in Cash depending on the decision here.
Yeah, at some point, Noble will have to decide whether they want to default away. President decides that moment is now. They're still hanging out around construction, but no, they've pushed all the way back. So Elevate recognize this quick enough. They can take the Cash presence and start to put the pressure back onto site. But at this stage, I don't think I've seen Elevate at all rotate and put pressure on Jacuzzi or open anything around the gym side. It's worthy there now with the Ash, but again, Jacuzzi was closed. So players like Derpe, he's going to be able to sit over comfortably in this corner. And this could go back to bite Elevate really late in the round.
Jeez, Nico has been moving around so much at the moment. He's had so much intel down deep in the basement as he made his rotate back to main stairs there. So, starting off, taking down Fisho Guy. 20 seconds remain here for Elevate as they start to pinpoint a little bit more. Is that going to catch anyone from Nico? Bet your bottom dollar it will. Digital falls down. A 3 versus 3 Raven. That's the diffuser as well. Elevate, they're going to scramble to try and find the round here. You can see they've got to go deep. They have to find these fights. Raven, I don't think they're going to be given anything here. Holding the tight lines. Noble will shut them out of the round. And a very convincing round toward the end.
It was just, again, I think a touch too slow from Elevate in that early phase. They took so much time to flush Nico out of lounge in towards bar and then to clear that utility vertically so that they could get a successful CCTV cash take. And then outside of that, just, yeah, not enough. I mean, the Jacuzzi presence, again, I think would have been very critical for Elevate. A player like Derpe, for example, who was on the Maestro, wouldn't have been able to be tucked up in that corner. It would have helped them in that late round. So just those simple mistakes there for Elevate that didn't work out. Now they find themselves at a round deficit. Noble getting close to the match point.
Hello, Monty. Welcome to the server. And Clash. Clash and Monty. Okay, that's something that happens, I guess. That's just a decision that... What am I looking at right now? A decision for 2 shield operators to be brought in when we haven't seen them in 9 rounds. And I am mighty curious to see how this round goes.
Me too. I'm wondering whether the 2 shielders are going to come face to face, because that would be quite funny. And honestly, I feel like that's potentially likely to happen. It depends on how Elevate orchestrate this attack, but sometimes when you have a Monty and you have to push basement, you'll actually push down dirt. And I feel like that's where Clash is generally best served, to just delay dirt push and be a nuisance around the back of Armory. Of course, it's Nico though. He likes to play things in his own little ways. So I wouldn't be surprised if he pulls out something a little bit complicated.
There is nothing traditional about Nico, no matter which way you put it. He's always got something a little bit cheeky to pull out, so expect nothing less. They are, of course, clearing the racks here, which will give them that full vision behind the default plant just under the kitchen hatch. So should Elevate go for a late round play, they will have to be very cautious of that. And once again, it does not surprise me. Milo was roaming around in a lounge, had the support of Derpe from Oil as well. So they'll know that rafters are clear for now anyway. And just as you said, Raven, so it will be done. Showing face nice and early here will be Nico.
Yeah, he's pushed all the way up that dirt position. And again, not sure whether the Monty is going to push this direction yet or not. Maybe they'll use the Monty to initiate in through Moto towards Church. That does happen too. It's Vast right now running towards Kitchen. And Nico's pushed back from Dirt. Still trying to see where this Monty's going to go. Thought he was going to go for Dirt in a second, but no. God Legion's here in Kitchen. This is where God Legion died last time. This was very critical. And Elevate still got the round, so if God Legion stays alive and gets some verticals, it's going to help them a lot.
Could definitely turn the tides, that's for sure. And you're going to see it now. C4, from what I believe, being thrown up and unfortunately not going to connect this time for Noble. Derpe, he'll back away as now a little bit more pressure being put toward Kitchen with the hatch being open. God Legion and Worthy both looking to just make them somewhat uncomfortable. And here we go, head to head. G'day, mate, how you doing? Yeah, not too bad. How are you? Well, they're not going to be able to do much right for now.
Attackers have recovered.
Fast literally playing with fire as well. He took so much damage from that fire. And this is going to be detrimental in his fight with Clash because she's going to continue to do HP damage to this Monty, who can't just straight up push because they're not competing on even HP. It's very risky right now from Elevate. This has to work out. It does. Vast gets Derpe. That's a big pick. He's going to try and get the Clash. Clash is trying to do the
Oh my!
This is a nuts fight in Dirt right now, Manic. And all while this is happening, it's 25 seconds. Elevate. They look poised to be able to do this execute. Fast is going to go down. Here we go.
What is that from Nico? Just denying them access to Dirt for so long. He'll eventually be taken out with Digital making his mark on this round. Worthy now going to be sticking at the vertical pressure from God Legion too much. And now what can he get done? Oh my God. President. He connects there, and there is a chance. It'll turn into a 1v1, but it doesn't. And Elevate, they do come with the round. And I am in all sorts after that one.
That push down Dirt was insane. That was just hectic as the 5 hit from the Goya shield and then the Monty versus Clash while the two support players.
Up. Cause I'm all alone, there's no one here besides me. My problem has all gone. Poor Raven. See you later, my friend. I literally just heard a pop, so I'm just going to assume that is not good news. So that's a very unfortunate situation. And once again, you get to have the lovely voice of myself. Well, I would definitely not call it lovely, I will say that much. But regardless, I know Raven was going deep on the analysis there, and this is my play-by-play analysis of what just happened. That was wild. Nico with some big Clash plays there, and equally so, Vast was pretty gnarly with a quick little one-tap, so I'm not gonna lie, that was probably one of my more enjoyable moments that I've seen, but we'll move on now. Vast will still be bringing that Monty. Obviously felt like it worked. Oh, there we go. I hear a Raven. The echoes. Welcome.
What is going on? Last week I had my net completely die during the Elevate LFO game, and now during this Elevate game, my microphone's like, nah bro, I don't want to play anymore, so, this is rough.
Elevator cursed. They've cursed you, Raven.
Something like that.
Welcome back, my friend. As you
thank
could hear, I was giving my in-depth analysis on two Shieldy boys. And if you didn't hear, it was so in-depth that you'll never believe. But regardless, Raven, we're seeing the full regulation. It's going to at least finish a 7-5 here, and it would not surprise me to go to overtime. It would only be deserving of it.
It doesn't really feel like anything other than 7-5 or overtime matches are really a thing here anymore. It's just been so consistent. Vast, he's got Diffuser. Okay, so he's pushing a little bit deeper right now. This is a little bit risky. Of course, he's safe as the Monty, or is he? Nico's playing bottom garage right now, which could be dangerous. And Vast has been downed. There we go. Not sure exactly how that came about. I was the player on storage stairs. Oh my gosh, and oh, Noble just rushed to try and save this. Nico is flanking from storage stairs. Oh my lord, what is going on?
Oh,
my
Nico.
god, Nico!
Well, okay. Well, I guess, look, you may as well double down and try to cut your losses, and that's exactly what he's done. A big gamble that has big results. The Monty off the board, so is the Zofia, and it does bring it back to a 3v3. So, by all means, Nico, surely bloody not! What is that from God Legion? What a 180!
Oh my god, this match just turned it up, man. The last round and a half have been crazy. And right now, Noble, only 2 alive, still a minute 15 to play. Elevate, I mean, they don't have a whole lot of map control because this has all just been happening off site, but they do have the kennels all open, which is very important. Derpe still has this garage presence though, which is going to be critical. Looks like Elevate are keen to get in. They smoke it off. They're not watching it, not sure what's up with that. Derpe gets Worthy. All up to Hotshot and Gold Legion to close this out. Derpe in a 1 versus 2.
Made his way in. Do they know? Yes, they do. Elevate. They managed to fix previous mistakes and clean the round up. He was pretty much stuck between a rock and a hard place there, so I don't know whether he was ever going to be able to do too much. And with that now, it does look like match point looms large for Elevate, and so too does third place, ladies and gentlemen. For those who weren't joining before, again, I do just want to make sure I reiterate the importance of this matchup. This is for third place, and third place, they will not need to, like, obviously they won't need to play 4th and 5th, but when you look at who the 4th and 5th teams are, it will be OKAMI and the loser of this. So realistically, when you look at the standings of playoffs, it does bow favorably because you will be versing the 6th seeded team. It's still quite of quite deep importance overall. So
yes, it is. So here we go. Noble are reattempting this site, and I guess a lot of the normal play you see on this site didn't really play out in that last round. So much of the action was just on storage stairs, basically. I mean, like 4 kills basically was all in lounge and storage stairs, which is pretty whack. So, I don't know. We'll see what Noble changed up here. Vast has stuck the Monty. He doesn't have Diffuser this time. That really could have been a round-ending thing for Elevate. I was trying to talk about it before the chaos happened. Vast going deep in lounge early with Diffuser. Really, yeah, it could have been really tricky to recover.
And I'm sure had your boy Nico converted that kill onto God Legion as the run out from bars, there was a very good chance that that was pretty much going to be the round said and done. But there is one person you do not want to be running out on. There's one person that you don't want to be trying to take a raw aim gunfight with, and that is God Legion. One of the nastiest and sharpest players in ANZ, so he's definitely shown us why there. Nico, he has gone undrone. Nope, they will see him right at the very end, and geez, he is not shy of trying to take that fight, is he?
No, he's really not. But right now, Elevate has a really good little setup there with that Monty and Gold Legion holding the cross in through lounge. Nico's decided he's not going to contest it, though. He's actually gone back up to Master. Vast was just going to go peek basement just to double check. Now he's in this corner. This is where we saw it all go to pieces last time. Must have been vertical play. I didn't actually see what happened to Vast. But looking good for Elevate so far. They're getting these kennels all open, and they've got a bit of control in that vertical position.
Now this might be the play to ensure that Nico is forced to wait. Whether he expects Vast to be making his way up now, he will surely spot it. You can see they're still waiting for those players to make contact. Bit of an awkward encounter there. The comms have to be pretty much spot on, and President may have forced them away for a hot second, but God Legion deleting Derpe brings it a 4 versus 5. Still plenty of time left on the clock here. Make that a 3 versus 4 if they confirm that kill.
Oh, yeah, and they do. This is big here. This could be Elevate pushing for 3rd place for the map. They have a lot of info with this Evil Eye, and they aren't going to be able to clear it particularly easy. But these players that have taken Garage Rafters, they don't have the intel able to clear that. Gold Legion holding below. Vast gets tagged heavily. There's a player on the stairs that could really prevent this entry and into this final 40 seconds. Elevate. They're trying to be thorough. They're pinging out all this info. They just have to hold fast here.
Hold fast and let Vast go on to site. That's exactly what he's going to do. Out comes the goo mine. Fisho Guy and Nico both finding one apiece. How are they going to bring this back right now? Nico doubles up. This is unbelievable. Elevate. It's slipping from their grasp. Not yet, President now. 1 versus 2. A sliver of HP for Vast and for Worthy. And it's all taken down. Noble forces to overtime. What a way to end the round from a 3 versus 5. Kudos to Noble.
Very well played from Noble, and they just still had the more important positions on site that were not getting flushed out by Elevate. And it got tricky. They couldn't figure it out. Here we are on overtime. Felt like it was going to be a match just then, Matic, but it's not. We continue, and Noble will continue on the defense.
ANZ and overtimes. Name a more iconic duo. Name a more iconic duo. We have seen them in abundance over the past 3 weeks, 3.5 weeks now. Vast, well, you know what? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. I feel like that's been working for them, so let's go again.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being
Yeah, and look,
used by
to Noble's credit, they did pull out the Legion for the counterplay there, and I think it helps. Vast stepped on a lot of goo mines. It just delays the Monty's actions. Even if it doesn't do that much HP damage, it makes the Montagne have to think, can I pull the goo mine out now? If not, where do I go? And even if they can pull it out straight away, in situations like if you're trying to stick diffuser, you can't. Like, you have to pull the goo mine out first before you can do it, so it's all a time-wasting thing. It worked very well in that last round. Essentially facilitated that clutch to happen.
10 seconds to insertion.
Indeed so. And that is really just everything we needed to confirm what has been
Attackers are
a very, very tight game between these two teams. And now that we head to overtime, Noble, just as a reminder, whoever does start on that defensive side first will get the last laugh in the final round of overtime. I was trying to think of a better way of saying that, Raven, but that's just as simple as it's going to get. In round number 15, they will get to reattempt it. But that doesn't really mean much when both sides have gone 3 and 3, so...
Yep, Nico looming below again has had pretty instrumental part in how this has worked out. I mean, we've had a rehearse, not exactly sure of his final scoreboard right now, but it has been impactful. Elevate have had to constantly be dealing with Nico's poking and prodding from all kinds of locations. It'll be a little hard to keep track of.
Opening now, as they have seen and spotted Vast, he will just continue on his way, on his merry way at that. And now put a little bit more pressure at to the top of red. President not really interested in trying to stop them from coming up either. Milo on the door of Con and could potentially hold that crossfire, but it's not really going to mean much. It is the Monty. It's going to be almost impossible to really deal with that. And you can see so as well. Noble have decided to fold the position of Cash and back away. Turtle a little bit deeper there.
Yeah, see how this works out. President hanging out in the kitchen. So they're dedicating, there's 3 players right now dedicated to holding logistics, because President below with that verticals in the wall towards construction, and then Milo and Fisher Guy. Monty has got this cash control, is going to start pushing up. Vast has to be careful here. When he backs into those verticals, it's going to be the end of him. In fact, he's going to peek down and potentially even see that that's being held, so that could be very important.
Without a doubt. President, potentially, they may have made the call there as he backs away for a hot second, they're still so cautious that they could be flanked at this point. They're really not allowing them to come up for free, Nico. I think the timing did not favor them at all there, Raven.
Touch off. Was a touch off. So here we go. Vast is pushed deep. He gets that call out. Worthy deletes Milo. 30 seconds to go. Nico's going to have to retake from below. Monty is in the way. Vast is proving to be quite a pain on this roll. He's just calling these out for his players. 15 seconds. Here comes the plant.
Struck has given them everything they need in this round. Nico, we've seen some incredible things so far this matchup. Is this too much for you? I think it may well be. He's going to go deep to try and find Digital, but the trade, regardless, was there. Elevate using Vast as a little droney boy. Push Noble completely offside. Unreal.
I can only imagine just what it's like as a Montaigne player like that. You just walk in the face of somebody, call them out, and your teammate just shoots them straight away. Just the giggle you must have to yourself. You're like, this is great. Oh, so yeah, very strong. See, because once they started picking that, I mean, they lost the first 2 attacks, and then once they started picking that Monty, things really turned around for them.
Yep, certainly did. It all started with that dirt push back on the basement defense all those many, many moons ago, which, well, it seems, what, 4 rounds ago now? So there you go. They have managed to put themselves in the most favorable of positions, going to the basement defense in overtime on match point to solidify the 3rd position, the 3rd seed heading into playoffs. And Noble, they definitely will not be giving up without a fight. You know that for a fact. We know what the side of Noble can do on this attacking side of Church as well, especially. I feel like that's where Nico seems to shine quite often.
10 seconds.
Yep, absolutely. And something else with Noble is they're not afraid to make risks when they're in these situations. So I wouldn't even be surprised if they try something a little cheeky. I'm not saying necessarily a rush, but they might try capitalize on just like a small opening in the mid-round. It's just something when Noble's got their back against the wall, you can never count that kind of play out. So it's something Elevator gonna have to stay on their toes with. And it looks like they're gonna do a total strat too. So even more reason to just be on your toes, ready for it. Because if that push comes out of nowhere and you're not, you might lose 1, 2, 3 people, and then it's hard to come back from.
That is a very great point you make there, Raven. And I think just to add on to that, obviously the match on Friday night would have shown you full well the gambles that Noble are willing to take. On match point, they decided to play hyper aggressive, at least for the first 30 seconds, minute of the round, and it really did change it in favor of them. So I would not doubt if we would see anything even similar, as it does come down to this. 2 minutes off the clock, and Noble have done incredibly well at ensuring that Elevate are not roaming around.
Yep, very swift attack.
Bomb located by attacker.
Really important for Noble on this basement push. Fisher guy looks like he's pretty keen to potentially put some pressure down Oil. He's got a drone at the storage stairs ready to push that.
Cover me, reloading!
Some nasty little bullet angles there. That's the tiniest bit of vision, Nico. We've seen him, unfortunately, die to this position a couple of times. Go to pop of the mic, Raven, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. But it's okay. Opening up now, kitchen hatch. Elevate. They're going to be put under the pump just a little bit. Tested as to how they react here. That looked like a very late attempt at a denial of that kitchen hatch, but shoot your shot, I guess. Oh, how is the footing there? Nico just going to be missing it. Oh, that's got to be a free kill for days. Nico with a nasty line to the back of that main corridor. Vast will not be expecting that one. As Dirtbay can now try to put a little bit of pressure from Dirt. This is looking doable from Noble. 30 seconds. on the clock. It looks like Church may be the point of attention as Milo is lining up there. Digital just on the other side, waiting for these players to come around the corner. He did spot that play across, decided not to fire. This could be an incredibly dangerous position here. The flash comes in, so does the drone. It's coming down to the wire. Digital swings, he'll find one. The trades are so good from Noble. An elevator left with only hot shot. If he can deny this plant, no! Not like this! He denies the plant and gets away. That is the match done and dusted for Elevate. They will take 3rd place in Oceanic Nationals. A 4v1, a huge oversight from Noble, and that is the way it ends. Unbelievable. We should have headed to round 15 there. Not today. Not under his watch. And 8-6. Hello, friend. Welcome back. I don't know if you saw the ending of that one, but nasty. Okay, so that makes sense. We were... For anyone who potentially is just watching right now, and there's a little quiet moment there, Raven's not audible on broadcast, but I can hear him, and what he's saying is, what the bloody hell's just happened? How is that going to happen? We're going to come back to me, and only me, unfortunately, because Raven, once we do fix him, he will rejoin us. But I think that unbelievable from Elevate there, right at the last second. Oh, this is so lonely. The smoke down the bottom makes this incredibly awkward. I am just waiting for the call, Raven, by the way. Whenever I hear that it's back, it's back. But I will say this. Elevate step up at a huge point in time and manage to make that work. That really should not have been the case at all. Noble in a 1v4 that looked so doable. Unfortunately, he just sneaks in the back line there and takes an easy kill. So in all things considered, though, an incredibly close matchup, and it's one of those things where it's kind of like, it feels bad. It feels bad for Noble. But at the end of the day, full kudos to Elevate and what they've been able to do. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go to a short break. On the other side, we will have the final matchup of the night. It's going to be LFO and Ferox. You do not want to miss this.
we've been friends for a long time now. Always have a good time whenever we go out. But you've been calling me up all the time and sending me signs and giving me them eyes. And you've been saying that you found the one, texting me junk and you wanna talk, but you can't say why. I can't get there and you know I've tried. You know I don't wanna waste your time. City lights, I'm looking in your eyes, but I can't say why. Doesn't feel right to call you mine. You know I don't wanna waste your time. I can't get there and you know I've tried, but I can't say why. Feeling lost like I just wanna time back time. I'm choked up, tell me how do I say this right? Cause you've been calling me up all the time and sending me signs and giving me them eyes. And you've been saying that you found the one, texting me drunk and you wanna talk, but you can't say why. I can't get there and you know I've tried. You know I don't wanna waste your time. City lights, I'm looking in your eyes, but I can't say why.
The barn is on fire. The barn is on fire. The barn is burning. That was a barn burner. All three matches that we have seen have gone the full regulation, if not more. Utter insanity off the back of last Friday night, man. Why am I not surprised?
I know, it's been insane. I'm just glad that I can talk right now. If only you guys could see the reactions I was having in that last round. I'm trying to like frantically unplug and plug my mic back in, and I'm just throwing my hands in the air out of excitement. Like, that was insane.
Nuts, man. Absolutely nuts. And what a way to finish the match. And I think, you know, just to recap for everyone who may have missed that, it was a 1v4. Plant denial by a cheeky little defender, and I can't remember who it was, but just yeeted out of there the second he got the kill. Over and done with, and I think that that kind of caps off what was a really fun match to watch, Raven.
It was a fun match, and I mean, it wasn't necessarily cleanest Siege, because both teams were trying some special things, some strats coming out on both sides that, I mean, you wouldn't normally see or were a bit risky, just trying to get their team the win. And in the end, it really came off that. Like, I think it was Hotshot on the smoke. He just tried a risky play in the end. He was the last one alive against 3. It worked.
Yep. And that's just the way the cookie crumbles, I guess.
Yeah.
So let's we can move on from that now and what has been the past 3 matches, because this is the match. I cannot stress that enough. LFO is who we're going to be starting off looking at. I don't think we really need to talk too much about the players, Raven. We know that they're all incredible. Hills has been good. Nasty, who has been a sub in the past 2 play days, he went off on Friday night. But I really want to bring attention to what has been LFO season. They have played, what's that, 1, 2, 3? They had 4 7-4 results, so close games against the best teams in ANZ. They had a full regulation match against Noble, and they have just been so unfortunate in what has been a turbulent season, to say the least.
Turbulent is a great way to describe it, honestly. It has been up and down for them. I would say, like, conversely to Rhythm, LFO haven't necessarily always had some of the closer matches. Some of their losses have been a little bit more devastating, and they just haven't felt like they've connected. Nasty, though, coming in on Friday last week against Elevate, stellar performance. Really was the difference for this roster, and they've brought him back again.
Yep, they certainly have. So doubling up and potentially taking the fight to Ferox, who for the opponents that they're going up against. And you look at the team, you see very familiar faces. Shade, Sushi, Todd, Nazgul, and Oda. They have been playing out of their minds this season as well. They're currently sitting at only 2 wins, considering what has really gone on. Last play day, they went 7-8. They lost 7-8 against Wildcard. That just goes to show the kind of season that they've had.
It is. And look, they have had a great season. They were another team that we had put in the bottom 2 in predictions.
to be there with rhythm. And they came out of the gate swinging. They've had some huge matches, taken down some good opponents. Honestly, this roster is shaping up very nicely. And I'm a little worried for LFO here. I'm going to say it early, I'm kind of leaning towards Ferox for this one.
Yeah, I think that has been where we've led to, and it not just by the players and everything, but Ferox have just really doubled down this season and looked quite a tight-knit unit. And again, a 5-7 against Noble, a 5-7 against Knights. Like, all of these games are really close. They beat OKAMI 7-3. Now, potentially that was when OKAMI were at, let's say, their weakest, so we can kind of excuse that. It was also on Villa, which potentially just really OKAMI didn't play into all that well. But at the end of the day, there's no taking away the season that Ferox have had.
Oh, they've definitely had a good season. There's no taking away from that. And I feel like with Ferox, it's a similar story to Rhythm. They've had so many great performances against good teams. Overtime with Wildcard just on Friday last week. It feels like it's not fitting for them to be in relegations, but somebody's got to be here. And they're potentially in that position. This match will determine that.
Yeah. Now, of course, let's have a look at the determining factor of where we're going to go. Raven, I think potentially Club Oregon, maybe a cafe. Where are you leaning with this one?
I find it tough, honestly. I feel like I haven't had a good gauge on LFO's map pool in particular all season. I'm going to say, just based on the strengths of Ferox, probably Club or Oregon. But I wouldn't be surprised if LFO try to take it to maybe a more aggressive map based on how they played last week. Maybe like a coastline.
I would love to see a coastline, please. The coast gods, take us to the pool, take us to the cliffside. Damn you, Ferox. We will be heading to Oregon for a third time tonight. We literally only saw Oregon, I think, for the first time in like Playday 4 or something. And ever since then, I feel like we see Oregon at least twice a night. So we are headed back there to finish the season off. Whew! I'm ready.
It's spicy. And yes, we've seen a lot of Oregon lately. It's, it was quiet at the start, but it's rotated in, maybe following some trends from like the likes of EUL, APAC North in particular, have had a lot of Oregon over the past few weeks. So maybe just seeing some of the straps and adapting in is what the teams down here have done.
Oregon, more like Morrigan. Get it? Because it's like more and Oregon mixed together.
Nice. Good one, mate.
You can take that one and put it in the back pocket, because that, like, honestly, I am pretty keen to see this matchup. I think that if we haven't stressed it enough, and I really don't think I actually stressed it enough when we were talking about it, this match is do or die for both of these teams. This is the relegation fight. If you lose this, you are potentially out of Oceanic Nationals for 2021. Really big consequences. And if you make it to playoffs, if you look at the results from these teams, you actually have a chance in what will be the Oceanic National playoffs next weekend. Like, there is no doubt in my mind that LFO or Ferox could do some serious damage against the teams like OKAMI, like Pittsburgh Knights, like Wildcard. It's one of these seasons where everything's out on the line.
Yeah, absolutely. And now that we know who third place is going to be, with Elevate getting that victory, barring any other math that I'm not aware of at least, the winner of this will probably play Elevate in the first game. Ferox didn't fare too well with that. LFO beat them. So
yes,
I'll tell you what, could be an interesting first game for either of these guys.
That's pretty spicy. Let's have a look at what the predictions are like. I really think that this has to be split, surely. A
little bit.
Jeez, we are not giving LFO a fair shout, I don't think. But I need to reiterate, the season that Ferox have had in Oceanic National Stage 2 has been heads and shoulders incredible, and such a polar opposite season from Six Masters.
It really has. I guess that's the story for both sides, right? LFO had a good Six Masters, and they've had a really not great Oceanic Nationals. So quite a flip from both teams. As you can see with the predictions, of course, there is some love for LFO. If you want to talk about the numbers here, myself, Gaz, and Xenox all in 17. If LFO win, Gaz is going to be the snowball predictions winner. So
oh no,
we really don't want that. That's probably even more dire than being in relegation. So
I'm sorry, Enigma. I don't care about anything else. Ferox have to take this win. They have to take this dub because I cannot have Guz being the leader of the snowball predictions because that would not be fair. I'm just saying that much. But the last two times that these teams have played, they went one apiece. It was 7-2 on Coastline for LFO and then traded back 7-4 on Clubhouse of Ferox. So that again reiterates what kind of competition we're going to be coming up against. Yes, that was almost a season ago now, but it's still very similar. And I do think that it is favouring Ferox. And once we do get into the matchup, it just comes down to who's in on the day. We know the map, we just don't know the bands. Once we've got that, storyline set, Raven.
Yeah, and look, I think this is a tight game that could come down to how the bands play out. In terms of the map, I'm finding it hard to split. I've just been thinking about it constantly as you've been talking. I'm like, who does this map favour? I'm still leaning towards Ferox, but like after seeing what LFO did against Elevate on Cafe on Faye, I wouldn't put it past them to have figured out some just interesting little strats or some kind of play style that is enough to catch Ferox off guard to sneak away with a win. I can still feel like that's possible.
And I think that it's very much, let's play into that storyline a little bit because the game against Elevate on Friday, LFO were just ridiculously aggressive and unpredictable. And, we heard that in the actual interview from Digital. He was like, man, we had no idea what they were trying to do because they were just breaking things left, right, and center, and we never knew their position. And potentially this may be what LFO look to do again. And if they, the thing is, even if they don't, Ferox have to be aware and have to be on their toes the entire game because LFO can change it at the last second, right? That is the possibility of what happens here. Both of these teams have played incredibly well on Oregon. They've had a decent season. Ferox have had an incredible season, and it all comes down to this. It's on the line. Relegations loom so large, I can't even begin to explain. The winner of this will solidify playoffs in the Oceanic Nationals and escape relegation. It is LFO and Ferox. We're headed to Oregon.
Headed to Oregon indeed. So let's see how our season ends, our regular season ends. Who will we be putting into relegations? I am still totally on the fence here. And that Thatcher ban, I don't think it's going to make too much of a sway. Nothing these guys aren't all ready to deal with. And probably quite classic here on Oregon. Capital also from LFO coming out, something they've noticed that Ferox have used a bit. Look, nothing dramatic right now from these bands, but I want to touch on Ferox. Their playstyle, I think, is suitable to deal with the way LFO played against Elevate. Ferox can also dial up the strange aggression and the interesting little plays, if you want to call them that. So I think, it could be a real competition of very similar playstyles.
Yep, so Malusi and Wamai will be banned. Both of those operators we've seen have quite a large impact on Oregon, Raven.
We have. Wamai in particular, I think, is another, again, we talked about it earlier, it's an impactful ban on Oregon. It does have a big impact in towards blue. The Malusi ban, on top of that, can have an impact on how that part of blue is taken. As we've seen earlier in the night, those Banshees can be very helpful with just delaying that quick push in to peek the corner with the shield. So both of those off the board, I think that does make a defense of the basement a little bit tougher.
Ayana, hello and welcome to Playday 7. We have not seen the Ayana at all, nor have we seen the Blitz. Well, we haven't seen an IQ either, so you know what? That's just as good. Thanks, Hills. But I do think that this could potentially be interesting. Enigma did obviously make comment on Ayana and how, not necessarily how LFO will use her, but more so what can be used in those kind of situations. That right there is a pretty spot-on community vote. It is very, very close. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, it's obviously a little too late now, but if you do obviously want to have your say in those community votes at Rainbow6ANZ on socials, but realistically, if you want any updates, that's where you're going to have to go.
Yep. It is. 10 seconds left. One thing too is, look, this is the last game of the regular season. These guys are fighting to not be in relegation. So share your thoughts, hashtag OCN. I think it'd be great to be a part of the conversation. I'm really anticipating this to be an exciting game because it's just the nature of it, you know, two teams that are fighting to stay out of relegations. And that is a big deal.
It certainly is. I think it's larger than most would give it credit for, considering the stakes that really are in it. Obviously, 3 teams do get an opportunity to play in the 6 major for the Oceanic region, and that will definitely have an impact on things later in the season. But regardless, this is where we've come down to. It is the last game of the Playday and the last game of the Oceanic National regular season. Only fitting that this is how it ends, but LFO will be on the attack. That is really not good for Ferox at all, and we know that there will be a rehost, but they're going to have to trek this out in a 4 versus 5, Raven.
Yeah, it was an important role too. I'm pretty sure that was the smoke player, right? I actually kind of missed who exactly DC'd, but I'm sure it was the smoke. But you're right, just having the lack of numbers for a whole minute 50 on this basement defense is going to be tricky here. So let's see what they've got. Sog's going to go in with the Gemini from the Yana. Oda just gets rid of that straight away. So importantly, that means Yana cannot use that ability for about 30 seconds. So that's not going to give LFO a whole lot of time to be able to deal with that or to be able to use that to their advantage again.
Thanks, Sushi, for the insider information. Oda, at the moment, he's stuck back. That is an aggressive C4, backed up by an even more aggressive peek. He might actually be able to find the kill here. No, that would have been a great way at evening the odds. I don't actually know whether that wall's reinforced either. That could be quite dangerous. Sushi's playing on the tight angle. Shade, in the meantime, fires a kill off camera. Nazgul tries to make a play. Sushi gets even more aggressive. Ferox are taking the fight to LFO. Unfortunately, it's not paying off right now. Not just yet, Raven. There's still a chance in it for Shade.
Shade has hit clutches like this before. You would not write him off in this situation. Remembers the mirror is facing that position so he doesn't finish the flank through blue. Nasty starts this plant. 4 seconds left on the timer as Hills is trying to cover. Shade legs it down the hallway. Doesn't see Hills in time though. He finishes off the round for LFO right as Todd returns. The timing of that is very unfortunate.
That is, I mean, I guess that means no rehost, so we should be good. Good. I was really hoping that we weren't gonna need 2, potentially.
Well, let's see.
Hey! On you, Todd. But let's be completely honest here. They go down the player, right? And they go down the smoke, which is a huge hold for that basement defense.
Yep.
And I actually think in that position, Ferox just gamble everything there. You could see all those aggressive fights they were willing to take. Now, whether they would have done that with Todd still in that round, I think would be a different story, but it definitely made for an interesting round 1, Raven.
It did. I agree with your analysis of that. I think Ferox has decided they're already down a man. They're starting to pressure blue. Let's just get aggressive. Let's get in their face and not make them feel confident, because LFO will totally be a team like that, right? Even if they got a cheap freebie by Todd DCing. LFO, if they end up just running over the top of Ferox, they'll get that confidence. They'll feel like they can keep going. And you don't want to have that kind of momentum build. So by Ferox trying to get back and dictate the pace and just get up in their face, I think that was a good decision. It didn't work out, but when you do lose a player like that, you know, sometimes it is about just throwing it in and saying, let's just try everything.
Yep, just see what we can do. Now, one thing I think might be important to note, and Raven, please correct me if you think I'm incorrect here, but no wall denial. Obviously, we've got the impacts on Oda, but I don't really know whether we have too much wall denial outside of that for Ferox. And obviously, there's the games wall, there's the trophy wall, and also attic. So those will remain untouched. Oda might have put a Maestro cam in the closet. I highly doubt it, but that'll make things a little bit easier for LFO attacking.
It will, and LFO have only brought 1 hard breacher as well, so it's all about just being effective with these Selmas. They've set up the impact trick for closet, so there's no reason they might be able to impact trick 2 of these Selma charges, which means they'll only be able to use 1 to open master wall, and they can't get into attic. They'll have to try and funnel through the window. So this could have a real detrimental effect on the round. Oda hits the first one. Big deal here. These impact tricks could really force LFO into a tricky attack.
Really interesting from LFO as well. Whoa, Nasty. Okay, Nasty's not shy of trying to get in Trophy and get in their face. Look at this. Control taken. Sure, go ahead and you can try to get these impact tricks off, but we will take quick control. And they are just neglecting Attic altogether there. It's going to open. So games now with a clear line of sight from Bedroom. Oh, that's some vision as well.
Yeah, just heard the player, and I think the player heard the drone, so going to rotate away. Didn't see which player it was. It was Shade hanging out in the basement. So now that LFO are aware of that, they're going to try and look for it. You see Hills' drone in hot pursuit down there. Shade's is not going to re-engage. Burn a little bit of time, but you're right. Nasty is being quite aggressive. Shade has finally been found by Sogs, and he's going to go and finish this off. No backup there for Shade in the end. So far, oh my god, he's still not finished off. Even used a nade and everything. Oh,
Sogs, he's being so careful right now. He really wants to ensure that he gets this kill scot-free. And off the screen, there are two big kills. That is going to be Oda and Nazgul gone. The Maestro, who we know is such a good anchor. That's done and dusted. Sushi and Todd left to try and pick up the pieces. Todd, okay, there we go. Little sparkle, a little moment of belief. They still are yet to take either player down, but they do know their positions. Makes things a little bit more awkward here, Raymond.
It does, but 30 seconds. There's pressure on the attack now. They need to try and start getting the plant down. And as I say that, they do. They push deep. It's Mims on the double. Nasty closes it for LFO. They're two on the trot, and I'd say they're looking pretty good. But the first one was a bit of a gimme, so I'm gonna hold judgment. But these attacks have looked decent.
Yep, they certainly have. I know for a fact they will be more than happy to take that, regardless of whether they're given freebies or not. This will be solidified. Very interesting. Sogs is continuing to bring the Ayana Raven. Definitely not an operator that we've seen a hell of a lot of.
No, it's something that they are hard sticking. Could be for the nades. And of course the info that you do get from the Gemini is important. But yeah, I don't know, it could be nades, because now he's switching onto the Maverick, also has nades. Extra hard breacher could be nice, because all on the ace does make it a bit tough.
Yep.
And yeah, we'll see. Ferox go back to the basement, and Todd's on the smoke, so hopefully he stays in the server for the entirety.
Let's hope so, because they're going to need really everything back into this game. We've said literally just a couple of games ago that we said it was defender-sided, and then they went and lost. I'm pretty sure it was one of the games earlier where it was a 4-2 half. I'm just going to go back and have a look at my notes there just to make sure that I'm not telling fibs. So there you go. OKAMI, they won 4 straight on their defense against Wildcard earlier tonight, and then it was a 3-3 for Knight and Rhythm. So realistically, we do expect the defensive side to have a larger favor in this, and starting out 2-0 on the trot is definitely not a way that you'd want to get into this game.
No, definitely not. And like I was saying before, I think LFO in their current state right now, every time they string together rounds, they're just going to get confident. Their comms will probably stay a bit cleaner, because when you're playing with confidence, you generally don't start over communicating because you're not frantic, you're not freaking out. Yeah. So I think it's got to be important right now. Ferox, stay with LFO, keep them at check, and try to regain control, because it could really snowball.
Could not agree more with you, because both of these teams are capable of doing that. Once they start to get that momentum, once the wheels start rolling, things change a little bit. Nazgul, he's going to hold firm on the tier 1 stairs of tower, but he will back away and fall into the E room as well. So also the alibi being brought is an interesting change to what we've seen currently and recently.
Yeah, I feel like I can hear a couple of them being ticking away elsewhere. Just must have got shot somewhere.
Yeah.
Shade on that alibi. He's going to try and stay ever elusive, which Shade's very known for. And I'm sure LFO know about that too. So they're going to be trying to stay tight on their flanks. I'd say that's probably a big reason they're bringing the Nomad, other than the fact she's helpful regardless. But keeping someone like Shade at bay and not having to constantly monitor it, pretty important.
So at the minute 30 mark, Sogs, you don't want to be hearing that. Asgul is trying to contest vertically, so at the very least, just putting a little bit of pressure there and ensuring that it's not Hatter free. And I honestly like that from Nazgul. You're not playing pillar, so you're not putting the pressure there. You may as well be looking to displace Sogs a little bit. It will get it open, and with really no sweat. And there goes the mirror window.
Now good control, and they've given themselves a minute. This nade could be deadly here. Nope, doesn't hit the target. Not cooked well enough. Player drops back. That's pillars that they can now take. There is a line of sight, though, a long one, in fact, that Oda is trying to hold from the double door. They don't have freezer control either, so this could be a heavy contest here. If they can't flush Oda away from this angle, and they can't get pillars, that's going to be tricky for them to be able to get into sight cleanly.
Certainly is. Todd still with the smoke babe left. Oda being able to drop down Sogs. Ferox stands strong in round number 3 here. 20 seconds left. Nasty, what can he get done? He's got far too many lines to try and play with. 2 players facing him. They're both going to drop hatch here and just Hail Mary it. They have been spotted and they will be taken out. A flawless round for Ferox and a much needed one at that.
Much needed indeed. And on top of that, we talked about just staying at bay with LFO and not letting them string rounds together. Throwing a flawless round back in their face when you have all 5 of your players on the basement, I think that's a great way to be a bit anti-momentum. So that's a good result there from Ferox, and see if they can keep it going. They're going to go to kitchen dining. They're not even going to try top 4 again.
Interesting to see that as well. I mean, it did go horribly wrong. LFO looked like they completely ran over them in that instance, and regardless of momentum or anything, you definitely don't want to be seeing that. So down to the dining, as you mentioned, Raven, and Oda still, well, it's Oda this time, but going to be sticking on the alibi as well. And once again, this Valkyrie definitely seemed like a mainstay on Oregon.
I honestly agree with you. Valkyrie has been so highly picked. This Playday in particular, but in Oregon in general. Of course, that extra info from the Black Eye is really helpful. Outside cams can be great. Of course, back in the old Oregon days, the yellow bus or the windmill camera was incredibly helpful.
Potentially we've seen some cheeky little practice coming in for the individual players. But anyway, we'll wait and see what impact that Valk has had. We have seen already in the past 2 matches a fair bit of intel being played with on the defensive side. So, well worth it. There you go. That is going to be yeeted right out of games. And I believe that will actually land on the walling. There you go. It'll give a lot of vision to that bedroom rappel as well as the small tower, which it looks like that seems to be the main point there, Raven.
Yeah, we're not seeing an IQ come out either, so if they had no idea that Todd threw this cam, they would never think to look for it. So as long as there's no actual camera pings that come off that cam, LFO are never going to look for that. And it's getting a lot of info right now. They just saw Hills rappel up towards the double. They can see that Nate is just prone, safely at least, but it's just, yeah, it's getting a lot. So Todd, he seems keen. Actually, he found the angle onto Nate. Oh my god, good night, Nate. That is unfortunate. That's the fuser stuck outside too. Of course, they've got a lot of time to recover it. But, oh, so it's a good start for Ferox.
Certainly is. It's the ace as well, which we've seen be, once again, another mainstay on Oregon for that hard breach. But I think as well, they weren't able to spot that cam out. So how good's that from Todd? Very nice in round number 4 here to give them the advantage, and quite a large advantage at that. At Hills, he is gunning for the refrag here. Valk is still on the cam. Not for now. He'll go. Oh, what?
Oh, the timing.
No way.
Oh my gosh. The timing on that is nuts. And Nazgul comes up to help Todd. The team play there. That's Hills caught out by himself. Ferox are tightening this up, I tell you what. And now LFO with a minute 11. Got a 2-man deficit. Make it 3 as Sogs falls to Shade's hand. Looks like we might be heading to a 2-2 scoreline very soon, Manic.
Very much so. They have made their way into sight undetected. No. Wait to see how far Mims was able to get in before they spotted him. Nasty just trying to get whatever he can done. Mims will find one. The belief it's still there. Both players are low. Ferox do have a couple that are, let's say, lagging in the HP department. Mims gets saved by Nasty there. Raven, dare I say it?
They're both so low. Like, surely this is not possible. 25 seconds. Nasty on about 5 HP. He's got to try and plant while the dead Mims can't cover him. So all up to Nasty. It's going to be very tough. He's trying to push deeper. Shoots a Prisma. That's going to end him. Todd finishes it off for Ferox. 2-2. We're all square again. And Ferox look pretty good those last 2 rounds.
They certainly do. It's been extremely convincing. LFO potentially... I don't want to say that Hills was overstepping in that situation there, but it did not look like they really had the information that was solid anyway, cemented information at that. And very quickly was it not even traded, but was it just squandered? And they will be going to kids back to dorms as we will see the Ayana again. I am enjoying it, honestly. And here comes the IQ. Okay. Adaptation made from LFO.
And look, they had to, because those Valkyrie cameras outside, that was just too strong. Like Valkyrie in that previous round, getting that initial kill as easy as you like. You never want that. So I like the adaptation. It's now going to enable potentially more flanks though, or easier flanks, safer flanks, however you want to describe it, because they sacrificed the Nomad for it. So this all has a flow-on effect right now, how efficient that Valkyrie has been. And let's see whether it works out for them.
That's the other part, is you actually have to spot it on the IQ as well. It's no good just bringing it. So potentially with Todd's unspotted cam, there may be just an opportunity. It sneaks under the radar quite literally. I would not imagine it, however. This time on the dorm bedroom, we will see that wall denial in the form of Oda being brought rather than the Maestro. So Ferox just making small little changes to their game that can potentially have a big effect in the long run.
Yeah, nothing that LFO have to directly deal with that, so they will have to get vertical control. They've got the IQ, so they can actually look for where the electric-core is and figure out a way to clear it. But that all takes time, on top of the fact you have to drone out to get that vertical play and just watch the person that goes in to clear it. Sometimes it might change the push completely. They might decide, yeah, you know what, that's too much work, let's rotate. So, see what LFO do decide to do. Right now, Nasty is running around with his scanner out. He is looking for all of these gadgets.
Drone activated.
All of that intel. Oh, that's unfortunate for Team Ferox. But again, it is about executing off this information. It's all good and well to have it. You do have to convert it. So, oh, well, that's one way to convert it. That is Nazgul off the board. And at the back of bunks as well.
Yeah, they successfully burnt those ADSs and just popped the nade in. Great job, Nazgul off the board. Minute 30 to play. Starting to get some control around, but they don't have the more important control. They don't have the closet wall open, and they don't have added control right now. So this is the next step here for LFO. If they want to be able to get this pressure under Ferox, they need to be able to do that. They've spotted out the electric claw. Now it's about clearing it.
I'd imagine that will almost certainly be Mim's job if he does go underneath. Nate now just trying to find an angle from Armory. I don't know whether he's going to be able to, and I don't know how much he'd see at that. They do obviously have the open line to the trophy wall. However, it seems like the IQ... Oh, okay, IQ going down. Raven, does that turn the tides in this one?
Potentially, especially because it's been followed up. So now it's all on Sushi and Oda. They got 40 seconds to try and hold this off as well. Oda's pushed up aggressive, and this is something that might catch them off guard. In fact, he looks away as they rotate through. He's going to down one. Oh, down two. Might be possible. Oh, LFO, they are just squandering right now, trying to get this pick
Oda has found himself in attic. Sogs finally closes it out for LFO. That got scary.
I'm starting to sweat a little bit there for LFO. You would hate to see a 4v1 in such an important matchup at Ferox. Oda nearly makes it work, and I'm sure Twitch chat would have been popping off for him just then. He does receive a fair amount of love, so back into the basement, Raven, and Dorms was quite unsuccessful.
Did not work out, and back down to laundry supply, which we saw not go favorably in round 1, unfortunately due to Todd on the smoke DCing, but when they repeated it, flawless. Actually flawless. It went very well for them.
Cheeky little 6-pick off of the Ash and onto the Blitz for Mims. Shade reprising his role as the Valkyrie. Now, this is an extreme, I can't stress this enough, an extremely vital round for Ferox to take. A 4-2 in favor of the attacking side would not bow favorably as we do swap sides.
Yeah, you would not think so at least. So see how Ferox can pull some things out in this round. I don't think they're going to be expecting that cheeky little blitz. So it really depends on how Mims handles this. Is he just trying to go in the face in blue, or is it more about a roam clear or try and contain other control? We'll see. Ferox are sticking the Valkyrie as well, even though the IQ was brought last round. I guess LFO decided it just wasn't worth bringing the Valkyrie. I mean, the IQ 4. So
yeah,
we'll see what the Blitz does.
That we will. Looks like they are headed towards blue with that blitz, so cheeky cam just up the top of blue. You can see the little eye. And Oda, it's going to say, may contest that. It's not going to be, and this may be the attempt to flush out Todd right here.
Yeah, and look, I think they're smoking the mirror off so he doesn't see it coming. He's going to push deep, but there's somebody backing him up somehow. Oh my gosh, he must have flashed Todd. Todd had no idea what was going on. Mims on 5 HP does take out 2 players. Ferox crumbled at that push.
What a play, Mims. My word, stepping up fellow, and you do hate to see it for Ferox that will now have to try and claw this back. Nate nearly gives them an opportunity to there. And with how low Mims is, it's not completely out of the realms of possibility for Ferox to bring this back. You would just imagine so incredibly tight. That, however, that may just make it impossible with only Sushi remaining.
Yep. Mims down by the C4, but it's all on the back of Sushi. Nate is going to start this plant. This grenade is going to force him to stay in the closet. Beautifully placed, which means the plant will get confirmed. It's all about this post-plant positioning and what can Sushi capitalize on. He's going to start to flank around the hallway. He's a loud boy, though, so they're going to hear him coming, Manic.
Sadly so. Mims was picked up for half a second there. Sushi will have to find these individual battles and win them as well. And he will not make it past the second hurdle. A 4-2 here for LFO. And everything they could possibly want heading into the second half of what is possibly the biggest match they will play in Oceanic Nationals.
Absolutely right. And look, that's a solid half out of LFO on those attacks. It was definitely unfortunate Ferox did not start off on the right foot. Felt like they were really going to claw it back. I honestly just felt like once Ferox evened it out at 2-2, that was going to run over the top of LFO. But yeah. LFO really, they brought it back. It's been a good momentum shift again. Now, yeah, let's see what they've got on these defenses. They're going to go to the top floor to start us off.
Yep. Definitely a slight incline in the tone for a very specific reason. We don't very often see a site be attempted other than basement on the first attempt, obviously, but really LFO have something that Ferox may not be able to read into. We'll see how this setup is dedicated. The alibi on LFO as well, so clearly they see worth in it too.
Yeah, extra shield, good gun, bailiff. There's a
10 seconds remaining.
couple of reasons that you could bring the alibi into this lineup. Sogs on quite the
5
run
seconds
here
left
into the
before
rear
insertion.
tower. Playing a bit of a Jack Daddy-esque Mozzie pest there.
Attackers
Gonna
objective
bail
is
out though,
located
he's not
bomb
going to try hard hold at this time.
No, and I feel like that's where OKAMI, on their Dawn defense anyway, I always felt like that was where things potentially went wrong, is when they really hard stuck that. So it felt like every time they tried to make something happen there, the opposing team, including last Friday night, were just able to read into it a little bit too well. So
Attackers
glad to
drop
see
the
Sogs doesn't stick it in this
Attackers have
case.
recovered
Shade
their
now.
diffuser.
He's just going to go straight into Armory, not wasting any time here, Team Ferox. Shade is actually getting a little bit more aggressive here. So too is Sushi. So they are more than happy to try and engage in these opening fights. And boy, should they be. Huh?
Oh,
No!
the long angle from tower window. You can't stand in front of that for too long, especially if you don't have tower control. Todd though, he gets a frag grenade onto Mim, so it has evened the score. They're going to get this wall open as well into games. So while they did lose Shade with quite a bit of utility in their pocket, I would say, they've gotten some good map control now.
Assume a C4 off the board as well on the side of LFO. Team Ferox are making good time here as they continue to push. That looks like nothing but a prone position. If Oda takes down Sogs there, LFO are in quite a bit of trouble. Man count not really favoring too well, but it's not the case. Now that player in Attic just needs to be a little bit careful of how he decides to help and engage here. As Sogs, you can see him rotating back up White Stairs to rejoin the rest of LFO. Or not.
Oh, no. Actually, he's going to continue to stay vertical. Something that Ferox are going to have to be careful of. They think they've got this plan, and they've got that info that really could come back to bite them. Still a minute to play as Nazgul takes out Nasty. So Ferox with a lot of good control, and now they have a man advantage. So this elephant is back up against the wall on this round. Gills gets aggressive though, evens it out by taking out Sushi. 3 versus 3 with 45 seconds. Could be a tough finish.
Ferox just as happy to get aggressive as LFO are too. Really feels like the battle of the aim thus far. Oda just going to be missing that one. Todd makes it down to the 3 versus 2 with Hills dropping. Nate, he'll delete Nazgul. Oh, the trades, and all of a sudden Sogs, he's here to save the round. Will he get the rotate in time? That's the question. Will they be expecting it? In comes the C4. Is it shot out? No, it's not. Oda, he's low. Does he expect him coming in from the side? The pistol doesn't come out, and Sogs will clutch it in a 1 versus 2. A big round for LFO in the start of their defensive half.
The absolute whiff. I felt like Oda on the Ash had that. Just the peak and everything. Unbelievable close, but that's LFO edging away now. This is quite significant that they are up 5-2. It's 3-round deficit, and that's quite the margin for Ferox to have to claw back through on these attacks.
Yep. It certainly is. We did, of course, just see Sushi leave the server, so we are coming back for a rehost, ladies and gentlemen. Kick your feet up, relax, grab some popcorn.
Can I?
Favorite drink. Hey?
I said, can I?
Yeah, go for it. Go for it.
Thanks, thanks, buddy.
It's fine. You've already left me 4 times this broadcast, so why not do it again?
I've got my feet up. You can't tell, but I've got my feet up.
I thought you meant to go and get your popcorn. Sorry. Jeez, I just flamed you so hard. Then I flamed you so hard.
Yeah, thanks, buddy. Thanks. Just throw me under that bus. No worries.
Bus you thrown. That is for sure. LFO 5-2 on Oregon now as they start their defensive run. Raven, this is not good signs for Ferox. And do you want to know what that's bad enough. It's even worse that Guz will win predictions if this comes true.
I knew this is where you're going with it. And, look, I agree on all fronts. It's definitely a concern for Ferox. You know, they've got 3-round deficit to try and bridge now on these attacks.
They looked pretty decent on that attack, honestly. I felt like that was going to be their round, but they could not close it out. So hopefully once we get back from the rehost, whatever's going on with them, they can fix and close the gap. But it's dangerous because LFO, 1 round away from at least securing overtime. And that's, I mean, that can play a little bit in terms of mindset. Some teams can deal with that really well. Sometimes that feels like a whole lot of extra pressure. So it's fate's in Ferox's hands right now.
Yeah, it certainly is. And I think that, you know, we saw Todd fall out of the server in the first round, and now Sushi's having issues. This is just not a good night for Ferox, and unfortunately sometimes it just goes that way. We were talking about the fact that on the day performances, on the day form is extremely important, and this has just been, you know, one thing has led to another for Ferox here, and it really has just absolutely snowballed out of control. Even in that last round with the clutch, like, does it get much worse than that for Ferox?
Yeah, the way they lost that round, I think, feels rough. To LFO's credit, though, I mean, they are stepping it up against Ferox, and to bring it back to that first half, LFO did a great job on their attacks. Whether it was those first couple of rounds, at least that got negated. You know, Ferox brought it back to be 2-2, but then after that, LFO just excelled ahead. They got another 2 rounds to take a 4-2 half. I think that's credit again to LFO. They got against that momentum, brought it back in their favor, and they weren't intimidated by the defenses or Ferox's play.
No, and that is super important, to be honest, for LFO here, because, you know, all things aside, this is a huge high pressure situation. There's no other way to look at it. This is an all on the line kind of moment. And it really, that started for LFO on Friday. Ferox, not so much. You know, they nearly secured their playoff spot on Friday with a 7-8 loss to WILDCARD. They were so close to taking it as well. But the fact of the matter is, LFO started last Friday night, and we've been talking about this since last Wednesday, which is like, which team is going to peak when they need to? Which team is going to be able to perform under this pressure? And this by no means is to say that Ferox can't or isn't performing under this pressure, but I would definitely go as far to say that LFO is stepping up at the moment that they need to.
Oh, 100%. They are really rising to the occasion, and right now, Ferox, they need to as well. It felt like they were bringing it out at some points in that first half. We've only seen 1 round of their attacks, so I mean, we can reserve judgment, but obviously with the scoreline as it is, we can't reserve judgment for too long because LFO, it's just 2 rounds and that's it. So Ferox is no sitting on hands anymore. They really need to nail this. And again, like that round in particular, I honestly just thought they had a 2v1, right? And I don't know. Oda with his shots, unbelievable.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, we've seen Oda do some incredible things so far this season, and unfortunately, that's just not one of them. We just can't put that down as one of those nutty performances that we've seen. But I do want to give credit to Sogs there. Sogs was that sole roamer. I mean, literally, that's what more could you ask for from your roamer? Not only does he find the opening kill, he then continues to lurk under the site and ensure that no one's coming up White Stairs. He makes his way back to site in time for the plant and to deny it. So I think that without a doubt, Sogs has performed at a moment of need for LFO there. You know, it starts to come back. It's 3-4. Things are getting a little bit closer, and he just gives them the room to breathe now, the room to kind of play how they need to play, which, I mean, knowing LFO, knowing Enigma, knowing all those guys, you don't even know what's coming next. That's the thing.
It is a bit like that. And that's the thing on the flip side, is we haven't seen many rounds from LFO in this half. So what else do they have up their sleeve? We've only seen the one side. They're still going to play Laundry, whatever their other third side is. That might be GG. They might win their Laundry, they might win their third side, and then it's just done. So, yeah, it's a real dangerous place for Ferox right now.
It certainly is, and it just gets worse from here. That's the problem with a 4-2 half on Oregon, at least on your defensive side. When you're down 2 rounds heading into the attacking side, you just don't have the rounds to play with that you do when the roles are flipped and reversed. You know, you do kind of need to be able to take a team to the basement and figure out, okay, that's how they like to hold. We've seen it multiple times where, you know, a defensive side will absolutely obliterate the attacking side on their first basement defense. And then the second one, it's a lot more shaky because players start to get a feel for how the defense is and what they need to be doing. So I think that at the end of the day, there's just no room to do that now. They have to be flawless from here on out. And that's to win the match. That's not even just to push it to overtime should that happen.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. So it's a bit of a mindset thing right now with Ferox in that they can't feel defeated at this stage. They're still in the game. 2 rounds, and I think it kind of allays the pressure because it's only 1 round difference then. Obviously 3, it's a lot better because you even the scoreline. So take it round by round if you're Ferox. And same for LFO. I mean, they're probably tasting it right now. I'm sure in their comms, they're like, we've got this, boys. Like, we are so close, 2 rounds. So same for them. They just have to take it round by round. They could have this done in 2 rounds.
Yeah. And that's the scary part for Ferox is they're literally like, what, 7 minutes off potentially losing and then having to fight through the promo relegation playoffs, which need I not stress the consequences of what happens in those playoffs should you not come out the victor. So it is, you know, it is very much backs up against the wall. You have to try and find your way out of this. You have to fight your way out of this because it's the only way you're going to eventually bring yourself back to a scoreline that even looks doable. You know, at this point, even a 3-5 scoreline, I'm like, you know, like we have to see 5-5 before there's any amount of real belief that Ferox can actually do it. So, and I don't think that's necessarily the case on a lot of other maps, you know, like that's just my thoughts anyway. And I think that's, it's a tough one because the rehost right now can really shake up everything, Raven. Like I'm sure you've seen it multiple times with teams, you know, you've coached a lot of teams and give you that time to just breathe and let the room sit for a little bit, or even potentially just figure out what has gone wrong.
Yeah, look, there's a lot of things to consider when you're doing rehosts, and it can have various effects on the mindset. So it just comes down to how well you can control that. It's really important. But hey, speaking of important, it's important we get back into this bad boy and see who actually gets this dub.
Let's get into it, folks. Get that fat, juicy dub. Basement is where we go. Oh, Nate, man. I get baited so hard. I just wanted to hear the screams of interrogation from across the globe. So, not gonna happen this time. But again, this is just one of those things for LFO. Like, what do they have up their sleeve? You know, we saw how effective the clash can be here, and is this just going to be even more of a roadblock for Ferox?
Yeah, let's see how Ferox read into this defense. This clash, total pain in the butt. So probably going to play around pillar or blue. We saw it earlier in the night too when the clash was brought. So I'd say that's probably the play. It's where Shade is going to come into play a lot with the Lufia. That utility is the main utility that will counter that clash. You could, as long as there's no ADSs in the way, you could potentially use air jabs to deal with the clash. You know, shoot one at the feet, you can't read in time. Something like that. But it's just something to think about.
Okay, Nate. I guess that's one way to start it out and just show face. No need to hide the clash until the real contact comes in. You may as well strike fear into your opponents early, and that's exactly what they've done. Again, a lot of attention to blue that we see. Nate will be forced away just for now, and I'm sure he will be re-peeking time and time again.
Yes, I'm sure he will. Now he can't push past this doorway, of course, because those air jabs have countered that position. So he's just going to sit at the door. And he can still give call-outs to his teammates. And I just saw the Jaeger start to go up tower stairs, so maybe they're thinking about a bit of an aggressive play here. It is Sogs. He shoots a drone and decides better of it. He's going to go back. The Shade's going to enter to the top of the rear tower. Right now, this is stalling out the Ferox quite significantly.
How much have they really been able to achieve? Well, they have flushed Hills off the angle, so 2 ADSs go for free, but I'm sure they're not really going to complain too much about that. Hills now making some footholds, if you will, from blue to pillars, so Now they're going to have to be even more cautious pushing in. Who was that down by the side of... It's Sogs. Of course it's Sogs.
Deploying CCE.
Man is key. This is where it gets interesting, right? Nate is giving live callouts for these aggressive positions. Sogs is poised to try and take these gunfights. Pre-fires tags Oda very significantly. And here come the stuns. They can't use it to properly capitalize. Oh my lord, the air jab just throws Nate for 6, and he gets finished off by Todd. Beautifully countered in the end by Ferox, I've got to say.
Jeez, they've done well to send that. It's actually the rotate that's been open there, so Hills was able to go back and do a little bit more damage. He's going to hold tight. He will be taken down. Nasty now, 1v4. I don't think this is the round for them. It's not. Ferox, my word, stamping their authority here right when it matters.
I've got to say, I felt like at about the halfway point, in my mind, I was starting to write Ferox out of that attack. I felt like LFO had done a great stall. They still had Clash at the pillars. And I was like, oh, this is going to be real tough now. But Ferox just countered that so well. Once they got that wall open around that blue extension where the smoke usually is, they had the perfect crossfire, and just the combination of concussions and air jabs onto that Clash was beautiful.
They really gave him no confidence whatsoever, did they? There was
No.
no room to move. He literally got
many bombs as they
caught.
Yeah.
And here we go. LFO will be reattempting the site. And obviously this time, there is a big difference. They're not going to be bringing the Clash. They are bringing the Valk instead. So that will obviously clear a live intel drone, if you will, for intel of a different sort.
Yeah, see, this is a strength of LFO in this current lineup, that they seem like they're very agile and they're happy to just interchange things in and out, whether they've got strats or whether it's just a free fly thing. I feel like that has been facilitated by Nasty being brought into the roster instead of Angmo. We got a little bit of insight from Enigma on the reload on Tuesday. They just felt that Nasty's playstyle really enabled what they were trying to achieve in these final games. And look, honestly, I feel like I wouldn't say night and day, but it is definitely a drastic improvement over the early matches we saw in the Oceanic Nationals.
Yep, certainly so. And I mean, it's a hard call to make, right? Because you've got to try and keep everyone happy at that point, but you just can't. And performances is a performance, is a performance, is a performance. And unfortunately for LFO, when their backs are up against the wall, so ingrained that you have to try and make a play. And the play seems to have worked for now anyway. Sogs this time will be on the mirror instead of that Jaeger. So let's see whether he will have any impact, whether it'll be large, small, or indifferent, as Ferox now take the rear stage control.
Yeah, they've brought the Maverick to be able to deal with this hatch, so this is going to be the end of Sogs playing in this position once this goes open from Todd. Of course, he's going to have to be careful not to get peeks through this hatch. I really wouldn't put it past someone like Sogs to decide to try and hard pick it. But he's bailed away, so with this hatch open, they'll be able to open the mirror, which, is a double-edged sword in its own right, because once you pop that mirror, it actually creates a long line of sight through the bunker. That is Todd gone. There we go. Someone peeked the hatch, Matic. So now it's not open.
Oh, no. Where? What?
Bomb located by attackers.
What
was
was
it
going?
a flank? I didn't quite see.
Potentially a flank. Nasty is that Nasty in kit? No. Okay. Well,
Freezer.
That's wild. So no, that had to have been a kill through the. Oh my god! It is such a tight line as well.
Bomb has been located.
What?
We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out one day.
Yeah,
that's a bit of a mystery, but either way, it's that's impactful, right? Losing that Maverick without the hatch open, big deal.
Yep, certainly is. And Team Ferox are now going to have to try and decide what they need to do here. They were looking like after the rehost, that was what they needed to kind of get those tracks running again. Nate is somewhat forced off the angle. That's a good trade from Nazgul, but Hills, there's no way they expect him here. They will shoulder peek it, and LFO are crumbling on the site right now. They had pretty much everything you think they would need for this round, and Ferox, they're making their way back in, Raven.
They are 15 seconds though, and there's still 2 full HP players alive with Sushi down. So still winnable here for LFO. Oda finishes off Mims though. It's all a nasty. Sushi closes it out. Oh boy, Ferox potentially on this comeback train. They are 1 round away from tying this up.
And that's what we said. Yeah, you know, there's not enough belief to get straight into it. There had to be a couple of rounds here for Ferox where they were untouched by LFO, and both of those rounds on basement defense, they have gone all but flawless for their attack. 4 players left alive in both cases, and I think that this now starts to ring the alarm bells for LFO. What's going on? 5-2 up, and all of a sudden, on 2 basement defenses, the defenses that we generally assume is going to be defender-sided, they have been swarmed by Ferox, and we will change things up now going into the dorms. Saw success only, I will say, only on the back of a 1 versus 2 from Sogs. These aren't great signs, Raven.
That's true. Look, that's a really good point. We started talking about it was a danger sign for Ferox because Oda didn't get that clutch, and it was a 2v1. But LFO haven't really looked in it since that round. And yeah, you're right. You know, Ferox could have had that attack in itself. So right now it could be 5-4 in the opposite direction. I might see this tied up at 5-5. I'm kind of feeling it right now. So let's see what LFO have got in the pocket to back this up.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
And it does feel as though the story has completely flipped on its head right now. Sogs, are you looking for some sort of cheekiness? Doesn't look like anything's anywhere near him right now, so... Oh, well, okay! Oh my god, Sogs, what?
Jeepers.
Did he down Nazgul? What is that? Sogs. So unfortunate not to confirm the kill there. That was the ace as well, Raven. Oh, wow. Ferox can count their lucky stars.
That actually would have been very detrimental. I mean, they do still have the Maverick, but ace is pretty important in making these attacks successful. There's quite a lot of hard bridge that you usually want to open, and ace is the best for that. So, look, either way, it means Nazgul is just on low HP for the rest of the round. And Nazgul had some pretty impactful frags, and he is generally an aggressive player, so it's just going to make him play a touch more passive. He's not going to be fully confident in his gunfight.
And now Hills is looking to make a play as well. Geez, you can't keep track of LFO right now. Sogs coming from Z as well. Are they going to double peek main? The drone will come in. They only know about Sogs. Hills has gone undetected. Oh, wow. Sushi as well, starting to get a little bit more interested across to those roams, and LFO is just going to back away, say thank you very much, take your intel, and I am out of here.
Look, it's probably the call because Nasty is under mountains of pressure right now in Attic. This nade comes out and misses him, the drone comes through, Todd dies to Nasty before he gets out of there. Beautifully played in the end for Attic. He got out with his life, unbelievable. Coming to the final minute, LFO are in the advantage right now. Ferox looks like they're having a real tough time just establishing this control.
Attackers drop the diffuser.
Crazy to think that this will swing the way of LFO after the past 3-round performances from Ferox here, but you better believe it's going to. A 3 versus 5, Nazgul's low, Oda's been taken down somewhat. And Sogs taking Nazgul completely off the board now. Sushi will have to go nuclear. That's 2. His team falls in the meantime. It should be a 3rd free kill. Oh my word. Sushi, 1v2. This has to be confirmed for Ferox.
Oh, he's not going to check hard right. Oh, he did such a good job to bring it back to the 2v1. But Nate staying very patient. All credit to Nate. He did not move a muscle the whole time Sushi was running around. As you said, Manic, I think you said it. It's in my head. LFO, they're on match point.
dangerous waters for Ferox. They will have to go 2 rounds back to back, and we go to basement once more. LFO have already unsuccessfully attempted this site twice now. A lot on the line, as this once again is for relegations, ladies and gentlemen. Whoever loses this drops down into 7th or 8th place even, and it is done and dusted. They will have to wait until their promotion and relegation playoffs before they even get a look at Oceanic Nationals 21. Stakes couldn't be higher.
Yeah, a lot of pressure on both teams now. I mean, you might think that there's more pressure on Ferox, but honestly, the way matches seem to go in Oceanic Nationals at the moment and teams losing advantages to overtime, I feel like LFO is going to be feeling some pressure just to close this out. So it's not in the clear for either of these teams. I think 2 rounds, given the way Ferox have just played in the last couple, it's doable. So LFO have got to pull out some tricks here. And one thing is, they've double reinforced the wall that they've been extending through. They've changed this setup again.
5 seconds left.
This is mighty interesting to see what's going to happen here. Nate, oh, hello. Okay, my interest is completely piqued right now. And they're going to look for that player to come around the corner as well. I think that mine has definitely been detected. Surely.
It looks like it. Oda has a nice tight angle there as well. So if Nate does try to do this run out, it's probably going to be spotted by Oda. But his shot, I don't know how many drones, I've lost count, 2 or 3, just in this position. So already the intel damage that he is having on Ferox is significant enough where this is probably successful.
I believe he did drop all 3 of those cruise mines, so that's going to be a little bit of an issue there. Todd will just trigger the only one left, I believe. So that's all of the intel done and dusted for Nate. They do back away, and like you said, Raven, the double wall is reinforced on the other side of storage. There you go. Nazgul wasting no time in clearing it.
No wall denial though, so now that it's been given up, Ferox actually going to have really good positions in towards blue. And I was going to say, 5 drones were lost in the attempt to clear Nate out of that position. So that's great, but not great for LFO. Is Sog dying right now. Ferox, they're looking to try and bring this back. Nate has finally been downed. They're playing pretty aggressive, and there's still a whole minute and a half of this round to go.
It is really going wrong for LFO. When it rains, it pours. Surely we will not see 3 rounds go the way of Team Ferox. Hills now, could he be monstrous on this flank? 3 players sitting toward pillars right now. He'll find one. Position is alerted and known as well. What's his decision here? It looks like it may just be to continue to waste Ferox's time. Is that hatch open for him to play from, Raven?
I mean, this could be the go signal. Is there's 2 on site, there's 4 Ferox players alive. Sometimes you just take that, but no, they're gonna push him one by one. Sushi taken down by Hills. Nazgul's trying to get this plant down. It's still possible here, Manic. It is a 3 versus 3, and that's confirmed. So now we are in post-play.
Hills has to go quite large on the back of Mims, pushing from the other side of Freezer here. Mims can't connect his shots. It's all falling apart, but Hills steps up, and Mims, oh my word, downs the Ash, but cannot confirm the 2nd kill. And LFO are left wondering what could have been. Ferox live to fight another round, and we are potentially headed to overtime on what has been an incredible second half from Ferox.
It feels like it, and I was about to say it, but they've picked it already. I feel like they're going to go down to laundry, and here we are again. Unfortunate DC right now, though, but look, I think the laundry play is a good call because that was close. They're trying to make these adaptations on these sites, and they've got so much depth. I don't know what to say about the depth, whether it's actually strategic or it's just all on the fly, but unbelievable that they are just constantly changing this up.
The mirror will be swapped out for... I actually can't even... I think that was for the Aloe. So what I believe has happened is we've already had the rehost on the side of Ferox. They don't have another to call here, and this could be really devastating for Team Ferox on the last round of potentially their Oceanic Nationals season. Potentially, we don't see them again in an Oceanic Nationals tournament for some time with relegations on the other side of this. I cannot stress how awful this is for Ferox to be heading in to round 12 in a 4 versus 5.
I mean, at best, yeah, you go.
No, okay, so we have just been confirmed. It sounds like we are going to get a rehost here. Don't stress. We are sorting that situation out. I thought for a second there's only one rehost per team from what I remember in the playbook, so that could have been utterly devastating. And fortunately enough, that is not the case. The rehost is going to be called. We are going to be replaying round number 12. Whew, goodness me, that was getting me all giddy.
Look, I am all giddy. I tell you what, this is right now it's feeling like Ferox have a good measure on LFO's basement defenses. So I'm feeling like this is probably going to go to OT. But like I was saying, LFO have just constantly found ways to change up this defense, whether it's through their play style, the operators they bring, all kinds of ways, and Ferox has been able to counter it over and over. So I feel like that's going to continue to happen, but you never know. They might find the magic ingredient LFO. They might find just the right change that enables them to close this out at 7-5.
Yep. You really do hope that that is the case, because as of right now, a 4-2 on your attacking side, going into the second half, you cop the exact same score line. Really not good signs. Really not good signs. We know that there's been issues with, Ferox, LFO, and Rhythm on closing out matches that are close. This will be, okay, just to give context for Ferox, this will be 1, 2, 3 matches now that they have, well, this will be their 4th match that they have played full regulation. So I just, and lost, by the way. That could be absolutely devastating in the mind. And it's the same for Rhythm in the previous match as well. That was their 4th overtime that they've played. So there is a serious lack in this big moment play. And it has to, for me, this relies on LFO. This is not Ferox. I don't necessarily think that this is Ferox playing absolutely mental. I actually think LFO have let the ball slip here quite drastically.
Yeah, look, it's I don't know, I'm still on the fence right now. The way LFO have been playing these basement defenses, though, it's just a bit concerning in their camp. Look, if I'm Ferox, as long as they're not letting whatever these DCs are get to their heads, I feel like they've got a strong mindset to be able to push this to overtime. Something I want to start theorizing. Let's just assume we do get to overtime. I would assume whoever got to choose overtime sides probably chose defense, thinking that that's what's going to be favored. But this is 2 very attacker-sided halves, or not very attacker, but quite attacker-sided halves. So someone might be regretting that choice, I'll tell you what.
Well, especially for the ANZ region, that it would be attacking sided, which is, kind of mental to think about the fact that both of these teams have been able to pull out a 4-2 should Ferox win this round. And there's so many questions that are being left unanswered right now as we do head into what will be the final round of regulation. And there's just, it just keeps chipping away. It has literally chipped away. And this started on Friday, by the way. All of this that we're talking about now started on Friday. I mean, it started at the beginning of Oceanic Nationals, but really the storyline that we've been building for literally the past 4 or 5 hours now of this broadcast, it began the minute Friday began. And for me, it's just only elevated to the point where I would have been utterly disappointed had we not have seen full regulation or overtime in this matchup.
Look, it's very fitting. Whether LFO win this 7-5 or it goes to overtime, I think, yeah, it's fitting in this matchup. We knew it was going to be close. It's produced exactly that. I mean, it's already 12:15. We might still be seeing overtime. Probably going to be 1 a.m. finish for us again here, Matic. But that's fine. I'm totally pumped. I'm loving this game right now. And look, you talked about this kind of building from Friday. Friday last week could have completely ended this situation, right? If LFO just lost to Elevate on Friday last week, this would not be a situation. On top of the fact, if Ferox ended up closing out their game against Wildcard, which they did lose 7-8, Ferox would have already been safe in playoffs. So there's many occasions that both these teams could have, I mean, not been in this opportunity right now, but it's ended this way. And like we were saying, it's so fitting that it is this close.
Yeah. Yeah, and just for the last game, you know, like we've had a 7-5, an 8-6, an 8-6, and now potentially either a 7-5 or another 8-6 or 8-7. It is so fitting, not only for the season that we've already seen, but just for the big time matches. That's what we want to see. This is the kind of pressure that we want to see these teams under, because this is where we do start to really, you know, define certain teams in their moments. Like when did LFO step up for us? Sure, they had a great 6 Masters season. Oceanic Nationals has been, I would say, quite disappointing, not just from a viewer perspective for them, but also for them just period. You know, it's a very unfortunate circumstance that they've been found in. And to be able to push on and go to the playoffs of Oceanic Nationals would be, I think it would be quite absurd for that to happen, in all honesty, considering up until Friday night, no wins, 0 points, 0 points until Friday night. And just, you know, touching on Ferox and what they have really achieved this season, I think it would be very upsetting to be in their situation. You know, so many close matches. They've competed against the best teams in ANZ, and it's just to fall this short of it, if it goes that way, I couldn't imagine.
I agree. And look, I think to look at it overall, I feel like Ferox has had a better season than LFO. So if I was to say, I mean, of course, it comes down to who wins this game, but based outside of this result, if I was to say who I felt like deserved to be in playoffs, I would have put it on Ferox, because it's not like LFO were just always losing close games and not quite there, like the Rhythm story, for example. I felt like for most of LFO games, they just didn't play that well. They really weren't performing like a solid team. There were comms issues, which we heard a lot from Enigma. So the fact that they are still here competing for a spot in playoffs, I think they are very lucky. They've just managed to do what they needed right at the wire. That win against Elevate was out of nowhere. And I just... Yeah, they're quite lucky to even be competing for it. And right now they are in match point, of course. So they could be getting the dream. They could be getting into playoffs.
Yep, and it is really just a whisker away. And, you know, like the big thing about playoffs, obviously, you know, one, you still get your spot solidified for Oceanic Nationals 2021. You don't have to go through all those relegation games, which could be, you never know what's going to happen there. It's an open qualifier with the bottom 2 of Oceanic Nationals. Anything could happen in that circumstance. So you really don't want to put yourself there. But also you have to then think about all of the games that we've seen. They've had the potential for teams like Rhythm, LFO, and Ferox to win, no matter who the team was. And you then have to think about, okay, well, if that's the case, like these teams that we're talking, LFO and Ferox both have a chance to make it to the 6 major for Oceania, which is just absurd. You know, if they are able to claw this back, there is a real chance that we see one of them competing in that tournament, which will be at the end of November from what I know. So like those are the kind of things that we're playing with here. It's not just getting out of relegation. It's not just being able to, you know, keep your head above water. It goes a lot deeper than that. And so realistically, when we're looking at it and we're looking at who has been the better team, the first half, hands down, LFO. But Ferox, really, you have to give them credit where credit is due. They haven't given up, Raven.
Oh, they really haven't. Some of these attacks have been fantastic. They've been in tricky situations. I mean, one that's standing out for me again is the round that we saw the Clash playing around the pillar. And the Clash had burnt away half the rounds. I just felt like at that stage, it was in the bag for LFO. They just had to delay the time. They had everything ready for denial, but Ferox, they fought, they got the control of the walls, they held the right angles and used their utility perfectly to counter that clash, and then they just ran over the top of LFO on site. So just plays like that, I agree. Like seeing Ferox just execute with precision, I felt like they have had shinier moments than LFO. And like, I'm not trying to discount anything away from LFO's performance right now. Of course, they are up 6-5. They're the ones on match point. But yeah, like Ferox have been fighting tooth and nail for this.
Yeah, and it would be, I would really like to see this go overtime to finish the match off, just to give Ferox that extra chance of coming back, because really they've had 2 unfortunate DCs. They've also had that issue with Todd in the first round falling out midway through. Like there's just been a variety of reasons why Ferox have had it rough so far. And I really do, there is a part of me that wishes that if this does go to overtime, that we do see all 3 rounds, because it really would determine at the end of the day what the victor truly deserves. And with LFO, just very quickly touching on that nasty replacement. That sounds really bad, doesn't it? That nasty replacement, nasty replacing Angmo, nasty the player, of course. It really has kind of shaken up the team, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has. I mean, they almost look like they're a different team. Just some of the sheer coordination issues they were having earlier in the season, whether that's comms based or just player based, hard to say from our perspective. But they just look more like a reinvigorated team. And something that does concern me about that is sometimes you see when you have a new player in the roster, even though Nasty was a sub, he played with them as 6 Masters. Regardless, sometimes when you do get a new player in the roster, you do get these little, I refer to them as like honeymoon phases, where it's like things go really well and you get like a bit of a boost in performance, but then it wears off. On top of that, it can come down to things like teams VODing LFO would VOD for a certain playstyle based on their old performances in this season.
Yes.
But when you sub Nasty in, obviously their playstyle's changed. So you're now VODing or counter-stratting old info. So I think that can definitely have a play as well, which will wear off with time. The more that they play with this lineup, that just wears off.
Yeah, so the gimmick of having that player in that kind of changes everything up, that goes away after a certain time. And I think that if you do cast your minds back to 6 Masters, we did see them look quite comfortable. But again, you could even make the point that because they were so fresh in the scene, you know, before that, we hadn't really seen a lot from them at that level. Potentially that was one of a very similar case where they just, you know, there wasn't a lot to look at. There wasn't a lot to research on them. So I think that really, you know, that we make a case for that in 6 Masters, and then making a case for it at the end of Oceanic Nationals. It just is the way it is, you know. And I think that Ferox right now have adapted well to what LFO have done. And I definitely don't want to take away from what Ferox are doing, you know, with these rounds, because for 3 of them, you know, the very first round on their attacking side, it was a 1v2 that Sogs managed to win. Their second and third round were merely flawless. Like they completely locked out LFO in those rounds. So at the end of the day, it really has been building up toward Ferox back in this. Now, the rehost, what does that bring? You know, the rehost, are we going to see, like, it's a complete reset. It honestly is. It's a best of 1 round, Raven. Like, that is all that's in it right now.
Basically. I mean, that depends, right? Like, if LFO just win this round, you're right. It's just done. But with Ferox, they at least get overtime if they win the round, for sure. You're right. It's really interesting what happens with this rehost. What I'm thinking is, you know, we've talked a lot about relegations, and maybe some people are still confused, like, why that's so bad, right? If you're in the relegation zone, in this instance, of course, you're going to be the bottom 2 of Oceanic Nationals, and it means you'll be playing against the top 2 from an open qualifier that will be at a date later in the year. And if you don't finish in the top 2 of that promo relegation tournament, you don't get back into Oceanic Nationals. And that is a full 12-month season, because that's the program we're on now. We're on 12-month seasons. So that's a long time to not be competing at this level. You have to
Yeah.
fight your way back. So while I have full faith that no matter who loses here, and same with Rhythm, I think those teams will be back at least for next season. You don't know. It's like you were saying earlier, Manic. Surprises have happened, and especially in those kinds of tournaments, sometimes a team will just come out of the woodwork, seemingly out of nowhere. You won't have much info. Their playstyle will just be nuts, and that can be enough.
Yeah. Especially for teams like Ferox and LFO. You know, I know that Ferox play in other competitions as well, and it's kind of like, well, there are so many VODs that teams can look at that. You know, there's so much pressure that can be put on these kind of teams because of the fact that they've been sitting in the tier 1 scene for so long. And not only that, you know, there's breakdowns of people's rounds that players are now starting to post, you know, the highlights of comms and things like that. So it's like, there is a lot more insight into these tier 1 Oceanic teams that I think is more than just that surface level. You know, there is another level that really comes into it in those open qualifiers. So that's just one of the things that you got to get used to. But ladies and gentlemen, it's time. It is time. I just want to say thank you very much for tuning in and sticking with us if you did. We very much appreciate it, and we are so sorry for those technical difficulties. You can understand the importance of this round. It is the last round of regulation. This could potentially mean that LFO go to the playoffs, or it means we've got three more rounds to play. So it's not a very cut and paste situation. So we appreciate you for sticking around, and we hope you enjoyed this last round.
Yeah, look, I'm sure this round's going to be quite the banger. Seeing a classic extension here in towards blue. Something we don't see often, though, was a double reinforcement at Pillar, and now they're also extending up into Meeting, so we might be seeing a roam. Nasty is on that castle. Where is he going to put those barricades? Maybe we're going to see this extended roam on the top floor.
10 seconds left.
Maybe not, actually. It looks like they're just going to be giving up blue. I'm not going to say for free, because they do have that extension. I see a hole in this already, though, in that they don't have that line of sight from Pillar. They've castled the door, so no one is there to cover Nate. Like, Nate is here to hold this, or he's dead.
Well, that is an interesting strat. Bold move, Cotton. Let's see how this works out. And look, we've seen some pretty nutty things from Nate, so you would still somewhat back him in a situation, but with how much Ferox have really taken control of blue, 3 drones right now, so much information that they're gaining there. And Todd, okay. Well, that is how you quickly dismiss any control of blue. See you, Nate, and thank you very much for playing.
Yeah, I don't know, maybe that's some kind of a bait. We'll see how this plays out, but either way, that's a very quick, easy flush. Nothing to really protect the shield. Shield's gone. Yeah, we'll see. But look, Hills is holding Meeting. They've got hatch open, so they have extended above. You do see the castle on the double door of Meeting in towards the lobby, with a wall reinforced in the garage side. Nasty holding from Freezer stairs, so yeah, they are protecting this Meeting floor. And this is a variable that Ferox haven't had to deal with yet, and it's quite a different variable. It's not just a different operator. Significant difference in the setup.
Certainly is, and we saw this happen literally in the game before with Wildcard, so this could be extremely interesting and a great adaptation from LFO so late in the matchup. Can he hit that Electric Claw? That's the question. Oh my word. He's a whisker away.
Bit of a struggle, I tell you what. And look, he's going to start to Maverick trick this wall. Nate is on the other side, is electrified, but Nate can't do anything about denying that further. They are going to have to use quite a bit of time to open this wall. They still have to soft breach it once they actually get the trick successfully. Shay just got tagged up heavy in a gunfight. He's taken Pillar though, so the map control has started to look good for Ferox. I don't think they've got Meeting yet though, Manic.
No, they don't. Potentially, they're just completely giving that up, but that could be a huge mistake. Hills could just play a monstrous effect here, and you can see now Hills with the vision directly into E-Room. They're going to have to deal with this. Surely they can't just continue to dismiss what this is, Raven.
I don't think so. I mean, Hills, I swear he could have just gone on the other side of Hatch and would have been able to get a kill. And Ferox is just going to go. They're going to start to get the picks. Hills follows up. Oh my god, they all just fell. It's all on Sushi. Ferox's season is down the drain. LFO close the round. They're going to go into playoffs, and Ferox, they're going to be fighting for their lives in the relegations.
What on earth is that last round? Ferox file in and the trades are not there. The kills do not bow favorably, and LFO close it out in the last round of regulation. That, ladies and gentlemen, will solidify LFO as playoffs. They make 6th place. What has happened?
Gobsmacked. They finally made a basement defense work, for one thing. And look, I'm gonna break it down. I think Ferox really made a mistake by not putting even just the slightest pressure into meeting. I mean, Hills didn't even have that much of a role, but they must have gone quickly because of that, right? Once Hills started making some shots from Hatch, Ferox were just like, you know what, let's go. It forced them to make a rash decision and played into LFO's hands. So even though Hills didn't get a direct impact from his kills, just that Hatch pressure, Ferox knew. They couldn't rotate back up to meeting. They left it too long. They had to just go. So I think in the moment, Ferox probably made the right call at that time. But earlier in the round, I think they should have done more about meeting.
I mean, like, that is going to be a big talking point, because obviously the ability to adapt is really what we know Siege to be nowadays. That is what we have really spoken about for so long, is adapting on the fly and is making those last minute calls. And really, you do have to give props to LFO there. That was a strat that they had not used the entire map. They pull it out right at the last round for them to take it. So really well played from LFO, and I think that just goes to show, you saw how many times they were trying to change things up on their defensive side. So props to them, it finally works, but geez, that was close, and Ferox fought tooth and nail for it.
They did, and look, I guess we should start focusing on the victors. LFO, they came out of the gates firing, as they always do, right? Or as they did, at least against Elevate, and they just kept it going. The adaptations, changes, I don't reckon much of that was planned, to be honest. I felt like a lot of it they were just doing on the fly. They were going with the vibe, so to speak. And I was worried about them because it just felt like on those basement defenses, no matter what they changed, it didn't feel like it was working. And they finally, like I was saying in the rehost, they finally found the golden mixture that got them the win.
Yeah, certainly did. The team, unfortunately, that copped the loss, being Ferox, we do have Sushi on the line to talk to. Sushi, I am very sorry. This is not a fun interview for us whatsoever, so we'll keep it short and sweet, my friend. Can you pinpoint anything that went particularly wrong, outside, obviously, of Todd crashing in the first round, and I think it was yourself having the crashes throughout the game? Can you pinpoint anything in particular?
Just felt like we were hard trolling ourselves in and out of the game. We just weren't able to formulate a good solid attack, and when we came across something that we were unable to clear, we weren't adapting, especially on that last round. We couldn't open the single wall in, what was a pillar, which really ruined our entire attack. So we just weren't even adapting at all. We were just playing right into them and then just losing gunfights as we went. So obviously we lost. But,
yeah, look, I don't know if I really have any particular questions, but you guys had a strong season without the results to show for it. It's an unfortunate way for you guys to bow out. And even in this match, you guys fought tooth and nail. Obviously, 7-5 is a very close game. So, I mean, I have confidence in you guys going into relegations. I honestly don't know what to ask you, mate. I feel bad, honestly.
No, that's completely fine.
Like, it's
Sushi, did you want to add anything? Yeah.
Look, it was really unlucky tonight. Todd crashed the first defense round. I reckon we would have won that with Todd there. And then I crashed, and then my internet just cut out. It was just everything that could have gone wrong went wrong. It was just one of those really terrible situations. So it was just unfortunate.
Speaking of, we've lost Raven there, so that seems very typical, Sushi.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh my goodness. But anyway, Sushi, it's look, mate, I don't really have too much to say to you because it's very unfortunate. It's a sad time to be speaking to you, but you still have the relegation playoffs ahead later in the year. So we wish you the best of luck, mate, and unfortunate on the loss.
Thanks, guys. Have a good one.
Oh, beautiful. That's so unfortunate, man. I don't really know what we're really going to be able to say in a situation like that, because I know for a fact that there were multiple things that went wrong for Sushi and Ferox in that encounter. Raven, I think you're still there, aren't you? Yeah. Yeah, cool.
To just watch me be here like this. So I just thought I'd quickly close my cam.
Shvetty boy. Well,
something like that.
I just, I feel really bad for Sushi, and obviously the team at Ferox. They've had such an incredible season, and it doesn't matter how many times we say that, Raven. We could sit here and talk about it until the cows come home, because really, you just look at what they've been able to achieve, and unfortunately, falling shy of it is just, it's devastating for them.
Yeah, it really is. They had such a good season, and we can say it all we want. Like you said, unfortunately, somebody has to finish bottom 2. And even if you do have a good season, it is about the results. So that's just how it is. As you said earlier, it's the way the cookie crumbles. It's unfortunate, but I've said it a few times. I have full confidence that they'll probably make it out of relegations. They've looked so solid during this season. I just don't foresee a team coming up out of those open quals being able to go toe-to-toe with them.
No. So I hope so, because in all honesty, from what they've really done and what they've achieved, they deserve that fully. They do not deserve to miss out on 2021, which is very much a possibility now. Do you want to know who's not going to miss out on 2021, Raven?
Who's that, Manic? Who's that?
It's Enigma. Enigma, welcome. Look at that big cheesy grin.
Hello.
It's the moon.
How are you? Where's the suit? I need to see the suit.
This is the suit. This is the suit we're prepping today. This is one of my favorite ones, actually, as a matter of fact. My favorite ones. I wear it for special occasions, of course.
Classic.
Mate, high hopes right now. It's a big congratulatory interview, if that's even a word. But I think that it's cause for celebration for you and the team, pulling it back right at the last minute, not just in this game, but obviously last week as well, to give yourself the opportunity. So, I mean, how on earth did that game play out the way it did? Because it looked insane.
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, like, we know that a lot of people, like, we've got plenty of odds, just like on Cafe with what happened with Elevate, just like on Oregon. So we just changed things up. And consequently, people relying, as, we were talking about on the Reload episode, too much on old information. And then when they see something new, completely stumps them. And I mean, it's unfortunate about the DCs and whatnot, but at the end of the day, DCs or not, if they were the better team, they would have won. And that wasn't the case.
Yeah, look, I'm going to start looking forward to playoffs for you guys. Obviously, you've made it there now. You probably haven't had a whole lot of time to think about it, but how are you feeling moving forward into playoffs? Like, do you foresee that your troubles are behind you, or are there still things popping up in these matches that there's a bit of a cause for concern for you guys?
I mean, that last match just then, the amount of times that we went basement, and the clear obvious thing that we just needed to do was have wall denial. So I think it's just, going back over those VODs and just looking at things and then just trying to identify where we need to do. I mean, I'm stoked as for playoffs, and I mean, we're in a absolutely 100% better position now than we were obviously at the start of the season, or even mid. The start of the season was not too bad. So I'm actually very keen, and I'm very confident to hopefully have a good run in playoffs as well too. But the most important thing is we're not in relegation, so that's all that matters.
That's it. You got the dub. You made it count. You made it count right at the last second. Well, I do have to say this. You have an opportunity right now to speak to any orgs that are currently looking at this stream. Do you have anything that you'd like to say on behalf of the team as you are currently looking for an organization?
For sure. I mean, prior to me addressing the orgs, I'd like to say that you both were wrong in your predictions, and Guz and Ducky. Good stuff, fellas. Good stuff, fellas. And Guz, congratulations on actually coming first. So
That's
I don't
something
know.
in life, I reckon.
I don't know what to tell you guys. So unlucky, I guess, is the word. You should have trusted me a little bit more, but that's all right. But as far as the Ogs go, on the other hand, we're coming back. You know, just prepare to see what's coming up in playoffs right now. I mean, at the end of the day, I'm not going to toot our horn, not until I see us, you know, making it in the top 3 position there, at least. And then, you know, as I said, then you can reach out to us. But until then, just watch this space, see what happens.
Yep. Beautiful. Thank you very much, Enigma. It is great to talk to you, and congratulations once again, mate. We'll see you in the playoffs.
Thanks, boys. Catch ya.
Playoffs! We now get to direct our attention to next Friday, Raven. How good is that?
Oh, look, I'm super excited for playoffs. The season has just been insane. I mean, we've said it about 100 times tonight, but it has. And I think it's only going to start really heating up in playoffs. We move to best of 3s, which has a whole different dynamic for these teams. And I think we're going to see some really competitive series.
I could not agree more with you. And, I mean, you just mentioned competitive series. Today was just full of competitive matches. Let's have a look back on what was a mental night, man. Again, it is just match after match after match of Barnes being on fire. It is incredible that these 2 last play days have gone the way they have. They have really shaped up what has been an incredible season.
They have. Every game was totally fitting for the stakes and the situations that these teams were all in. And it's been a stellar night, I tell you what. And a great display of Oceanic Siege, just showing how even our region really can be. Because for a long time, people maybe thought that it was a bit top-heavy, especially while Fnatic was still here. And then even afterwards, Six Masters really showed that Wildcard potentially presented the region to be a bit top-heavy. But I think this season has just been... It's been great. The matches have just been generally very close.
It certainly has. So we can recap the season right now for you, Brandon. We can have a look at the standings and what they look like at the end of Oceanic National regular play. We'll see Wildcard out on top. Always expected that. However, there were many times we had it in doubt. You can see from their performances throughout the season, it was not as close as, well, sorry, it really wasn't as close as what it shows there, because there were so many times where Wildcard nearly dropped a map. However, only losing 1 keeps them in that top seed. Knights just scraped through on the back of their victory tonight, and all the way down to the bottom. It is a somber time for Ferox and Rhythm Raven.
It is. And look, I just want to make it clear for people that might be questioning, like, oh, LFO, their round difference is much worse than Ferox. When it comes to tied points, it comes down to the head-to-head between those teams first. So because LFO did get the victory against Ferox when they're tied points, LFO goes that spot above. So that's how they have managed to get into 6th place. But you can see there they are the 6th playoff finalists. And I'm just so excited to be able to get stuck into these playoffs next weekend.
Yeah, certainly so. I mean, just very quickly, Elevate jumping up to 3rd spot as well. Quite incredible to see that. We also have the bracket ready, ladies and gentlemen. The bracket that we will be watching come next Friday night. You will not want to miss it. Best of 3 formats all the way up until that juicy and gorgeous grand final. The lower bracket, this is really important. The lower bracket, Raven, it starts where? It starts after the semifinals, correct?
That's correct. So if you do lose your quarterfinal, that will be the playoff run over. Of course, you're not out of Oceanic Nationals 2021. That's important. These 6 teams, they will be persisting next season. So just reiterating, they're safe. But you don't want to lose your quarterfinal, because that will be your playoff chances squandered.
Yep, certainly will be. So that is where we're going to line up. It will be OKAMI taking on Noble for the first matchup, and Elevate and LFO for the second. We'll have to wait and see what the actual scheduling is to make sure that that is confirmed. But that is how the end of the season is going to play out for playoffs of the Oceanic Nationals. You will not want to miss that. I promise you right now, if the Nationals has been anything to go off, this will be... I think it'll be an unprecedented event in our region, Raven.
Look, I'm definitely seeing some exciting series. It sounds cliche to say, but seriously, like, this season has produced some fantastic results, some really fun, entertaining matches to watch, cast, however you're treating the games. Playoffs is going to be no exception. And it's not about just playing for the prize money of Oceanic Nationals. It's also about getting into the 6th major for November. So the top 3 from playoffs will get a major spot. That's a big deal. You get 6 invitational points at the major. Wildcard in particular, they're fighting for their 2nd batch, and they could be getting a 6th invitational berth out of it.
Yep, they certainly could. There is so much to be played for yet, so you will not want to miss it, ladies and gentlemen. You want to make sure you check out the Rainbow Six ANZ on all socials to keep up to date with what is going on. It all kicks off next Friday for the playoffs for the Oceanic Nationals, guys. Thank you very much for joining us this season. It's been a pleasure to bring you all of the action. Stay tuned, and we will see you next Friday.
I still want something that can last. You make me feel like I'm okay. We both know that you feel the same. Ooh, baby, I got nothing else to prove. You're talking about your best at me. Remember that you always get to choose. Talk to me. I just want a little bit of company. You're acting like you really wanna fall for me. But baby, can you tell me who you want? Talk to me. I just want a little bit of company. You're acting like you really wanna fall for me. But baby, can you tell me who you wanna be? Yeah, I guess you got my intention. Got no place I'd rather be, feel like another dimension. I don't wanna talk, baby, you should let it go. I don't wanna go, let me stay a little more. Talk to me, I just want a little bit of company. You're acting like you really wanna fall for me.